please.
Yes. Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Absent. Oh, is he?
He's on Zoom. I'm just waiting.
Is he on Zoom?
He is. Councilmember Lowenstein, can you hear us? Can see him.
Well, let's get going anyway. Well,
Councilmember Kalijedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here.
And I'm here.
Okay, there you are. Okay, do we have any blue folder items?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Any public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items? Nobody's in the audience? Anybody online?
We do have one Zoom attendee. If you wish to speak on closed session, please raise your hand. Other than that, we do not have any e-comments for closed session. They're not raising their hand, so it doesn't look like.
Okay. Let's see. Can you read off the items we'll be covering under closed session, please?
Yes. As authorized by the government code and on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed during closed session. For item F1, under the title Conference with Legal Counsel and Labor Negotiator, the employee organization is the Redondo Beach Firefighters Association. Items F2 through F4, under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For item F2, the properties are 103 and 223 Torrance Boulevard, a portion of APN 7505-003-206. For item F3, the property is 240 Fisherman's Wharf, a portion of APN 7505-002-913. Item F4, the property is 203 Fisherman's Wharf, a portion of APN 7505-002-913. Items F5 through F14 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F5, the name of the case is John R. Matarese versus City of Redondo Beach and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23TRC V04255. For item F6, the name of the case is Cheryl Marie Huddle versus City of Redondo Beach, a public entity, California Water Services, a public entity, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23TRC V03349. For item F7, the name of the case is Deborah Barker versus City of Redondo Beach, VLMD, LLC, DBA, Abarachi Med Spa, Abarachi Aesthetics, PC, et al., case number 21STC V38177. For item F8, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23TRC P00325. For item F9, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy, CD Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For item F10, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC P02189. For item F11, the name of the case is DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC V10146. For item F12, the name of the case is New Community DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, et al., case number 23STC P00426. For item F13, the name of the case is New Community DTLA LLC versus Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22TRC P00203. And for item F14, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20STC P03193. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Witsansky, can you tell us who will be speaking to these items?
Yes, for item F1, we will, actually, I should say, for all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Laura Calty, outside labor negotiator, Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, and Pat Butler, our interim fire chief. For item F5, we will be joined by outside counsel Damian Capizola. For items F6 and F7, we will be joined by outside counsel Alex Frank. And for items F8 through F14, we will be joined by John Wellner and Abby O'Brien. For the leasing items under F3, F4, and F2, we will have Greg Kapovich, Waterfront Economic Development Director, and we may have Brian Campbell for one of the items, waiting on confirmation of that.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll be going to closed session and returning about 6 PM. Take it or leave it. Can I get a motion to adjourn to the closed session?
Motion to recess.
Recess to the, so we have a motion, do we have a second? We have a second.
Second.
And all for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, real quick, Councilmember Lowenstein, can you confirm that the agenda was posted at your location?
I can, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Both things. Oh, yeah. You.
Okay, we're going to reconvene now to open session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim. Here. We got to get the mics on. Just make sure the mics on. I think we have the Q&A.
Here.
There you go.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, City Manager Wodzinski, anything to report from closed session?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor. No.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn to the regular meeting?
Second.
Okay, we have to do a roll call vote because of the dial-in. So, oh, and do we have to make the announcement yet on the?
Yes, so Councilman Lowenstein, can you confirm that the agenda was posted 72 hours?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Okay. So Councilman Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, let's see, we're ready for the salute to flag. Okay. I now call the regular council meeting to order. You just did the roll call, correct? If we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand and be recognized for your service. I'll stand up with you. Thank you, sir. Okay, and now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence. I'd like to call Peyton up, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Over to you, Peyton.
Good evening. My name is Peyton. I am in third grade at St. James Catholic School. My favorite subject is math because I like geometry. I like fishing and swimming at Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now if we just remain standing for a moment of silence. Okay, Peyton, thank you. Come on up and shake hands. Well done. Good job.
Good job. You know how many kids forget to say ready, begin? Good job.
Good job, Peyton.
You want to get together?
Yep, let's take a picture.
Give me a handshake, buddy. There you go.
Can we get a
Great
picture
work.
with you?
Hey, may we?
Thank you.
Covering.
Thank you, Peyton.
Okay, thank
Good
you.
work, buddy.
Okay, and now we'll go to presentations, proclamations, and announcements. So if I could have a mic, please. Okay, so this is Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental health is part of overall health and well-being and should be treated with the same urgency as physical health. And the more data we get on this, the more we understand how important it is to balance both the physical treatment of your body and the mental treatment of your body. So I'm very pleased to be able to make this proclamation and deem this Mental Health Awareness Month. Vanessa Poster, would you like to come up and receive this on behalf of Beach City's Health District? There you go. And who is this with us?
This is Yara El Hassan. She is a member of our youth advisory group and a senior at Redondo Union High School. Go Seahawks. And, well, she will be a senior next year. She's not a senior yet. And I just want to say that the youth advisory group is a highly selected group of young people. We have a lot of people apply, and there are a lot of opportunities for young people to volunteer at the health district if you don't get onto the youth advisory group. The Health District, in partnership with Redondo, Manhattan, Hermosa school districts and city councils, is very excited to endorse Mental Health Awareness Month. And it is one of our 3 health priorities at the Health District. This year's focus for Mental Health Awareness Month is social connection. Loneliness is a huge problem. And especially in the beach cities, 1 in 5 beach cities residents reports little or no connection to other people. It's just so sad. And each of us can do something about that by reaching out to people we know, participating in community activities, and building those social connections. If you want to find out more about what our activities are, you can go to bchd.org. And I'd like to turn the mic over to Yara, who's going to lead us in a very quick mental health activity.
Hi, I'm Yara Hesson, and I'm a member of Alcove Beach City's Youth Advisory Group. And I want to emphasize the importance of social connections by inviting everyone to take this action. I'd like everyone to bring to mind a person that you want to deepen your relationship with. This can be something simple, like maybe you want to commit to planning and scheduling an upcoming activity that you would both enjoy. I just wanted to say that investing in your personal and professional relationships also invests in your mental well-being. And I want us all to cultivate a supportive network for ourselves and for others. So please keep reaching out and remember that meaningful bonds evolve gradually. Thank you.
Done. Congratulations. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. How about a round of applause? Okay, any announcements from the council? Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, a couple things. Let's see here. I had my wonderful beach life, had a wonderful, great time on Friday. Was out of town for this weekend, so wasn't there for the Sunday event. I'll let the mayor speak to that and Councilmember Lowenstein. But it was a great event on Friday. It was probably one of the top 2 events I was there, top 3, maybe the best one. I have my regular community meeting this Saturday at Veterans Park Senior Center, starting at 8:30, an hour earlier than normal, 8:30 to 10:30. And I'm doing it an hour early because at 11 a.m. we have the great Redondo Beach Paddle Out, honoring our late mayor, Bill Brand. And it will be really, really cool. We've got a lot of boats set up. We've got a whole area for you to drop off your boards just north of the Veterans Park Old Library. You'll be able to pull in there. We'll have some tables there set up. You go in there, drop off your boards and swing back around. You can park in the parking lot. It is metered parking everywhere. You can park in the neighborhoods and walk back down. We'll keep track of your stuff. And then we'll have a little safety briefing at 11 o'clock for all the paddlers to go out and come back in. Go out, do our thing, come back in. We'll grab some park from the pier and other areas, or food from the pier and other areas, and then come to the park. We'll have a little picnic with everyone on the grassy knoll there. So it'll be a great little community gathering. It'll be really exciting, lots of fun. And then my online community meeting is Monday, May 20th via Zoom on Facebook and Zoom. And that registration is all on my Facebook and my website. So go ahead and check that as well. And that's it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, one more thing. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Veterans Park, speaking of Veterans Park, we have the Veterans Park Memorial Day event that starts at 1:30. Don't miss that. Monday for Memorial Day. That's a few weeks away, I know, but just start getting you going now and thinking about it now, because Tom Lasser and all those guys are way ahead on their scheduling, and they're pretty much all done scheduling. It'll be a great event. We'll always have awesome weather and a lot of great dignitaries and great speeches and events there. So don't want to forget that. Big shout out.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Light. Couple things. One is we had a great community meeting in April, and that was with Lila Mura, City Attorney Mike Webb, and Quality of Life Prosecutor Joy Ford. I want to thank them for talking about our homeless programs. So we have the next community meeting for May will be the last week of May, the week of the 27th, right after Memorial Day. It'll either be on the 28th or the 29th, and it will be about budget. So we will have a special guest or two to join us. And then, as Councilmember Nierenheim had said, Beach Life was fantastic. I went on Friday night with my wife, and we saw Seal and Sting. And the highlight was Sting, I would say, changing the word Roxanne to Roxando. I thought that was the definite highlight of the event. So, and I think everybody really enjoyed it. It was a packed house. It was definitely one of the better Beach Life concerts and performers that I had seen. Did not expect so many songs from the Police. But congratulations to everybody involved with Beach Life, and what a great event. Sorry what happened on Sunday. I know Mayor Light will talk about that. It's unfortunate, but these things happen. But great event again, and looking forward to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Wednesday, April 24th, I was part of the Executive Committee for Regional Housing Alignment. With me was Los Angeles Mayor Bass, City Council Member Nithya Ramon, Supervisor Barger, Supervisor Horvath, an appointee from the governor, 2 other elected from respective regions of the county. We discussed the structure and goals of the committee to address homelessness in the county. And I'm working with the South Bay COG and our city attorney's office to put together a presentation on what we're doing here in Redondo to highlight the successes that we've had. And hopefully this can be a model that we can show ways to achieve this kind of success at the county level. Also, I held 2 community meetings recently. Both were attended by Mayor Light. Thank you so much. The first was in person at Dominguez Park before the birthday celebration for Redondo. And with us was staff as well as Athens Trash to teach us all a bit more about recycling and composting. Thank you so much for making that happen seamlessly. The Zoom meeting was well attended, great discussions. And so my next community meeting will be later this month, but I'll have those details later. I see students in the audience again. Thank you guys for coming. Make sure you pick up a flyer about our youth commission. Aside from Alcove's youth leadership, we have a youth commission, and you can get some good credentials for universities. So if you're looking to apply for a college or university, you should be part of our youth commission. And we are accepting applications right now. And Beach Life was great. I was there, and it was great. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, on the Beach Life note, thank you to our fire department, the Beach Life promoters, our police department for responsibly shutting it down when it became too dangerous to continue with it. That was a very difficult decision, but a very responsible one. And thank you for the crowd for evacuating kind of so civilly in an organized manner. I'll have my community meeting 9 days from now, May 16th, Thursday, 6:30 p.m., Perry Park Senior Center, with our quality of life prosecutor, Joy Ford, talking about the road to functional zero homelessness in Redondo Beach and all the different things that go into achieving that, including mental health treatment. If you are feeling lonely, by the way, the Paddle Out for Mayor Brand is a great way to meet a bunch of Redondo Beach folks and a bunch of city leaders and staff. So please come out next Saturday. I'll definitely be there. And lastly, I wanted to encourage you also to please come out for the Metro Sea Line extension discussion at the Metro Board on May 23rd. At that time, on that date at 10 a.m. in downtown LA, 1 Gateway Plaza, 3rd floor, the Metro Board will decide where to run the Sea Line extension, down Hawthorne Boulevard, our preferred route, or down the right-of-way, where there are gas pipelines. There's already a freight train that carries liquid petroleum, compressed fuel 2 times daily, and there'll be a lot of construction there in people's backyards. So please come out, even if you don't want to publicly speak, come out, be a body in favor of Redondo Beach's position, trying to push this great project onto Hawthorne Boulevard. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to announce we had a great community meeting last Wednesday, May 1st. Thought it was beautifully attended, residents, electeds, and others. And I want to thank our quality of life prosecutor, Joy Ford, who made an appearance in person, and I think just did an excellent job. And thank you, of course, Doug and Gary and Jack and all the folks from the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. Much appreciated. And lastly, I wanted to welcome our new audio-visual team from Pegasus. Dodie, Joshua, and I believe Andrew are with us tonight. And I wanted to let them know we're very excited to have them here and look forward to working with them and learning from them going forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Yes, I just omitted that we are going to have a bus taking folks to the Metro hearing. And if nothing else, they're just going to be on Ruxin, stop on Ruxin. It'll stop at the Redondo Beach Transit Center. Please be there by 8:45 in the morning. It'll leave promptly by 9 a.m. To downtown. It'll bring you back to the Redondo Beach Transit Center where there's ample parking for you.
Thank you. Let's see, I have a few I got to attend. I had the honor of attending two of Councilmember Kalajerovich's community meetings. I enjoyed both of them. The Zoom one was more engaging, I think. It was too early for everybody but I did stay for the 132nd birthday that day. And that was a lot of fun. Got to see our public safety folks out there, meet people from the community, and got to walk through both of the buildings up there. If you haven't gone through the museum and the Morale House, it's pretty awe-inspiring. So I'd encourage you to do it. Also, this past Thursday, I did a ride-along with our police department. And if you think doing the cops work is just like cops on TV, it's a lot different. It was an eye-opening experience, and I was very impressed by our police force. I got to see some of our new members being trained by the more senior members and got to see several incidents that we attended, and it was very eye-opening. I appreciate the time. I also got to they called it a fly-along, the new aerodome system we have that is it's the first beyond line of sight drone system for non-military use, and it's very impressive. And actually then during Beach Life, I got to go up to the Ops Center and witness that drone in action and how it augmented what the public safety folks were doing, either responding to medical calls at the event or targeting scalpers and pickpockets. It was very interesting to see the video and watch how we could coordinate the boots on the ground activity with that eye in the sky, and that was very awe-inspiring. Also got to witness the evacuation of the event. The event, Beach Life was great. I really enjoyed it. My favorite was Devo, but that I'm kind of showing my age. But they're older than me and they still had a lot of energy. And Sting was great. I was enjoying ZZ Top when the evacuation happened, and I was very impressed at how orderly the public was and how organized the folks running the event were at closing it down, along with our public safety folks. I got to go up to the Ops Center, and most of the people responded immediately. There were a few that lingered and didn't want to go, and we could see that from the drone and direct the police department to the right areas to get those folks out. And then it also helped to ensure that we were locking it down. I applaud the decision. Had to be a tough one, leaving money on the table like that for Alan Sanford and his team. But they stuck by the book and put public safety ahead of their pocketbook. So really appreciate that all the way around. One thing coming up Thursday morning at 7:30 at Sonesta Hotel, I'll be doing the State of the City through an event sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce. And in the evening, following in the footsteps of Bill Brand, I'll be doing a free one at the Performing Arts Center at 6 o'clock. So if you're interested in what's going on in the city, come to either one of those. So would appreciate seeing a lot of you out there. Okay, with that, let's see. We will go to approve the order of the agenda.
Mayor, if I could interject, one item that we do need to pull tonight and move to another meeting is item F2, which is the special meeting of the Housing Authority. Not quite ready with the agreement there. We'll bring that back hopefully in the next month or so.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the order agenda, removing item F2.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Yeah.
Please, to go, I guess
There's no second, so.
okay, so go L, then P2, then N2, then M, then N1.
Wait, say it again. L, 1,
L is the public hearing, right?
and P2,
P2 is the mayor's appointment. That should be short, right? Let's see, mayor's recommendation. Then M, which is the metro item, I believe.
Item, no, N2.
And
Sorry, N2, that's what I meant.
Okay, and then back on the regular
Back
agenda.
on the regular agenda.
I'd
I'd
like,
like
okay.
Go ahead, Todd.
No, I was going to second Nils. I'd love to be there for the logo, but I'm going to be having to leave because I've got prior commitments. So, whatever the council wants. So,
Yeah, you don't have to be there for item N2. Let's do L1, P2, do the logo, and then do the metro item and rest of the items.
All right, considering Councilmember Lowenstein, I was doing it because we have a bunch of residents here for the metro, but considering Councilmember Lowenstein needs to be here for the logo, let's do that.
thank you.
So what's the
L1,
substitute?
P2, substitute motions L1, P2,
And then back to the regular agenda.
and then back to regular agenda.
Okay, sounds good. Second, or he seconded it, so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Aye.
Councilmember Obashi.
All right,
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
Mayor Light.
I don't get a vote.
Oh, that's right. Roll call.
I'm not going to veto it, though. Okay, so with that, let's see, agency recess. So can I get a motion to recess to the regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority?
Second.
So moved. Second.
Okay, I guess we have to do a roll call again.
Okay, Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Kalujevic.
Here.
Member Obashi.
here.
Member Barrett.
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Okay, let's see, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda for the Community Financing Authority?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
roll call vote.
Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here. Aye.
Member Kalujevic.
Here.
Member Obashi.
here,
Member Barrett.
yes.
Here. Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, are there any blue folder items for this?
Not for this agency.
Okay, so we have 4 items on the consent calendar. Would any of the council like to pull anything on the consent calendar? And that's a no. Would any of the public like to speak to any of the items that are on the consent calendar?
I have none for,
None online? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Member Nierenheim.
Aye.
Member Lowenstein.
Aye.
Member Kalujevic.
Aye.
Member Obashi.
Aye.
Member Barrett.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. There are no excluded consent calendar items. Any public participation on 9 agenda items? This is, you can speak to anything you would like to for up to 3 minutes, and the section's limited to 30 minutes. So would any members of the public like to address the Community Financing Authority on non-agenda items? Okay, anybody online? Okay, we have no public hearings, no old business. No new business. Any referrals to staff? Negative. Okay, then the next meeting will be a regular meeting to be held at 6 PM on Tuesday, June 4th in City Hall here. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Call the vote.
Member Nierenheim.
Aye.
Member Lowenstein.
Aye.
Member Kalujevic.
Here.
Member
Aye.
Obashi.
Aye.
Member Barrett.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now returning back to the regular meeting. We have to do a roll call again? Okay.
This is roll call. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, going to item G, blue folder items. Anything from the blue folder for this evening?
I have for J1, public communications, which is non-agenda items, and one which is related to the redesign of the city logo, council selection for preferred logo designs, and N3 related to the Charter Review Advisory Committee report. We have the letter for the Redondo Beach Unified School District, summary of the committee's findings and position dated July 23rd, 2023. Also a draft resolution regarding the city attorney charter amendment.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Obaji.
And Madam Clerk, am I able to add something to the blue folder now or by emailing it around?
Do you have it with you or?
I mean, on my computer, I'll just email it to everybody.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, so motion to approve the blue folder items plus the letter to Metro, draft letter to Metro that I'll circulate.
Receive and file.
Yep.
A second, do we have a second?
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalud-Jedovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
I abstained.
And Mayor Light.
I don't get a vote.
Oh, that's right.
And folks, the
get used
reason
to
we're
this.
doing all these roll call votes is because we have someone online and we have to record that vote, so apologize for that. Okay, so we're past blue folder, we're at consent calendar. Would anyone like to pull anything that is currently on the consent calendar?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein, do you have anything you'd like to pull?
No, thank you.
Okay, would any of the public like to address any of the consent calendar items? That's all the items in H in your agenda. Okay, I see no one that's present here. Anybody online?
Hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to get back on here. I got kicked out. Okay, I have no Zoom. I just want to double check here. No. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve H1 through H16.
Second.
Motion and a second. Another roll call vote.
Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalud-Jedovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And now I need to read the resos.
Okay, thank you. So
Okay.
anything you need to read?
Yes. H10, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2405-031, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a public works contract to American Asphalt South, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $484,044.77 for construction of the citywide slurry seal project, Phase 4, job number 41140. H12, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2405-035, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the renewal of the municipal animal care and control services agreement between the city and Los Angeles County for the terms July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2029. H13, adopt by title only, number CC-2405-032, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the suspension of preferential parking hours in the Vincent and Vincent II preferential parking districts for limited hours on June 6th and June 7th, 2024. H14, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2405-038, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications for the position of communications supervisor, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2405-034, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications for the position of public safety communications manager. Thank you.
Could you repeat that? Just kidding. Okay, we have no excluded consent calendar items. Now we have public participation in non-agenda items for the city council. Any member of the public is welcome to come up and speak on any item that is not on the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and total number of speakers can't go, we were going to hold it to 30 minutes. So. Okay, we have some cards, so I'll call the card folks up first. I'll call you two at a time so you can get down here expeditiously. Okay, Nina Zach Ladden.
Oh, it was my e-comment.
And then Joan Irvine.
Good evening. I'm Nina Zach-Ladden. I'm on the board of Friends of Redondo Beach Arts as a creative advisor, and I'm the curator of the art exhibition Pair that took place at the Historic Library. On behalf of the Friends of Redondo Beach Arts and a team of over 30 volunteers that did the exhibition, the participating artists, both local and visiting, and the community who brave rain and wind to attend the exhibition, I'm here to thank you. I'd like to thank Mayor Jim Light for attending our reception and the council members for enabling us to have a beautiful art exhibition at this unique, iconic building. I'd like to thank our city manager, Mike Wichanski, and the wonderful Elizabeth House for facilitating it, making sure we have enough time and everything goes as well. We also would like to thank Mike Klein, Public Work Directors, and the facility manager, Gary Lalongi, that made this building as presentable as humanly possible for the community to come in. They were above and beyond. How many times did I tell people visiting, the city has been fantastic? And that was on the face of Gary Lalongi. Every email, every call, phone call, every text, he immediately answered. He came by, they painted, they cleaned, they made sure it was safe. They helped us in any way possible. During the opening reception, it was super windy. And just as we were turning off the light, one of the big windows fell open and it felt like the whole world came into the gallery. We tried to kind of close it. I immediately called, in panic, Gary Lalongi. Saturday morning early, he was there to fix it and make sure that over 200,000 worth of art was safe inside the library. So all I want to say is thank you.
Well, thank you, Nina.
Thank you.
That was a great
Receive and
event.
file.
Really had fun there.
Oh, yeah, and we have
Motion to receive and file.
catalogs here for you to enjoy.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Nina. That was a great event.
It was awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, Joan Irvine and then Ron Maroka.
Rocco.
Not Maroka. Oh, no. Sorry, I couldn't read your handwriting.
Famous.
Hi, Joan Irvine, District 1. First of all, I want to thank Beach City Health District for having this be Mental Health Month, because mental health is as important as physical health. And I have my BA in psychology, and I'm a doctor of clinical hypnotherapy, so mental health is very important to me. Last month, I mentioned that based on the current process, I believe it will be 12 to 18 months before we see a dispensary in Redondo. So what do we do until then? We drive outside our city to buy cannabis and give the tax money to another city. Or, since it became effective on January 1st, Senate Bill 1186 prohibits any California city from stopping the delivery of medical cannabis. And as I mentioned before, I'm organizing cannabis educational events that will include medical delivery. By the way, did you know that although many people are already receiving cannabis being delivery in Redondo, it is still illegal and the city receives no tax revenue? Or you can grow your own. Yes, you're allowed to grow up to 6 plants. I don't know if the city finalized the ordinances, but years ago it was discussed that you can, if you grow outside, it could be viewed from a public road. If it's outside, it has to be covered, so it's not viewed from a public road. But you can grow up to 6 plants. And I happened to attend, the last 2 weeks, I've attended 2 cultivation plant classes. And a lot of you, have you ever seen a cannabis plant? Excuse me, this is what everybody's so worried about. It's just a little plant. That's all it is. And if anybody would like this, you can have that. Also,
On one in the garden on the bluff, so.
yeah, as long as, and then I have a receive and file.
Motion received. It's not a motion to receive and file. When I say motion to receive and file, I mean the paperwork, right?
Paperwork. I did have one for each of you, and I decided that maybe I wouldn't do that. So if you want one, I do have one for each of you at home. Okay.
Do they flower?
What?
Do they flower?
This is about 2 weeks old. So that, but also, so that, and also just know that big news for the industry. Their DEA is talking about cannabis going from a Schedule 3 from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3. So that means it's going to be the same as testosterone. And we know testosterone is a very important hormone, especially to men over 40 and women over 30. What this means is it can be currently accepted medical use and treatment in the United States. So one of them is mental health, you have autism, appetite suppressant, sleep disorder, and recently several states have added female orgasmic disorder to this. And so that, I just wanted to let you know that's going on, so that should really be helping us as we move forward with our legalization of dispensaries and other cannabis businesses in our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ron? Sorry, I misread your,
My writing is really bad, so it's understandable.
and then Nikki, you're up next.
Mayor, City Council, I'm here, Ron Morocco from District 3, to speak about the Ito Family Open Space. It's Redondo's newest park. And just to review for you and remind everybody else who's in the audience, there was a conceptual plan that was approved for the development of this park, which is located right across the street from Jefferson Elementary School, by both the Public Arts Commission, the Historical Commission, and the Recreation and Parks Commissions, which may after tonight end up being one whole big commission, but it was 3 separate commissions that adopted it. And the staff had announced in January of last year was going to be a CIP project, but it wasn't. So I would like to be able to push this project forward. So I've come to you with a proposal that I would love to see agendized and voted on. I don't think it's going to cost any money, and it'll put the project in the hands of the people who are probably the most qualified to address it. The Ito Park celebrates the life of the Ito family, which were members of the Redondo Beach community for more than a century. It's also for an opportunity for the members of the community and the students to learn about what happened to our Japanese American citizens during World War II. This is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, so it'd be a great project to move forward with. I'm going to pass out something that outlines my proposal.
Second.
Motion and second.
But what I would like to see is that, as this is all consistent with the conceptual plan, is for the city to authorize the installation of 3 descriptive signs in the open space and to coordinate it through the mayor's office. One is to talk about the Ito family history in Redondo Beach. The second one is to talk about Executive Order 9066, Public Law 503, and Public Proclamation Number 4, which essentially removed all the Japanese Americans from their city. And then the third one would be to talk about the Santa Anita Assembly Center and all the relocation centers. In addition, I think we can authorize a solicitation from general community and submission to the city manager's office of photos and narratives to be for each sign. This is something that I don't feel qualified. I don't think anybody in the city may be qualified for, but I think there are people out there that can probably do a really good job with that. Also to authorize the installation of a mural consistent with the historical purposes that were and themes described in the resolution 2107-077, which is what set up the park in the first place by this council, and then have the Public Arts Commission have a call to artists for the mural coordinated through the Public Arts Commission. So I'm hoping that you guys will all have an opportunity to agendize it. It shouldn't cost any money up front at this point, and just get that project out there in the community and started. Thank you.
So Ron, are you, if I may, are you asking, are you saying that the community will pay for this?
I'm
Or are you
saying
asking
that's
the
still
city to pay for this?
still up in the air. There's lots of different sources for it. I just think we need to get the concept moving by collecting the
Okay.
information.
I don't want to tie it up here, but I would like to talk to you after the meeting or sometime outside the council.
Okay, and I did go back as you had suggested. So there's a little signage down on the Esplanade that the South Bay Parkland Conservancy did. That's kind of what we're looking at. I've talked to Mara.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you offline
Okay,
and see how we
thank
can
you.
move this forward. Thank you. Nikki. And then Kevin Mitchell.
Hi, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And I just wanted to provide context on our opposition, so just to make it easier to talk about it to those who matter. So one half of one city and an activism club of young people, a few of whom identify as transit dependent. That's our opposition. The gist for the transit club kids was to get it sooner. Since the recommendation takes 15 months longer than our preference, that isn't happening, just like I've been trying to tell them for over a year. They've been silent about that now. They also have taken an attachment to the idea of what the transit center could be with trains. As for half of the city of Torrance, residents supporting the right-of-way only seem to be afraid of traffic during construction. The other seemingly more than half prefer no build due to safety concerns. We do share those concerns as well, but transit has to happen, so we're supporting the safest way to do it. We all know why the city officials support the right-of-way, because of the Volvo dealership.
So Nikki, I'm sorry to break in, but we have an agendized
This
discussion
isn't
on
about the
this?
letter, though.
Okay.
This is for context, so that,
Sorry,
you
go
know,
ahead.
when.
She knows her Rona.
Okay, so to tell, this is for you. So to tell a few privileged young transit advocates from South Redondo that they have to settle for getting the better option sooner isn't hard at all. I mean, for them to say Hawthorne Elevated would be unpleasant for the 5 or 10 minutes it takes to wait, but the transit center is unpleasant. I mean, the transit center is pleasant as a reason they favor the right-of-way is the essence of privilege. I don't know if that made sense the way I read it. However, think about what it would be to have to tell 1,624 families within 350 feet of the right-of-way that they don't matter. That is hard. That would be extremely hard. So our group isn't an activism club. This is real life, homeowners. We're senior retirees, young families, multi-generational households who deserve to maintain the lives we've worked so hard for. Anyway, I hope that made sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin? And that's the last of the cards that were submitted, so we'll take any of the rest of the public who wants to come up after this.
Hello, Kevin Mitchell, District 3. So we went to Metro last week. We spent from 10 a.m. to 4 in the afternoon, where we got a minute to say our piece. So I had some questions for the board to ask Metro regarding their staff recommendation of the Row hybrid. So number one was, why was liquid petroleum gas rate not discussed in the DEIR, nor addressed in public discussion? Number two was, has the design team considered a catenary flashover event in the presence of LPG pressurized tank car freight? Ever heard of a Believe boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion? And then where in LA Metro universe does the LPG freight line exist side by side with Metro trains with buried petroleum gas lines through a neighborhood corridor? So that seemed to get their attention. There was only 3 members there at the time, and after that, but it's got me digging on some other things regarding Metro's agreement with BNSF initially. So I started doing a little bit of research today, and I came across the document by Wilbur Smith Associates in 2007, Harbor Subdivision Transit Analysis, and it pointed out something that pricked up my ears. So it said, given the narrowness of the harbor subdivision in much of this segment and the fact that these modes can only share a right-of-way with freight trains given the provision of either temporal or spatial separation. So they can't be together. This is a person who's in this world writing for Metro, okay? So such a shift of freight train operations would require discussion and or negotiations with BNSF. So my question, is what agreements have actually been made? I have my suspicions, but I think maybe that's something that we need to look further into. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council?
Georgette Gander, District 2. This last weekend, I was in Chicago because I took an acting class with Jason Alexander at one point, and he was in a play that was phenomenal. It's called Judgment Day, and I also saw Eddie Izzard in Hamlet. He did all the parts, one-man show. Anyway, the reason I mentioned that, it was stunning. Both of them were stunning. The reason I mention it is I really, really miss, and I know a lot of people do, probably in Redondo, the Civic Light Opera series that used to happen with James Blackman. We probably all know why that didn't work, but unfortunately it didn't. But boy, that sure would be good to get that back. And also, I just want to thank Gary Margolis, who's the cultural arts manager, for having an art show there. We haven't had a show, I don't even know if most people know, there's a little gallery in the Performing Arts Center. And he had a show there with work provided by Steve Collin, by a gentleman, I can't remember his name, but he used to be a RUHS teacher probably 40 years ago. And he had a beautiful watercolor exhibit. So that was really nice to be able to attend that and utilize that space. So maybe someday someone listening will start up a series and that'll happen again.
Clarifying question. Have you been to Shakespeare by the Sea?
That's it. Both of them were there.
They'll be here July 13th and 14th this year.
With, Shakespeare
by the Sea.
Oh, by the Sea. It's actually Shakespeare. It's the Chicago Shakespeare Theater.
Yes, so this is a nonprofit that tours around the South Bay and Los Angeles. They do outdoor performances for free. There'll be one at Veterans Park and one at Dominguez Park.
Okay.
So I hope to see you there.
Yep. Thank you.
Just quickly, a brief report of my own activities. I believe it's Cesar Anthony Hernandez is the artist, and we were actually treated to a curated experience with Steve Colleen at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. Some incredible work. So thanks for mentioning it, and thank you, Steve Colleen.
Okay, anyone else wishing to address the city council? Anybody online?
I have Kyle Johnson on Zoom.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I was frustrated by speakers Nikki Negretti Mitchell and Kevin Mitchell speaking on an agendized item during non-agenda items. I understand they are providing context and background, but it does not give the appearance of propriety, for lack of a better term. It feels like they are taking up valuable time that is used for non-agenda items to use on an item that has already been agendized. So with that in mind, I will not be speaking about the letter and whether or not we will send one or the buses and whether or not we will charter them. I will instead be speaking about my experience riding the Sea Line in Redondo Beach. So I have ridden the Sea Line to Metro Gateway Center to catch the J Line into downtown LA. The Sea Line is clean, a pleasant and enjoyable experience. However, to transition from the Sea Line to the J Line, which is a bus rapid transit system that runs from San Pedro to downtown LA, or sorry, San Pedro to El Monte and stopping in downtown LA, you have to get off at the intersection of the 105 and the 110. And the wait to get it to switch can be often much longer, 20, 30 minutes. And it's an incredibly unpleasant experience. The roar of the cars, the toxic fumes of the exhaust, the particulate in the tires all combines to make for a deeply unpleasant experience. Oftentimes, transit riders are those who have no other choice. They can't afford a car and need some alternative method to get to work, and to subject someone to wait by the side of the freeway for any number of minutes is cruel and awful. I don't think it's a privileged take that people who can't afford cars shouldn't have to wait by the side of a freeway with cars going 70 just to be able to get to work, because they can't afford to live near where they work because Redondo Beach doesn't build any housing. And so if one were to hypothetically force thousands of transit users over the course of the lifetime of the project to wait by the side of the freeway, that would be less desirable than building transit near where people live so that they are less dependent on cars.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up.
Time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have none. No more hands up and no e-comments.
No e-comments. Okay, thank you. Okay, going on to ex parte communications. Does any of the council have any ex parte communications on the hearing that's coming up next that you'd like to reveal?
L1? I have L1, yeah. Item L1, I only have conversation with city staff.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein?
City staff only.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Abaji?
Nope.
Councilmember Barrett?
City staff.
And I have had none. Okay, so with that, let's go into L1, the public hearing. It's a continued public hearing to solicit input on the public service grant recommendations. Go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor and City Council. As the Mayor stated, this is our annually, we do have to hold 2 public hearings to provide a 30-day notice of the city's annual action plan, as well as the city's proposed allocation of its CDBG funding. So this evening traditionally would be the second public hearing where the City Council would hopefully approve and adopt both the document as well as the allocation. Unfortunately, due to delays on the HUD's side of things, we have not received the formal award letter for the city. We did, in fact, this afternoon, though, receive an informal notice from HUD that we will be receiving a slightly increased amount of funding than we have traditionally, but we have not received the formal award letter. We do anticipate that in the next, hopefully 2 weeks' time. So with that, what we would ask the City Council to do is to continue this public hearing to the June 4th meeting, which would allow us time to prepare, or excuse me, to receive the formal award letter from HUD and then prepare the final recommendations for the allocation of funding and the associated updates to the annual action plan. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I think I screwed up. I need to open the public hearing. So can I get a motion?
I'll
to
make a
open the public
motion
hearing?
to open a
My
public,
bad.
open a public hearing and add what was just said to the presentation and the file.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, can we get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajetovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for skipping that.
Motion closed public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, can I have a motion to close the
Well,
public?
first of all, you need to ask if there's any.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any
testimony.
member of the public wish to address this item, which we're continuing till the next meeting? Anybody online?
None.
Okay, now I'll take that.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Continue, not close.
Public hearing.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, and this is for June 4th, correct? Okay. Okay,
We have a motion and a second, so can,
I can do, okay. So Councilmember Nierenheim,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajetovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
continue, right? Or did?
No,
We just
that's
did.
just the next
just
item.
did that?
We're done.
We're done.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, we are done. Thank you. Okay, I have on my notes, we're going to P2, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so item P2 is one of my items. Do you have anything to put up for that? Just me talking?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm recommending Daniela Wodnicki for the Public Safety Commission. Her resume and her application reads very well for somebody to take a position on Public Safety Commission. She seems very committed to it. She served on the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, and she graduated from her own Citizens Academy, Class 47, to become a volunteer in policing. So already shown a commitment to public safety. And I think Councilmember Obaji, you recommended her as well.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. Danielle Wodnicki is a District 4 resident. She's reached out to me in my time as a council member when Pita Cafe was being built and they had accumulated a ton of trash on their property. Zane, can you get this cleaned up? And was persistent about that. That's the point where we eventually got the owner, while it was under construction or stalled construction, to put up a fence around it. Helped mobilize one of the first activities that our new quality of life unit kind of responded to. And she also has called out potholes and got them repaired in her area. She is also, there was graffiti at the Dollar Tree on Artesia Boulevard. And she called it in to me, and when it wasn't cleaned up, it was very offensive hate crime graffiti. And when it wasn't cleaned up, within about 8 hours, she just got a can of white paint and she painted over it. And so that's the kind of proactive person who we definitely should have serving on our public safety commissions. Because as we know, broken windows and things like graffiti give off the wrong message to people that an area is not cared for. So honored to have her. Thank you, Mayor, for appointing her.
sure. So before I take a vote on it, would any member of the public wish to address this? I see Austin. Okay. Anybody online?
Nope. And then
Okay. Could I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaluja.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your support on this. Now we're going back to the regular agenda. So item N1, everybody's waiting to hear the city logo.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Madam Clerk, would you put up the presentation, please? So good evening, Mayor, City Council. Tonight for your consideration again is the redesign of the city logo. And as you know, this was a strategic plan objective and it has been a bit of a process. It began in February of 2023 when council approved our contract with Stellan Design for them to lead this redesign process. I'm not going to go through the entire timeline here. We've had a few opportunities to discuss how we've come to where we are right now. But I will start at the most recent discussion, which took place in February of this year. Staff was directed to launch a logo redesign competition, to have it open for 6 weeks, and to have it open to everyone, and then to come back to the City Council with a receive and file item so that you can go ahead and review all the submissions. And then we were also directed to return with a discussion item at the first meeting in May, which is tonight, and to also collect your individually selected preferred design options for tonight's meeting. So the competition was successful. We had over 76 artists and designers submit logo redesigns. We had 199 redesigns submitted altogether. And so we did collect council's preferred logo redesigns, and they're up on the screen for you to review. On the slide, I only have snippets of the proposals. I do have the full proposals. They're multi-page proposals, so you see the different variations in there. So when you are ready to discuss these, I can pull those up for you. We also have the full packet with all the submissions, if you'd like to look at those as well. So you just let us know where you would like us to put up on the screen during your discussion. And so at the end of your conversation tonight, you have 3 options. You can select a redesigned logo for us to implement, and if that's the case, we would work with the selected artists on developing a design guidebook. you can also continue working on the redesign. And in that case, we would just ask that council provide us some parameters on how you would like us to do so. And then option 3, we can just pause the redesign process and just continue using our city logo and our current city seal. So those are 3 options after tonight's discussion. And with that, I'm going to wrap up my presentation and open it up to discussion amongst the city council. And I can, when you're ready for it, pull up the full proposals for the artist here.
Okay, I just want to alert the council, my Granicus isn't working, so I don't see if you hit raise your hands. It thinks I'm a member of the council. So we'll just go with manual raising your hand. Scott was up, Councilmember Barrett was up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I do want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Todd Lowenstein for having agreed to and encouraged the opening up of the competition to the entire public. And I want to thank Elizabeth House for all your hard work and diligence in executing this project. I also want to commend our residents and South Bay community at large for really stepping up. 76 additional proposers and 100 proposed logo designs and some really fabulous ones, which gives us the type of choice that I think a lot of residents were interested in from day one. And I think I speak on behalf of the entire council when I say we appreciate you taking the time and making the effort to participate in this important process. And I also think that this competition may have encouraged our original proposer, Ms. Jordan Small, to step up her game as well. She never quit. I mean, she never gave up. And I think she actually put forward a new and potentially improved design. So thank you. Now, with respect to the actual logo design, what is Redondo Beach? It's surf, it's sun, it's sails, sea life, the pier, the view from the Esplanade, and so much more. But Mayor, it's unclear to me whether we can effectively include all of those elements into a single simplistic design that can be reproduced as a practical and cost-effective logo for our purposes. On the other hand, I have not scrubbed from a legal perspective whether any of these logos are too simple or general or universal, such that the city may not be able to enforce its intellectual property rights with respect to those logos. And I don't know if city staff or the city attorney's office has had an opportunity to look into that. And we know Hermosa Beach had some issues. They sure did. I've also heard from residents loud and clear. They are not in favor at this time of allocating and spending additional funds to implement a whole new branding effort. And I think it may be prudent to wait and see after our upcoming budget situation before making any decisions on that. And so finally, before I put forward any final proposed logo on my behalf and make a final decision, I would like to hear a little more from the public and fellow council members and perhaps the city attorney as well. So that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kelajarevic.
Just 2 quick comments. One, I've been holding off on trying to order new cards because they're getting pretty dingy in my purse. Thinking about ordering new stationery and all the things. But I do like the idea of let's hear from the public here. I would love to hear students if you prefer any of these. Would you be happy to have these as a logo in Redondo Beach? Do you prefer it over the original current logo? But I think we haven't spent a lot of money on this. And to be fair, I think Jordis has put in a lot of effort. I think she is massively underpaid for the effort that she's put into this. So thank you for that. And I also I will say that the logos that are selected here are pretty similar in theme here. So I think that speaks to how close we are to something. But I'm happy to hear what the public has to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So I spent a lot of time looking at this, asking a lot of different questions and looking at this from the perspective of what does this logo, what should this logo kind of represent for us, right? And a lot of comments came through. I ran a logo design, still kind of open. You can throw in your survey right now with comments. And a lot of people threw in a lot of comments. And the idea that is coming through here, and something that I've really, like speaking with Councilmember Baji earlier today about this, is one really strong facet about our logo, and what should be our part of our logo, is our pier. It is what has anchored this community from the beginning to this day. Started off as possibly being the Port of LA. Going through, we got King Harbor being built. He was a congressman from the 1950s, Cecil King. I got a ton of funding for that. And then we had a rebuild of the pier in the late 1950s. We couldn't pay off the bond or the harbor area. And then we had high density housing, and we had an issue there in the 80s. And, it's been a defining factor about people come to Redondo for the beach, the sand, the pier, and the iconic sails. And I really do feel the pier has to be part of the logo, because it's been such a large part of our history and moving forward, going such a large part of our future. I actually changed my mind since I turned in my vote, talking with Councilmember Baji. Can you share 1A, please? And a lot of people had the same comments on the survey I'm talking about right now. And so this is one I would, this is one I would presume moving forward with for a few reasons. It looks great, black and white. It's got our iconic pier, the iconic lights, has the iconic sails that we know so much about. In fact, you look at so many different photos from around Redondo Beach that are posted from around Redondo Beach. That is that exact view right there. It's round, which is Spanish for Redondo, or Redondo is Spanish for round, right? Mm-hmm. Surf. One of the issues I had with the past issue was that the waves weren't curvy. This adds some action. The pier sails represent sailing. The sunset round. There's a lot of meaning in this particular photo, but best of all, it really works in all the different little concepts that are being presented there. So I would definitely be open to have this one. When it comes to the copyright issues and licensing issues, we could direct the city staff to look at this and say whether or not this is available, and choose that. When it comes to the budget, there's no change in the budget moving forward for us, because we're not going out and proactively spending money. We are going out and changing what we're already doing. So like you just mentioned, Councilmember, just business cards. Instead of the old logo, we're slapping the new logo on there, moving forward. Same thing with street signs, same thing with patches. As we move forward, everything's going to be brought through the system and updated. So we're not going to be spending a ton of money moving forward. And I do believe, since we don't actually, speaking of licensing copyright, it's funny that you brought it up, Councilmember Barrett, we don't actually own the logo, the current one, the licensing copyright. It was the another contest. It was the Chamber of Commerce actually came up with it. And the whole More to See and the lobster and all that stuff was part of it. And they actually had it copywritten until a couple of years ago, actually, when they let it go. So it's actually in the public domain. And that logo definitely needs to be refreshed. So we have copyright to it, so we can sell the product if we wanted to. We can license it out if we wanted to. Hermosa Beach is doing that. We can make some money off of it. We all need a little bit of money, some good quality branding there. Then again, we have our identity. We can start bringing our identity back. And as a graphic designer, Jordan talked about, we have a multitude of different logos being used, different designs from the seal across the city. Let's be this proactive city and move forward with our peer and sales and make it all cleaned up. So that would be my vote moving forward. And I do look forward to moving us forward to a logo so that we can clean things up legally and have a better face, an updated face to what we have right now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Abadi, if you don't mind, I'd like to go to Councilmember Lowenstein since he is limited on time. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, he's raised his hand, so he can go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thanks very much. I think we've accomplished what we set out to do, and that was back in February, we wanted to solicit public input. And I can't think of a better way to solicit public input than to ask people for their designs and to weigh in on them. So I think that was mission accomplished. I think it was one of the most important things we're doing in terms of the logo because it's hopefully embraced by as many people as possible. Personally, I'm in favor of Jordan Small's design with maybe a little bit of change with the sails. I actually prefer a curved sail. And the other thing is, I thought we decided against the mustard colored background. I think a lot of people had said we decided that we didn't like that, and that I propose a gradient from perhaps orange down, as you can see, that was presented earlier by Ms. House. So it's a nice sunset with a gradient background. And then, finally, in terms of spending money, as Councilmember Nair and I mentioned, we don't have to do this all at once. We can spread it out over a long period of time. But the things that are low-hanging fruit, business cards, things that don't cost a lot of money, maybe it's decals for vehicles, those aren't expensive. It's the street signs and the other things that we've talked about in terms of branding that will require appropriations. So whatever we decide to do, I think we should do it and go forward. We've been at this long enough. We've given plenty of public input at this, and I am in favor of Ms. Small's design. I think she's worked hard. She's earned my respect in terms of branding, and she's made a very good point in what you should look for in terms of logo design and branding. So that's what I'm proposing. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Thanks, Ms. House, for putting this together. Thanks, Ms. Small, for sticking with it and coming back with something even better. I agreed with Councilmember Kalajerovich. Apparently, we did a Brown Act on this, but on your double sail being our preferred logo. What I will say, correct me if I'm wrong, and you can come up to the podium if you'd like the lectern if you'd like, but the logo is black and white, and essentially you can add any color to it as long as you keep these shapes, right? Is that a yes? That's a yes. Okay, so let's do this. We have public participation. You all, if you'd like to participate, you can raise your hand for more than one. But if you like the logo, please raise your hand. Right? Let's just do some because I pulled these, but I just want to see if it holds up with a random sampling of people here. If you like this top left one, please raise your hand. All right. If you like this curved sailboat, please raise your hand. Okay. If you like this one, please raise your hand. All right. Ooh. And if you like this one, please raise your hand. All right. So people like what they know, what they're used to, and I appreciate that. I am comfortable. I have sent this double sail out. I pulled the prior sail. People were comfortable with that, especially when they'd seen Ms. Small's presentation on it. And just to summarize that, what it is in the city, we have about like a dozen logos. If you go look at the sign, that's one logo. If you go to the pier, that's another logo. You go look at the parking signs, that's a totally different logo. We got different logos all over the place. There's no uniformity, and the police wear one thing, the fire department wears another, public works uses a seal. So we need a single logo that will represent the city, and something that's simple, timeless, isn't gonna wear out. I did discuss with Councilmember Narenheim if you could light up 2B, this logo, and it definitely has its appeal. It's very Redondo, but let's see, did that work?
Is that 2B?
Yeah, let's see. Maybe I'm not plugged in right. Oh, there we go. But I've asked people who work in marketing and branding and the like, and they're like, when you look at that Redondo Beach Police Department logo down there, it's so small you can't really make out what it is, and there's just a little too much going on. So I think this is great, but I think it's too busy. I wish it was like a little simpler. But I am definitely favoring the double sale, and I pulled that, and I'm comfortable that with the fact that, about 60% of at least District 4 residents would support that double sale logo. So.
Okay, any member of the public wishing to address the council on this item? It's a race to the podium.
Mine is really, really fast. Georgette Gander, District 2. Can we see the rest? I know we're on a time, but is there a way to
There's
just
200 some pages.
They're in the agenda packet.
do it really fast?
Yeah, we're not going to go through
It'd be wonderful to
200
not have
pages.
these colors.
Thank you.
You pull them on the website.
Good evening, Bob Pinsler. Do you realize how dumb this process is? We had a situation with the website, and there was a process that was put together where a group of people who had experience with websites got together and advised the city on the process that they went through. I spent my career in brand development, brand creation. If I had to go through all of this, I would have quit that job. This is not the way to design a logo. For example, the choice that Bill's made. If you look at it in black and white, it looks like we have an oil slick beneath the pier. If you look at some of these, you have shark fins. The mustard yellow looks like it's the smog that we see very often. There are things that are included in this that make absolutely no sense. What you ought to do is to find a group of citizens who are experienced in brand development, have them as an advisory to the city manager, and present that to the going through this process of having everybody. I went through this 30 years ago. We did the exact same thing, and we came up with a group of logos, one of which I loved, and no one else did. And we argued about it, and we came to nowhere. So I think what you need to do is to look back on how the process that you go through to do this, and then try to get some consensus through the city council, through that advisory committee. I think the website worked out great because of that, and I think that we ought to do that. Thank you.
Which one would you pick? I was kidding. Which one would you pick?
Jim, if I could just make, Mayor, if I could make a quick comment. Thank you. I just want to be clear, this is a council-driven exercise, not staff. And staff, I think, has done a wonderful job on this, and they're acting at the direction of the council. So I wanted to be clear.
I assume that the website was too.
Go ahead.
For what it's worth, Mr. Pinsler, this whole process started out with every council member choosing one resident from his or her district to work with Ms. Small and work through hundreds of potential logos and arrive. And the first hearing we had on this, many of them were here speaking to the fact that they were so comfortable and loved this logo previously with the one sale. Now it's double sale.
Okay. Next member of the public, you guys can duke it out. I know who'd win, I think.
Hi, my name is Diego de Pascuo. I'm from District 3. And a lot of these logos, when I look at them, I feel like, because we're rebranding now that our current logo is in the public domain, I feel like a lot of these, if we're talking about branding and putting in like our own, and like branding ourselves and claiming our own like properties over it, I feel like a lot of these aren't as marketable for years to come. I feel like a lot of my generation that's in the audience right now, which is how long the property will be towards us, will last, did not agree with a lot of these logos. And while I agree that the one that Councilman Nierenheim put was a bit too busy, I feel like when I heard how my generation and my classmates reacted back there, they liked it a lot more with maybe more of the colors that translated better to black and white. However, I also know that a lot of the people of my generation also prefer our current logo over a few of the others. We liked the pier, we liked the double sail. However, the left two ones were a bit too basic. And I think for the younger people who might want to market Redondo Beach, they'd want something that shows more of what we have rather than minimalizing it. And I feel like if we're talking about marketing for the future, I think something like the right two would, or the one that Councilman Nurenheim showed, would be more imperative to pursue rather than some of the more basic ones that might lose marketing value and seem more basic.
Thank you. May I ask you a question? When you say that, do you feel that some of these other logos could represent any city, and having the pier in there kind of really defines that you attach to, that you look at and say, gosh, Redondo, round, pier?
Yeah, so I think that part of it is that, and another big part of it is also that we grew up with the logo with the pier, and it just feels weird to now see our current city without that pier. And it's such a big, like, piers are just such a big part of California. And every city has its own pier. However, the Redondo pier is a really big part of Redondo. And I feel like it's something that it's unique. And that's also why I think the sales would have been a good option.
Right.
Thank you,
sir.
Make sure you grab a
Sign
flyer.
up for Youth Commission.
There you go.
Yeah.
Eleanor, can you make sure the timer's going?
It is.
Okay, I can't see it.
Yeah, because I figured that people wanted to see the logo.
I'm on P.
I could change it. I could change it to the.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Patrick Meskel, District 1 resident, District 4 small business owner here in Redondo. Frankly, I don't understand why we're going through this charade. The city hired a competent and talented designer that produced a logo that our beautiful seaside town could be proud of. Not everyone is going to like everything, and many people won't understand, but a logo is not a pile of little landmarks and activities that represent a city, organization, or company. It's a branding tool, and many factors have to be considered. Some being, can you understand what it is from 100 feet away, moving at a speed of 35 miles an hour? How does it present on print, social media graphics, event posters, black and white, color? Someone on a Facebook thread mentioned another city's logo that had multiple activities that represented the city, and it was a mishmash of unidentified graphics. When you try to put a dolphin jumping over the pier, heading into shop at the Galleria while playing pickleball and having a cocktail and down in the Riviera, it all gets a little confusing to the eye. As a person that owns and operates a number of businesses with 7 different logos at this point, I could tell you what a bad logo is, because I have one. It's beautiful close up with many different details. It sits high above one of my businesses on one of the busiest streets of the South Bay, and absolutely no one knows what it is, what it says, what it represents, and it's just a very expensive blob that we put up there. This logo, top left, is my favorite. It's clean, beautiful, identifiable, and I'm sure it also comes with a brand book that will help you guys in communicating the mission statement and core values of our awesome city. Please do what's best for the city. Approve this logo. Let's move forward. And I'm ready to put on some Redondo Beach swag that I could be proud to wear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jessica. I am for the 2 left. I am in fashion and hair, and I'm looking for something that I would love to see on myself, on a hat, on a sweater, on a shirt, in my hair salon, something that people, like he said, basically everything he said is what I was going to say. So I'm just going to say what he said, but also in a fashion sense, something that I would love to see on my business cards from far away, something that you can change the colors simply if you want, have some golds if you want, the gradient, any of that. But being able to see it from afar and understanding what it is very important, because right now everything that I do see with the city, being here for over 3 generations of my family, there is a lot of confusion in all the branding and everything. So I do agree with that. So yeah, something that looks pretty when you wear it, I think is important. So, okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3, and I agreed with a few people, Nils, and the boy, and about the pier. The pier is an important element. Out of all of these, I prefer the current logo. Could change the color a little bit. But what in Nils's, Councilmember Nierenheim's choice, the wavy water was also a nice thing to see, where the straight lines are sort of basic, and there is a shark fin, even with the double element to it on the left. On the right with the pier, if that could have the wavy lines in the water, I don't know what the resistance is to that, what that's about, and the resistance to having the pier in it. Anyway, just that it doesn't make any sense. The other thing I wanted to mention was a lot of people, everybody that I speak to basically prefers the current logo. They love the current logo, and in the presentation, when that got just totally ragged on, and condescended, and the primary colors and this and that, it was a lot of people took offense to that, and which kind of closed them off to some ideas that were presented. So anyway, I just don't understand the resistance to adding the type of elements that would make more people happy. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else like to address this? Just come on up. Wait till you get to the mic, please, so everybody can hear you.
I'm not a resident here, but I used to have a printing and sign business in Las Vegas.
What's your name?
My name's Carlton Carpenter.
Hey, Carlton.
And I like the current logo. It seems like it's not complete because it's the idea of a beach, right? And the lower part of it is white in the lower sun or the setting sun. That part right there should be actually kind of like represented as some sand, I believe. It should look, kind of like sand, so it'll kind of complete the picture where you can actually look, it seems like you're looking at a beach and then an ocean, and then maybe have, I don't know, some people on the beach and maybe a surfer, and then take that double cell and put it where the single cell is. That's just my input. I think it would kind of complete it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
What about our kiters, though? We have a big kite festival every year. We should throw that on there.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. My grandfather, he was about 90 when he passed away, and in the early 60s, they lived in Venice, used to come down and visit. And he'd always tell me that he used to take those red cars, the ones that we tore out, and he took it down from actually downtown LA down to Redondo, down the route on Hawthorne Boulevard, by the way. Every time he ever described to me Redondo, he said, we always used to go down to that horseshoe pier. That's been there since, I think, 1910 or 20? It was there before our harbor was there. No, I should say, it was before our marina was there. It was a transport dock for, could have been the Port of Los Angeles, obviously. Some kind of element should have that in there. I just think it kind of makes sense. I mean, the sales are fine. I think the two that Councilmember Nierenheim, I'm a little bit more inclined to. Of course, I was a little bit biased. I did want to kind of like that too. A little bit too busy, but I got some comments saying it looked like the flag of Japan or something. But anyway, you have to keep it pretty simple color-wise. I think what Councilmember Lowenstein mentioned about the gradient, I think that's gonna be really hard to reproduce. And I think if you put it on logos, you're gonna get part of it fading or not, if it's got red in it or not, blue. But even more importantly, the business I'm in, I bring people into the city to move here as a realtor. I talked to probably 50 or 60 realtors, and I asked them, hey, what should we have in our logo? Almost all of them said, the pier. That's what people think about. So anyway, some kind of element with that in there makes sense. It's been there forever. It's been something people have talked about. Redondo, I don't see why we shouldn't find some way of incorporating into the logo. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Go ahead.
No guitar, Jeep?
Just doesn't seem to work with this subject. Pardon me for my voice is just something happened to it, but I really appreciate Councilman Nernheim's point of view, especially talking about representation of something that's unique. And, you know, there was a lot of talk about stuff being too busy, and we have a busy town. We do have a busy town with lots of things that really draw people to it. And there is not a darn thing here that draws people to Redondo more consistently than the pier. Sailboats, that's a sort of a minority thing, but it definitely is a beautiful thing to see on the water. But the pier is absolutely in there. And that's why you got all these people still saying, don't mess with what we've got, because it represents something unique. The problem with what has come along and was presented that offended some people was the kind of a thought that we have to get things simple. Otherwise, it takes too much trouble to create all these various options. So, but what happens when we go simple and simple more is we wind up with something generic. Generic. We have towns all the way from the Mexican border up to Canada that have a harbor, but they don't have that pier. We need to show what is unique about this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeep. Anyone else?
I just want to take a moment and just address that I do feel like there's obviously the pier is the hot topic tonight. And I don't want people to think that myself and the logo committee dismissed the pier in any way, shape, or form. We had several options in place that had the pier, and I included those in my keynote. We put it to a communal vote as to which ones did people prefer. And I went with the community vote at that point. If, however, though, if the council says, hey, the community really wants a pier in it, and we need a pier that's distinct to Redondo, then I'm happy to explore those options and provide the city with something that I know will work. That other logo with the pier in it that was presented, it's just too busy. And I think everyone sitting in the audience would have to agree that in black and white, in the small form when it was shown on the badges, you can't make out what it is. So I just want to let it be known that it's not off the table for me. I'd be more than happy to explore more directions with the pier if that's what the council wants to see. But just please know we did not dismiss it. Same thing with the water lines and the waves. We did not dismiss that either. We explored those options. We voted. We did it as community driven as possible within the budget. And it's hard for me to sit here and feel like people are saying, well, what about this? What about that? And honestly, if we listen to everyone's opinion, this project's never going to end and never see the light of day. And what I want more than anything is to give the city a logo that it might be simple, but I want it to last and I want it to work and I want it to do its thing, which is identify the city, and simplicity equals memorability, visibility, and all the good things. So just wanted to throw that out there as an option.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Small. Is the bottom left logo here that Councilmember Lowenstein likes, is that your logo?
Yes.
Okay.
It is a variation when I was exploring sales. So after me doing these smaller district meetings, I actually went back to my desk and just explored all of the comments and feedback that I got just to make sure that I was being thorough as a designer and just tried different things and to address the shark fin comment.
Thank you. Another one?
Another question for her. Just
Go ahead.
All right, if you could light up 2B, please.
Okay, I still have.
So folks, these are the sales that we have here in Redondo on our pier. And if we go back, Ms. House, to the last thing that you had up, please.
Let's.
this bottom left Bode sale does resemble that sale, pretty well. So I liked this when I first saw it, but then I thought, oh, if people thought the other thing was a shark fin, they're definitely going to think this is a shark fin or a dolphin fin.
With a stripe.
Right, something, or just an angle of glistening, whatever it may be. So that's my concern with it. But I do think it looks, like a cool sailboat rather than just a couple triangles. So.
And I've also gotten feedback from people within my social network and whatnot about the pier. And honestly, it's kind of a split where some people, I come here and everyone's loving the pier. I have other people say, I don't want the pier in it. I don't connect to the pier. It is what it is. When I go to the beach, I'm going not right by the pier. So I've kind of heard it both ways. And that's just me reiterating what the feedback I've gotten. But I just, like I said, wanted to leave it open on the table that if you guys would like to see some options with the pier, I'm more than happy to provide those.
Okay, thank you.
I have some Zoom comments.
Anybody else that's here?
Hi, my name is Victor. I don't mean to insult or denigrate the talent of our designer, but frankly, I feel especially compared to the current logo, to me, it feels a little bit Canva-esque. I kind of, in my opinion, I feel like if we want to have a timeless quintessential logo, then we can't be always switching up our logo. It feels to me very like a Pepsi versus Coca-Cola thing, right? We know Coca-Cola has stuck by their design for more than a century now, and it is a quintessential design that everyone recognizes. Continuing, I feel like, frankly, being by the beach, having a lot of sailing and a pier, even that is not all that much to differentiate Redondo Beach from, say, another city such as Santa Cruz. But at the very least, the current logo that we have is unique. It's not something that could easily be come up with or be replicated by any other city. And I think that does go pretty far to say like how it goes to represent our city. Logos and icons can carry on a much deeper meaning than simply what they visually represent, such as, for example, the phone icon. Most of us have not touched a physical phone perhaps in months or even a couple years, but even then, when we think of an icon to represent a phone, we still think of the handset phone, very rarely of a cellular phone. So icons do, in fact, go much beyond what they are simply like, their arrangement or what they visually appear to be when they represent something more than that. And I think that currently our current logo fills that role very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Take a form for the Youth Commission.
It's good.
Okay, anyone else in the audience? Okay, online?
Yes.
Oh, hold it, we've got one
Wait a
more.
minute.
You got to be on the ball here.
Hello, my name is Chris, and to somewhat agree with Victor, I feel that, once again, not to say anything bad about the artist, I honestly feel like this one wouldn't necessarily be the artist's fault, because you said that you went through a bunch of iterations and had it go through committee, and I feel like that is not so much of a grand mistake, but generally when you pull too much for the people and ask, oh, is this variation better, is this variation, you do it slowly and very small, generally you end up with a middle ground of mediocrity. And I feel like in order to build more of an identity with the logo, the logo needs to have some pop that, not everyone can agree with, essentially. Because to go back to what, Victor said, every town has sails in the ocean. Every town that's on the coast has sails in the ocean. And other towns might also have a pier, but I feel like the current logo is something that not everyone else, not every other town might necessarily have. And even though it is in the public domain and there might be some money lost with, licensing issues and all that, you can still sell shirts and items of a logo that's in the public domain if you sell it yourself. I mean, I personally don't currently see a whole lot of companies selling Redondo Beach merch. So I do believe that if you did still want to go for the whole need to have your own copyright, that it would need to be something that, not everyone can agree on, not everyone is 100% on board with, because I feel like a vision that sort of goes out of the norm is something that stands on its own and can last a lot longer than something more agreeable, like the sails on the flat ocean.
Okay, thank you. Take a youth commission. Thank you.
I have a QR code so you can share.
Anyone else in the audience wish to address this item? Okay, online.
Okay, so Athea Dufresne.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. I was on the original committee with Jordis. I did work in commercials with branding for 15 years. I now own Casa Playa. I obviously love Jordis's logo. I actually really like the double sail. I think the straight lines are much better than the curved lines for simplicity. And one of the most important things I learned from Jordis, oh, my son says hello. Last time we were there till like midnight, and so this time I stayed home. Anyway, one of the most important things I learned was like the simplicity of the logo equals safety for our citizens, because we need to be able to quickly identify where we are, who is approaching us. And that was so strong for me. And it made me realize like the importance of the logo being simple. And so that is why I would vote for hers over and over. And I vote for her even working on it more. Of the pier is important. You can't have boats without a pier. So I feel like the pier is represented. And I also think like Hermosa's logo is a sun. The whole world has a sun. But when you see that logo, you think beach, sunny weather, joy, and everything you want when you go to Hermosa, which you get with a sun logo. The whole world owns the sun. And when I look at the logo that Jordis made and the iterations that she made, I see beach, I see sailboats, I think of the pier, I think of like the serene and beautifulness that happens when we look out over the Esplanade and see all of those boats. I feel like that is very unique to Redondo, and it's represented in her logo. And that's all I'm going to say, because I was the person who wanted a dolphin, and it didn't work. We tried so many things. So many. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron, I forgot you raised your hand. I apologize.
I did. I did want to wait if we had any further public comment online.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, why don't we
So,
hear them out?
you want to go after the public comment?
if I may.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so Doc Reed.
Go
Hey
ahead.
there. I am a fellow designer and have been in the industry for about 23 years, and caught wind of this through social media and just was curious about how things were rolling along. So that's how I ended up here. But I think what Jordis has done is amazing. Distilling down an essence of a city is not a simple and small task. But through tonight's conversation, I sort of heard what it sounds to be like a little bit of confusion about what a brand is and what a logo is. And they are different. I think Jordis her work has basically been to distill down into, simple, identifiable marks and symbols for the community. And sounds like there's a great love of the pier. I'm not currently living in California. I was born out there, but currently on the East Coast. And not being familiar with the pier, when I was looking through the proposed logos and things of that nature, I thought I was looking at the Sydney Opera House and a couple of those, and seeing them in photos and things of that nature, I realized, there are more wind sails and things of that nature. So it's, again, difficult to break down iconography and know exactly where it comes from and what means, and what's beloved by the community in Redondo, was misinterpreted by myself. Having and trying to cram as many things as you can to tell the story of Redondo Beach into a logo, I definitely think it dilutes a little bit. of what a logo's purpose is. It's not supposed to be like overcomplicated and hard to understand. It's supposed to be simple and memorable and iconic, and to distill it down into understanding, what a community is. So, Nike doesn't have a basketball, a football, a tennis ball running and training or volleyballs in their swoosh. Like, their relationship has been built and come to be represented by that swoosh. They don't have all of that thing in there, or all those sports in the swoosh. But everyone knows and has a relationship with Nike based on the sports that they play, the things that they love, that Nike allows them to do. Redondo Beach allows people to go sailing, go to the pier, fly kites, and all of the other things that
thank you. Your
Time.
3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Appreciate your input.
Next is Austin Green.
Go ahead, Austin.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining this evening and discussing the logos. Just to speak to my option that is currently up there, riffing on it with reading through lots of the prior feedback and documentation as far as what people liked about the redesign from last year, what they didn't like about it, taking all of that into account. It seems like the sailboat was a good idea, although one single sailboat does tend to look like a shark fin, especially when it's at a small scale and in black and white. So me adding the 2 sailboats seems to alleviate that issue while including the pier, which seemed to be a big prominent factor that most people wanted in the logo. Something simple, something recognizable, keeping the ocean, the 2 sails working off each other to not look like a shark. And with the pier there, a nice simplistic representation to bring all of that together and add all those elements that people seem to have wanted out of this redesign for the logo. I do have lots of gradient options and color options as well to what you were seeing here. I'd be more than happy to send those to you guys, and you can take a look and explore those options as well. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
How many more do you have?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more.
Okay.
Okay, so next person is Christine Efalon. Hold on.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Christine O'Fallon. I'm in District 4. I was also on the original committee with Jordis. And first, I just want to say there were a few people that were referring to her as an artist, and she may be an artist, but in this sense, she is a professional. She's a design professional who specializes in logo and branding, who has studied the do's and don'ts of historical logos and brands, and who does this for a living. We literally hired her and paid her to do this. So I don't want it to be like she's just an artist with these design ideas. Like, she's put a lot of thought and her experience and professionalism into this, which will lead me to my next point of, I missed the meeting where we decided, or you all decided, that this was going to go to a contest. Frankly, I was quite appalled and a little frustrated because we as the committee, I originally was so honored to be on this committee, to be part of this logo redesign. I've been in marketing for over almost 2 decades. I've got young kids at home. I spent a lot of time with Jordis in the committee, even though I was working full time, had a small kid, had a 6-month-old and a 4-year-old at home. But we made it to every meeting and made a commitment to getting this logo to where it was when we presented it originally. That said, I do understand that the public is important. And so today, when we open this up to the public, I'm looking at the public that is being represented. And it is a very skewed public, a very small subset of what Redondo is. And it's a very skewed subset. the families are not there. Why? Because the families of young kids, of kids from preschool to elementary, maybe even junior high and high school, are at home trying to get dinner on the table, trying to get them to sleep, etc. And so where our voices are not being accounted for. And so I really want to emphasize that she is a professional. We put a lot of time and effort into this. We are also professionals, and we've also been in this industry for a while. And I just would love for you guys to take that into consideration as you guys are making this decision. That the original plan, right, was don't let it fall by the wayside, please. And needless to say, I'm in vote of Jordis's design. And if we do decide we want to put in the pier, I do think that Jordis should be part of it. She is incredibly brilliant at what she does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christine.
Next person is Mike Hoy.
Go ahead, Mike.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I thank you for having me. I'm sort of here to mirror a little bit of what Christine said, although I wasn't expecting to be so close in thought on some others on the call. But again, I'm a fan of what Jordis created. I've worked in branding and marketing for decades. I sympathize with Jordis because I know what trying to achieve approval on branding work can be like, and it's challenging to say the least. But again, a mark does not have to tell the entire story of the city. It's a representation of. But what's most important is that Jordis has come at this from a design perspective, so that it's a mark that will make an impact everywhere it's printed, whether it's letterhead, on signage, on city vehicles. So she's thought that through and created a compelling yet simple logo that can live on in a number of areas, a number of applications. And I would encourage you to continue to use her professional services as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is Cameron Weber. Excuse me.
Cameron?
Cameron Webb.
Cameron?
Cameron.
Cameron. Go ahead, Cameron. Okay, it sounds like he's having technical problems. Go to someone else.
So next one is
Hello?
Kristen. Oh, there we go.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Cameron.
you guys. Perfect. I've been keeping an eye on the development of the rebranding of the logo, development with Jordis Small, and I'm very surprised that it's gone as long as it has. You guys have hired a professional, and I don't think the city would have wasted the money to hire someone who wasn't qualified. And you guys have gone through this process so many times, and it's a little mind-blowing that it's gone as far as it's gone. I understand taking in all considerations, but she's done a very good job. And tonight, I'm just kind of taken back because I'm hearing everyone talking about the pier and this pier and the pier and the pier. We have over 5 generations of our family here. Our great-grandfather had Earl Rose Realty. He's at the Elks Lodge. He was the Grand Chancellor, ruler multiple times over. Our roots are here. Redondo is not a pier. Redondo is a community. Redondo is a beachfront city. When you go to the pier, what are you looking out over? The ocean. You're looking at the boats. You go to the marina, the boats. You go to the Esplanade, it's the boats. That's where you bring your family. You go to the beach. As I've said, we had multiple generations. We don't go to the pier. The realtor said he brings people into the city. They go to the pier until they don't want to go to the pier. Let's talk about the crime statistics there. Let's talk about all the issues that happen down there. The young gentleman who was talking in favor of the pier, I mean, anybody in the crowd, also the city council members, name 5 businesses at the pier besides Hot Dog on a Stick. The pier is significant. Well, great. The pier is significant, but it is not what Redondo is about. And that's not what Redondo's centralized and focused on. And I think that Jordis has really, as the other gentleman said, distilled and simplified and brought it down to something, a core, what Redondo envisions. And I support that. And I think the majority of the community supports that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Kristen Cameron, or Cannon, excuse me.
Okay, I didn't catch your first name.
Kristen Cannon.
Are you on?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you guys so much. I want to speak from the perspective of just someone who, the example that my wife helped me think of while we were listening to this is when I need my haircut, I go to a professional. I can buy a cheap Amazon kit and try to do it myself. I can ask my family to cut my hair. But the reality is I cannot do it to the fullest extent by myself. And not only that, but having a professional speak into certain aspects of not only even, they might be challenging. Hey, I know that this is what you think looks good, but long-term it's going to have this negative side effect. Or, hey, this isn't even how your hair grows or how your hair lays. And so even though I do have my own personal opinions about the logo direction and the options presented, I am one of those people lived here my entire life who really dislikes going to the pier, anywhere near the pier. The main thing for me is that I trust, and you guys have clearly trusted, a professional to come in. And this is not just a professional designer who you say, hey, design this for us. Part of this branding expert's job is to take in all elements, all consideration, the impact it's going to have, the people it's going to support and represent. And she's done her due diligence, and she's met with people. She's been in this process, in this journey for a long time. Even just the willingness to say, hey, you know what? Even if the pier is not what I might think makes the most sense, if that's what everyone else thinks, I want to come together and find the right fit and design that makes that works and represents and also has longevity, also fits the long-term dream of being able to represent our brand and our city that we love so much. I do say on a personal level, when thinking about the designs I like, simplicity is where, if everyone were to look at some of the designs they have on their clothes, even the one young man who had a Ruka design, the Ruka logo is one of the most simple designs in all of surf and skatewear. And so I think that that is something that people can cling to, the simplicity of it. And back to the other gentleman as well, who talked about, we're not saying an entire city is summed up in one sailboat. We're saying that a sailboat is a representation, is one of many elements that represent our city that we love. So in conclusion, trust the professional. I trust the professional. You should trust the professional. You've already shown you trust the professional because you have hired her. So continue in that journey and finish it till conclusion.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have two e-comments. One's neutral and one's support, and that concludes the, oops, wait a minute, one more. Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. Nancy Skiba, District 4. And I'm just really sorry that when this thing all started, Jordan Small wasn't able to make a couple of different samples of designs so that at the beginning you have a couple of things to choose from. Also, I think it's very unseemly for someone to criticize the residents of Redondo for expressing themselves and their feelings about the logo, just because they don't necessarily agree with whoever. That's not right, is it, for free speech? I personally think that the logo is flat. I still think it's boring and dull. Sorry about that. And again, the unwillingness to have any kind of wave movement. And it's just like it's, for some reason, there's this the sense that the person who designed this just simply wants it to be the way it is. And that's fine, but I disagree. I think that the design Nils Narenheim brought up was very nice, and they could easily simplify that or any of the other ones as a matter of fact. And there were other people who were professionals who also designed some of the other samples. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one more.
Okay.
Annie Deland.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Annie Deland, former resident and native of Redondo Beach. And when I recall my memories of Redondo Beach, I think of summer days spent on the beach and sand and watching the sailboats go by. The new logo presented by Jordis of Stellan Design perfectly creates what Redondo Beach is all about. It's a refreshing and current up-to-date rendition of the city logo. You appointed a committee that met for several weeks. Committee members you appointed. You received bid submissions from companies to do the logo, and you hired Stellan Design to rebrand your logo. Jordis has an education in design, and she's been in business for several years. You hired and entrusted the expert because the expert, Jordis, knows about functionality, colors, practicality. I believe Jordis has shown you on numerous occasions in her presentations why she proposed the logo that she submitted, keeping in mind lines, shapes, simplicity, clarity, color selection, and even considering ADA compliance with her color selection. She's extremely knowledgeable on what works in a logo and what doesn't work, and she is keeping the best interest of the city of Redondo Beach in mind, offering reasons and experience as to why a logo will or will not work on flyers, street signs, city vehicles, shirt patches, etc. After several months and input from the committee members and community members, you then decided to hold the contest when a handful of late to the game community members decided to give their opinions. A contest. Not sure why after all the time spent by a committee you selected and a logo brand designer professional that you decided to hold the contest. Seems to be a little bit of a slap in the face to your committee and to the professional. And also looks like most of the submissions were plagiarized and used Jordis's design with just slightly different colors. Jordis and the committee have spent countless hours on this logo, and I believe it is a beautiful and well thought out design and a fresh new logo for Redondo Beach. I encourage you to trust the committee and the professional and vote to select the logo created by Stellan Design. I look forward to hopefully seeing the new logo displayed on my next visit to Redondo Beach. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment, and also Councilmember Lowenstein has his hand up.
Okay, Scott was first. I'd like to speak before, if you don't mind.
Before I do?
Yeah,
Absolutely,
if you don't
Mayor.
mind, because
No,
I
I do not.
haven't
Please.
opined on this yet. So
Yeah.
I came into this late. I looked back at the original resolution that formed this thing. So I apologize for jumping in the middle, but that's what I've been thrust into. I think, Paige, you're in a similar, you weren't here from the very beginning, were you?
A few months.
Yeah, so some of us got thrust in the middle. I don't think anybody here is trying to denigrate anybody's professional abilities. We have different ideas of what the logo could be. I've been in several startups where we went through a similar process, except we went to multiple branding companies to come up with logos, and kind of the CEO or the board eventually decided. And professionals can come up with different ideas and have different opinions. So to say that, one is better than the other, you're going to get down to personal preference. I am sensitive to the fact that we did put citizens on a committee to make a recommendation. I don't like to go against that. I tend to go with that. You've heard me with that on the Art Commission. But when you see the controversy, I don't sense, maybe now the councils come together, but just picking their individual logos, we came to some similar stuff, but not the same one. And I see two different factions forming, and maybe we can close on that. But I do want to, the original thing was to get something that represented the diversity of Redondo. And I agree, you can't put pickleball, tennis, bicycling, the Cliffs of Palos Verdes, dolphins, sailboats, outrigger canoes, the pier, the harbor, you get too cluttered. I will tell you why I went with the current logo. From a history perspective, I only moved here in '89, but the street signs never seemed to be part of a logo for the city. They had a design of a unique old sailboat on them. you had the arch at the pier, which is what or coming into Catalina, which is my first view of Redondo branding. And that still sticks in my mind. That really stuck out when I was an Air Force captain that moved here and drove through the different beach cities, figuring out where I was going to live. That sign made a big impression on me, almost as much as the ugly power plant behind it, which is why I'm so opposed to that thing. As we went through the years, we did go through, I don't know if it's as formal a branding, but we redid all the entryway signs to the city, the marquees going down to the pier, and they are similar. They're all they use the same fonts, and you can tell they are branded. So I disagree that we're not branded. I just think we never wholesale changed everything, which I don't think we're going to do here. So we're adding potentially adding yet another design that people will see throughout the city. When you go back to that seal that you see on every briefing of the city, that ties to the history of the city. 1892, the pier was what the people picked as representing our city. It was the Port of LA at that time. It brought in all the lumber, a lot of the lumber for the city of LA, and it was the defining factor. Then it became a horseshoe pier, only horseshoe pier up and down the coast of California. And that is a theme that has remained here ever since. The wooden part of the pier, the Mondstadt Pier, has been here since, I think, 1920. And that's probably one of the most enduring features. The harbor went in the 60s. So the stone harbor is newer than that. Sailboats, that's not even the design of the sailboats that were sailing in here back then. They were mostly multiple masted and had gaff rigs on them. So you wouldn't see a triangle like this except on the jibs. So I think the current logo does a great job of tying that history to modern sails and captures the sunset. That's why I picked that one. So with that, I'm hoping we can get the consensus tonight. I'm not sure we're going to get there. So with that, Councilmember Barrett, you had your hand up first, and then we'll go to Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you, Mayor, and I thought those were very accurate and good comments. So
thank you.
Eleanor, could you light up 3A? So I came into this meeting with an open mind, no preferred option. And I did that on purpose. I wanted to hear from the public, certainly wanted to hear from the council and mayor, and give this some real thought. And I've done that. And I understand and share the concern about the nostalgia for our current logo. I've lived here 20 years, which isn't a long time compared to other folks. And I also appreciate the desire to incorporate into the logo all the many, many elements that we associate with our city of Redondo Beach. But I think ultimately adopting a simple, usable design for all purposes, coupled with the name Redondo Beach, is a more pragmatic and reasonable solution to our present situation. So if you could light up 3A again.
You gotta touch your mouse.
Touch the mouse.
Well, I thought you were showing us a white sail and a fog
I
bank.
was. So really with all that in mind, I think the Jordan Smalls alternate sail design, color gradient 22 is the way to go. And so for those reasons, I'm going to make a motion to approve as the city's redesigned logo. That right there, coupled with direction to our city attorney to assist and support city staff in ensuring that the intellectual property rights associated with this redesigned logo are protected and enforced.
I'll second that with a friendly amendment, if you don't mind, that we're not designating any particular color scheme, the official logo of the city. We're designating the black and white as the official logo.
I think that's ultimately maybe fine. The reason I picked color gradient 22 is I'm under the assumption that that is a color that could be most easily reproduced if we are going to do that on letterheads and otherwise.
Sure. Maybe as the preferred one, but we're not like hemmed into just using one color.
Okay.
We want to go to Councilman Lowenstein?
No. So what? So did we get a second? Did you accept this friendly amendment?
I do.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I think we have a winner here. Listen, I have a degree in marketing. I have worked for a Fortune 1000 company in marketing, but I don't profess to be an expert here. I just have an opinion. And we have somebody that this is what she does for a living. Plus, we did get people to come and give their time and provide their opinion. And I think we should adhere to that unless it was so far off. And I personally don't think it was. All of us here either went to a university, went to a high school, follow a sports team, or all the above. Think about it. Look at the uniforms or the logos of your school or your favorite team. They're very simple. LA is just LA with a blue background, right? We could have everything in there. But unfortunately, you can't do that with a logo. It has to be easily recognizable. It has to be fast. And that's what I think Jordis has done here and done it masterfully. And while not everybody agrees that we should have gone to the public to do this, I think it's healthy that we've done it. And I think we've arrived to a winner here. And I personally would like to vote for Councilmember Barrett's motion here. I think it's a good compromise. And I think we are where we need to be.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I do.
Councilmember Lawrence.
You know, I think George did a great job this first time around. This is nothing, I want to be very perfectly clear. I never talked about my personal preference. I actually liked it a lot. But during my community meeting and all my meetings, I very emphatically said, I'm here to purely shepherd a conversation, period. And that's it. And I find it highly offensive that people sit here and say, oh, well, you don't agree with the outcome. Yeah, you know what? There's other people with an outcome. I mean, the survey that I just did, it's been up for 12, 15 hours now, has gotten 130, 40 entries plus comments, and they're all very emphatic. No one's wrong with an opinion. It's an opinion. It's no big deal. And to that point, we wouldn't even be here with this logo change to this different one if we wouldn't have had this contest. And one thing that I've really seen with this
Absolutely.
difference, right?
Yeah.
And one thing I've learned from this and speaking with people is that the pier is a part of this community. It is iconic. It needs to be part of this logo. It really does. And I keep hearing that time and time. You know, Redondo Beach was started because of the pier. Redondo is round because they literally built Redondo around the pier. That's literally all the streets. So it's actually in districts 1 and 2 where it started. It's round, all the streets, and all the street names are actually the daughters of the land baron that were here, going east to west, west to east. And then north to south, you have the ABC streets and agate and semi-precious stones. I like this logo a lot. I think it's great, but I do think there needs to be a pier in there, to the point what the kids talked about earlier. You know, I do think there needs to be a pier, and I do think that the logos that were presented here were all great. There are some fantastic ones in there, and there were some people who really clearly gave it a lot of thought, and we wouldn't have this discussion, this debate. I like this a lot, but I think need to have something a little bit more iconic in there that reflects our history and our past. That's the only thing I would add to this. But yeah, I mean, that's where I stand. So yeah, that's it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
There's one small comment. I'm happy that we've had this exercise, and I feel much more educated about what a logo is. It's a symbol, right? And we talked about lots of symbols. And I do want to just mention that, you know, a lot of the things and the symbols that were thrown out were talking about the pier, the beach. We have a whole populace in North Redondo that has nothing to do with all of this. And so this is a symbol that represents something about our city, not everything about our city, something. And so I'm happy with the exercise. I'm very happy with this logo. Thank you, Jordis.
Okay, let's call the vote.
Just to clarify.
No, let's call a vote.
Just to clarify the motion. Because I think I muddied the water. So this is the logo. You're allowing the city to use any color variant, right?
So,
Any color variant, sure, this should be the primary color because it's the one that I understand can be most easily and inexpensively and accurately reproduced.
I'll tell you, I will veto that. I think we need to pick a color. I don't think having any color is acceptable for a logo. I think we should pick a black and white version and a color version.
Okay.
Sure. Or at least, can she speak to it, Mayor?
Real quick, yeah.
I just want to say on the note of color, if the design is approved, I would like what Councilman Obagi was saying, like just approve it in black and white. There will be a color version, but I would suggest that getting the design like approved and then move forward with selecting a color might be a little bit.
You think having any color, letting it open?
No,
You
not
suggest we
doing
get the
any
one
color. We should
scheme.
have a solid color for like a color version and a one color version and a gradient version because you can't always print things in gradient. I would be more than happy to help with that process, but I just feel like we just need to get some finality on like,
Design.
this is the design we're going with or not.
Approve
So.
this logo as a design, as the design.
And direct to go back to color selection.
It's your motion.
Yeah,
How about intellectual property protections?
right, yeah, as well.
So do you want to provide direction to the city attorney to ensure that we get whatever IP protections we need on this?
So do you want to revise your motion?
Well, it's a good point. You know, on the one hand, we don't want to tie the city's hands with a particular color necessarily, but at the same time, we want some finality on what the color is. I mean, this thing shouldn't come back as purple, right? So, you know, the question then becomes, how do we build that into the motion to ensure that we have some sense of certainty as to what would be used? I don't know if the city manager has any thoughts on that or the city attorney from an IP perspective.
One of the thoughts that we originally had when we started this process is we would pick the design and then we would create a palette or package of samples that we could use for different merchandise, different scenarios where the logo would be applied. We would eventually have a singular gradient version that we would put on our electronic media and everywhere else. So at some point, you're going to need to select that. We can bring that back. This can start the process. We can put the palette together, come back with approved versions, color versions of that we would apply to under different circumstances. We'll work towards trademarking and making sure that we get the brand protection that we need or logo protection that we need. And we can finalize that at a subsequent meeting. But this is the start, and we would, to kick that off, we would work with the gradient version that was identified there. That's a good placeholder, and that's enough for us to start moving forward.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, anything to add in that respect?
It's the button at the bottom, Mike.
No.
Okay. Well, so with
No,
that,
you know, we've had limited involvement with intellectual property issues in my time here. So, but we had enough where I looked at a couple of different firms if we needed them to protect them. So I'll probably return next Tuesday if I can, the following Tuesday at the latest, with an attorney to recommend the council hire, and that can speed up the process of, well, we want to have these, you know, all the color, as an example, I don't know, we want all the color combinations that we can to expand our intellectual property, but I don't want to just, you know, guess off the top of my head, but I think it will speed up the process of having you be able to finalize it.
okay, so with that in mind, the motion as reconstituted will be to approve this design as the city's redesigned logo, have the city manager come back at a later date with a profile of palette colors for the city council.
Is somebody's mic hot? Can you turn them off?
They're off. and for the city attorney to work with city staff to ensure that we are protecting and will be able to enforce our logo.
Okay, do you understand that motion?
Yes.
And thank you, Georgia
we have a
Small.
second?
Yes.
Are you still seconding?
Seconding, yes,
Okay.
still seconding.
Let's call the vote.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalu-Jedovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
Yes.
4-1.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, we're going on to item N2, which is the Metro letter.
And before we go any further, Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself from involvement in item N2 for reasons previously stated on the public record. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
And I'm signing off because I have to be at a previously scheduled event. So thank you.
Does anybody need to use the restroom because we're going to be quorumless if anybody gets up,
I'm good.
Except me.
except for you?
I need some water.
All right.
Grab it.
Let's take a 2-minute break.
I'm assuming you sent the email.
Can we get a motion for a 5-minute break?
Motion for a 5-minute break?
Second? Everybody that's aye?
Second, Paige, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. You want to help me?
Okay,
with
we're
this?
coming back at 8:35.
Okay, great. Okay. She'll sign too.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
All right, here, sorry. Still here.
Councilmember Lowenstein is absent. Member Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
And Councilmember Barrett has recused himself, and Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we'll continue with item N2, discussing a letter to the Metro Authority.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item before you tonight is to discuss the possibility of drafting and submitting an updated letter. We most recently sent a letter to Metro and South Bay COG member cities regarding the Metro on October 4th, or the proposed C line extension, Green Line, on October 4th. And at that time, we discussed that as we drew nearer to the eventual Metro board meeting where there would be, discussing the Metro preferred option, that we would have an opportunity to come back and discuss possible future action. This item tonight opens that up to possibly send a follow-up letter on that topic as we're approaching the May 23rd Metro board meeting. And also staff has done some research on the possibility of that charter bus that Councilmember Obaji mentioned earlier in the meeting. And so we're just basically opening that up for y'all to have the discussion on the letter and share any information on the bus as needed.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Obaji.
Do you have information on the bus? So is it planned that, maybe it can be outside of Breakwater Village at 8:30 a.m. on Ruxton Avenue or Place, whatever the street name is. And then we'll go, and actually what I would like to hear from, he left. The residents on Condon and Fremona is if they need it to stop there on Grant and Fremona, or if they can meet it at the Redondo Beach Transit Center, which is a slight walk away. But is it 2-stop or 3-stop kind of brief?
So the exact route hasn't been dialed in yet. We haven't had finalized the booking. I think booking the all-day charter, there is some flexibility in where the stops would be. It would just have to defer to Gold Coast Tours, who's kind of the preferred operator at this point, as to safety for pickup, and that would kind of determine the eventual path. But we would definitely try to make it as accommodating as possible.
All right.
Is that booking.wow?
Yeah, actually.
So as you know, Breakwater Village has a lot of residents, and I met with them this last Saturday, and at least 20, maybe 30 would like to come or plan on coming. We actually got a whole list, and but they have mobility issues and they don't want to drive, get in the car, go to the Redondo Beach Transit Center. So confirmed with them that they're all able to exit the Breakwater Village onto Ruxton and then board there. So that would be great. And when I send my email out to the rest of District 4, I'll let the Ruxton Place and I forget the other development, what it's called, Ruxton Ridge residents know that, hey, just come over to where Breakwater Village is and get picked up there. So I'd hope that we plan there at 8:30. It leaves there by like 8:40, 8:45. Then either stops on Grant, because it's going to have to leave, hook a left onto Inglewood, and then hook a left onto Grant and go to the Redondo Beach Transit Center. And then could just stop on its way on Grant and Fremona. If I get confirmation from people that they want to be picked up there, otherwise go straight to the Redondo Beach Transit Center. And I'd hope that people from all over Redondo, north and south, come and speak to the Metro Board. Please, all our activists, waterfront activists, come and speak to, because this is the single most important issue affecting North Redondo Beach. So, and as long as we leave by like 9:10 from the Redondo Beach Transit Center, I imagine we'll be there to the Metro Board meeting on time. Just to let folks know, once you get to the Metro Board meeting, you have to log in on a pad, put in your name. You're speaking against the staff recommendation on item 12. So with that said, we did prepare a letter. And if you could light up 3A, please.
While you're doing that, was there something to receive and file regarding the procurement of the charter bus?
Was that in our packet?
No, just information associated with the fact that we have researched the group and we can procure them.
Nothing to formally
No,
receive
nothing
and file.
formally. We'll make the purchase
Okay.
once we're committed and ready to go. We just need to confirm the locations.
Here we go. Should show up.
Yep.
All right.
The letter, by the way, that you sent by email, you just sent it as a document. It comes across as a link.
Oh, because it attaches a OneDrive rather than as a.
You gotta give us access.
But you should, I have to give you access too.
Yeah, just PDF it and send it over.
Yeah.
After you're done with it.
Okay, so this is a letter, and the thought behind this letter, I won't go into what feedback I got from Mayor Light, but I understand from a lunch meeting, essentially, he wasn't feeling good about the votes coming from a couple board members for Metro. So then I got in contact with Mayor Butts and understood from him the reluctance about Hawthorne Boulevard is the cost of the project. And frankly, that Metro doesn't have enough money to build even the hybrid row. So the expression was, don't worry, don't lose sleep over it. It's not going to get built anytime soon. And my response was, yeah, I'm going to lose sleep over it because our residents are going to be terrified about it ever getting built and then have to live with it being constructed in their backyard. And there's pipelines there underground. They're going to have to move those pipelines. They plan on putting a train, digging it deep under the streets, 20 to 30 feet down, and then having a heavy freight train supported right next to those underground train tracks, and below grade train tracks, and potentially, all sorts of hazardous issues. And the train's carrying fuel. He didn't want to live near it. And I can't imagine anybody would want to live near it. And there are no homes, no residents affected along Hawthorne Boulevard. So, so the sentiment was, well, look, if Metro doesn't have the money to build any of these projects, Green Line Extension projects, the hybrid row that's recommended by staff, or Hawthorne Boulevard, they should choose the project that's going to yield the highest amount of ridership, generate the highest amount of economic activity, because there's so much land available, open space available around the Galleria across the street, where we can have residential and commercial intensification. And those opportunities simply do not exist on the right-of-way. I can actually show you. I've shown this before the other week, but we have I've commented to the Metro board, and I'll bring this board to the meeting on the 23rd, that we have our pallet shelters here. We're extending it. There's a cemetery on this side. There's no opportunity for economic development around this stop. There's tons over here if it's located on Hawthorne Boulevard. So with that said, we've already in the past made the case for the economic opportunities on Hawthorne Boulevard. Now it was time to make the case for, look at the horrible things that could come about from building on the right-of-way and building this hybrid project on the right-of-way. So we listed out a lot of the adverse things that we've heard from the residents and that frankly we've experienced, both regarding what we'd lose here in Redondo Beach and the inequitable result that would occur for Lawndale. In Lawndale, they have the right-of-way there. They pay $60,000 a year to maintain the right-of-way and keep it a green space that they use on a regular basis. They have old, mature trees between 40 and 50 years old that are casting shade on the right-of-way and providing clean air. Metro plans to remove hundreds of those trees, put in new trees that aren't going to be nearly as old, nearly as big, or cleansing. And it's just totally inequitable, and they'd lose all of that open space. It's already a park poor area. So one of the other things I wanted to, delusions that I want to divest the Metro Board of, is this idea that they have 66% support for the right-of-way. Their poll, they conducted a telephone poll where they called people from all three cities. And in the 240,000 people in the three cities, they had got 660 responses. Of those 660 responses, 2/3 of them favored using the right-of-way. I mean, that makes perfect sense. Everybody should expect that. Torrance makes up more than 2/3. Torrance has got a population of 140,000. Redondo Beach has a population of 68,000. Lawndale has a population of 30,500. So of course, with Torrance having sent mailers to its residents, telling them to support the right of way, that's what was going to happen. So I can belabor this. I can go over all these different points, but we've I worked on some points. Councilmember Kalajirovich and the mayor added some others, and this is what I feel is a strong letter. So I'd ask that we endorse sending this letter signed by the mayor and all of us. I did reorder them, Councilmember Kalajirovich, per your last request.
And the only reason I asked to reorder them, because it was consistent with your points about equity and ridership, and so that it followed it.
I favored
So-
how you put them was more persuasive too, so I appreciate that.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So I haven't had a chance to read this yet. And there's a couple of things that I brought up at the COG, and I've been thinking about this for a long time. I've traveled a lot throughout this world and a lot in Germany, a lot in Europe. And if you look at what they've done in Europe, how they built their mass transportation systems, the subway systems in Paris that were built in the late 1800s and then in the 1910s, 1915s are still in use today. It's because they built it right. After World War II, Germany, when they didn't have any resources, they didn't have any money, didn't have any concrete or steel, what they did was they built their subway system underground. What's called subway. And then when New York started doing it, they started doing the same, built it underground. They did it right. They spent the money to do it right. Looking over this letter that you have here, looking forward for the next 100 to 150 years, I think the one thing, Councilmember Bosch, you need to have in here are arena numbers for Lawndale and Redondo Beach. I'm not sure if it is in here. I didn't see it by glancing at it. Because
The arena numbers are not in there.
But you do mention allocation of housing.
Yeah, and what I told them actually is, what I read in there is that if the transit center is along the right of way, then that's going to make it very tempting for us to use the land that we own for RENA allocations. And that's going to displace the homeless populations, the 20 individuals that are currently living at the pallet shelter and the 25 more that we intend to add there when we double the size of the pallet shelters. Did you have another idea for how?
Yeah, I have a couple here. The part of the process here is, I'm trying to find my presentation. Lawndale, when they went over their RENA numbers, they're not a very big city, but they put all the RENA numbers along Hawthorne Boulevard. And if you look at the number of women, single moms with kids, you look at people who are handicapped, veterans, you look at people who live in single apartments, the majority of that is along Hawthorne Boulevard. So putting a station there, access for those who need access to public transportation just makes sense. So if you look at, again, the housing element that was approved through HDD for both Lawndale and Redondo, those are key markers that people look at who make these decisions. Let me see here if I have.
Let me maybe circumvent this. It sounds like, this is the first year reading it, and I can understand that, and you have some important concepts. What if you'd be amenable to it, and somebody else has to make the motion because I can't? What if we set up a subcommittee of the two of you, and we'll trust them to write it?
We can't. We've already Brown acted on the letter, so we can't.
I'd have to go through you.
Can't do that after. I mean,
I can take this letter and add my additions to it, or a couple comments.
Could we have Councilmember Nierenheim put his inputs on and put it on consent next week?
Yep, we absolutely can.
And I'll work through the mayor to update that. Okay.
I'm so happy. Okay. Exactly right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then we'll give it to Mr. Webb too. I think these are some really key points because the decision makers up there in Metro look at these statistics and they look at the growth and going to what you were talking about, future growth.
So you want to continue this? is what we're talking.
Yeah, to next week. So
Tentatively approved, subject to his additions, which we'll get on
yeah,
consent.
those are only the things I'm gonna put in there because I think it's very important that they
Sounds
understand.
good. And Jesselyn Waldron from Supervisor Mitchell's office said, you know what, if you've got a problem with the hybrid row, it's not the compromise, the great compromise that some people think it is, then you need to let us know, and it would be best if the council sent a letter. So that's why we jumped on this.
Perfect.
And I'm talking with her Thursday.
Great. All right. So moved to adopt this as the letter subject to additions that Councilmember Narenheim has. And then once he sends it to staff, can be proofed and placed on the consent calendar for next
There's a
week.
motion
I'll second that. Oh,
and a second. Any of the public wish to speak to this item?
Oh, I have
All right, go for it.
cards.
I first like to begin by clarifying that transit is good. It's a myth that American cities were built for the cars. They were in fact demolished for cars. Los Angeles was built off the back of the red cars built by Henry Huntington, also the yellow cars. Considering the differences between the right-of-way and the Hawthorne alignment, I was interested in this a couple months ago, but forgive me if I'm wrong, I believe it would be a $2 billion difference between the two alignments. Is it a different figure?
It's about, I think it's 700 million between the hybrid row and the Hawthorne Boulevard.
Well, anyways, considering that these is funding coming from Measure R and Measure M, I believe that we should consider how this difference in price would affect the timeline for this project, because frankly, I think what we need is just more transit ridership now. And especially because the Hawthorne alignment would be further away from most Redondo citizens. I know that for me, I live pretty close to Adams, and it would be like much more difficult to reach the one alignment to the other, especially because considering that it would be a whole nother trek crossing along all of the parking lot of South Bay Galleria.
How would you, if you don't mind?
Yes.
How would you feel if you looked at the appendix and you saw that the alignment on the Galleria, on the Hawthorne, would attract 1.25 million more riders, and the boardings at the Redondo stop would be 47% greater than if it went the right-of-way option? What would you think of that?
Well, I suppose that could be a consideration for the Metro Board, as they are bureaucrats and they're professionals in this case, but that is a fair point.
I didn't mean to trip you up, I'm just asking your honest opinion.
No, it's okay. I would also like to consider that, considering the noise disruptions, which many people have considered along the right-of-way, the headways currently along that line are every 20 minutes at that period of the night, at which they're most concerned, which means a train coming by every 10 minutes. I would like to compare that to current car traffic on, the major arterial roads, which would be like Inglewood, which has a lot of residential houses built along that way. Cars you can expect to be coming past every few seconds. So I would just like to make the point that the comparisons are not equivalent. When we're trying to move towards less traffic, less pollution, more accessibility, and especially more fiscal responsibility, because frankly, the studies have found that broadly, transit developments are more financially sustainable than car-oriented developments. So I just frankly believe, in my opinion, that the right-of-way alignment would be more practical for Redondo citizens. And considering the bus, I am very looking forward towards that option. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak?
You have cards.
Oh, we have lots of cards. Okay, Matthew Lewis, and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Matt Lewis, District 5, North Redondo, and I'm here to strongly thank you for this letter of potential support that you're going to send, because I'm a strong supporter of the Hawthorne route for the Sea Line extension. And what the letter does is it emphasizes the catastrophic potential impacts of having to move these rail cars, having to move the pipelines. There's a lot of potential downsides and could potentially negatively affect a huge number of people. That's in the catastrophic event. But from a day-to-day basis, on those rail cars going down the row would affect over 1,000 fewer families by going down the Hawthorne route than by the row. So that's sound and vibration every day. And just as a side note, I was at a dinner at a house that was 2 houses away from the Expo line on Saturday, and those trains that had the Metro sound mitigations by the track the conversations during dinner were interrupted by those trains going by with the sound mitigations. And that's on a daily basis, potentially over the next 100 years for over 1,000 fewer families if you go down the Hawthorne route versus going down the row. And 291 of those are seniors in senior housing, the two senior housing in Torrance and in Redondo. So it's a win-win-win for Lawndale, for Redondo, and for Torrance in terms of touching fewer families and the lives of fewer families. So would like to thank you again for this letter, because really try to minimize the impacts on people, on families. The Metro should do it right. They should take the time and find the dollars to put this down the Hawthorne route. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. Okay, Nikki Negretti-Mitchell and then Kevin Mitchell.
Hi, Nikki Negretti-Mitchell, District 3. And so this is a context for current project status. So Metro has made their preliminary recommendation of the right-of-way hybrid, framing it with a lot of spin and misinformation. Their presentation boasted half-truths and lies via omission to the committee meeting on April 18th. A small number of us attended. Holly Mitchell was the only commenter on the panel, and she revealed her team had a private presentation. She requested they make that into a video and came off as hopeful that the hybrid aspect of it would be a worthy compromise for us. Apparently, she was either playing along or had been misled by the propaganda. Hybrid is no compromise at all. In fact, it's worse for us. She asked for residents and city leaders to view the presentation video and come back to the full board on May 23rd to tell them what we think. There was no endorsement made. The following week at the April 25th full board meeting, we began dismantling the presentation. She appeared to take our scathing reviews very seriously. She and the rest of the board need us to give them the true facts. One director said, wow, when I told them it's been confirmed endlessly, no walls on the west side of the right-of-way. Apparently, they really need to hear us. Background, in February 2023 public hearings, the separated grade option was unveiled to the stakeholders, us. We were told one-on-one the new plans added trenching to 170th and 182nd per the two cities' scoping letters. I've been saying since then for over a year that there is no more at-grade option. They are required to trench under the two streets for emergency response. But now it's being deceptively marketed as mitigation for noise and vibration. Even if trenching really does mitigate those kind of significant and unavoidable, according to their own draft DIR, impacts, that's just two localized spots. So that talking point in their marketing is off the wall. Besides, trains emerging from a trench right behind my bedroom can't be characterized as quiet. Ramifications and consequences of the row hybrid. It's an irresponsible and seriously risky plan that makes sense to nobody outside of the project's immediate public interest bubble. The massive volume of liquid petroleum gas and other high-pressure hazmat liquids atop and under proven unstable ground commingling so drastically close with humanity should be a game stopper. This decision would displace retirees and families, whether ordered or not. 8 years of construction alone would no doubt be a detriment to our health and livelihood. It absolutely will shorten lives, mine included.
Okay, Nikki, can you wrap up, please?
As vulnerable residents, we would need to be relocated, and this should be Metro's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kevin Mitchell, then Barry Ogle.
Hello, Kevin Mitchell, Redondo Beach, District 3. I think Barry has left, and it's unfortunate because Barry lives right on Condon in Redondo Beach and Artesia, I believe it is. So his backyard's about literally 3 feet. He's got one of these really short backyards. The train will be 30 feet over his head. It's a scary proposition to start with. A gentleman named Alessandro lives on 170th. He's got property that encroaches the row. They'll take 25 feet of his property and build a tunnel right underneath it. This kind of stuff is scary. It's scary for a lot of reasons, but when this recommendation says things like it's not going to take so much property, it's ridiculous. When they won't discuss the idea of LPG trains, they won't talk about that specifically, and they won't talk about what this means to the South Bay in the long run. So I'm in full support of what we're doing here. I'm really happy that the city is behind this effort. And hopefully Holly Mitchell and her colleagues can have a moment and consider, what's best for all of Southern California, because these trains, the kind of fluids and explosive elements that they handle is not a light subject. It's, no pun intended. By not recognizing it, by not sort of, acknowledging the elephant in the room, they're doing us a big disservice. So, yeah, I'm thankful that we're doing what we're doing. So, I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Is Barry here? Okay. Any other member of the public wish to speak on this?
Good evening again, Mayor Lyon and Council. My name is Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I wanted to reiterate why this is important to write letters like this. I mentioned earlier I'm a realtor. I'm also, our local association has over 4,000 agents. Recently in our Government Affairs Committee, which I'm part of, we had another realty board person come by from Los Angeles, which was again a larger group, and they were trying to get us to approve a letter exactly the opposite of what you have here. They were trying to present the hybrid road, doing all these things. He did this glowing, wonderful review about it. And then when it came to Q&A, I asked a few questions. I went through the list of the things that the Mitchells have brought up repeatedly, and he didn't have a lot of responses. So we would then go into a closed session to discuss it, which I can't talk about. But what I can say is that no letter was signed. So it's important that we take the time to do this and add up all the information we have in there, because it's important for the city. And, I would say in my neighborhood, I've talked and walked the neighborhood, talked to a lot of my neighbors, and while they don't live adjacent to the train route, I always bring up the point here, our license, my driver's license is Redondo Beach. It doesn't say north, south, east, or west, or whatever, it's Redondo. And folks that live in my neighborhood are equally concerned about this and don't think this is fair for the hundreds of residents, actually hundreds of homes that are within all the noise in the area. The other day I happened to be driving actually nearby Alameda and the 105. There's a train route that goes right through there. You want to see how bleak it makes the neighborhoods over there? Go by. I actually pulled my car for a second, and it was pretty bad. So why would we do this to our neighbors? Why would we do this to anyone? It's just going to degrade the quality of life. And, we're all concerned about revenue. Well, think about what's going to do to the values of all the property. I mean, in my business, we look at significant impacts. This could affect 10 to 20% of value. We want to talk about an easy way of hitting the city coffers. That's one good way there. So at any rate, I'm glad that you're doing this. It's really important. It's good for the whole city and for our surrounding neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Hensler, I very much agree with your letter. I think that if there is to be a metro line built, it should be on Hawthorne. The question really is this the best use of Metro's funds? It is Hollywood Bowl season, which one wag said was an opportunity to spend 4 hours going 2 miles. There is a project that is on the books to connect what we would be going up toward the Expo line, to continue it up so that we can go to Hollywood and Highland and get there in approximately 35 to 40 minutes. It is on the back burner because this money for this expansion is on the books first. Is this the proper thing for us to be doing? Is it better for us to have better access to parts of the city rather than an extension that has relatively to that proposed line far fewer travelers? So the point is Metro doing the right thing by doing this at all? We have 2 bus stations, badly placed, both, but that's the way it is. We're living with that. Buses between those cities could work as an extension from the end of what I always will call the Green Line. It may be the best thing for us to make sure that if there is going to be an extension, that it does go down Hawthorne. That is the right thing to do. The question is, should it be done at all? There are better opportunities for Metro to use their money to make our access to the city better, faster, easier than having to go to Wilson. First of all, we can drive there and spend $42 now to park at the Hollywood Bowl, spend the 3.5 hours getting there, or we could get on a train, go for 35 to 40 minutes to Hollywood and Highland. If you don't want to walk up the hill, you take the shuttle that goes up the hill, you will be there. This is the priority problem that Metro often runs into, and it needs to be accessed. Thank you.
Do you have bowl tickets?
Hope to see you on the 23rd.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
No guitar, Chief.
Still again, don't have a voice even. Jeep's out of District 5. I really love the fact that this city is putting its thumb on the scale as much as it can in this issue and trying to get the Metro Board to listen to the actual preferred local option. They keep calling, that's another thing, the preferred local option, which is the most craziest misnomer I ever heard. But anyway, so somebody ought to say, wait a minute, the real preferred local option is what the local people who live in their locale want, what they prefer. But okay, so thanks for doing this. Thanks for writing the letter. Of one thing, since there is now, they have abandoned the at-grade. People keep talking about the 700 million. And I'm thinking, if you throw in the possible nonsense that's going to come up when they start trying to move those gas lines and the other problems that are going to come along as a result of going where they're talking about in the row, that supposed 700 million is going to shrink. And I think that the letter maybe ought to try as hard as you possibly can to say, wait a minute, is it really 700 difference? Should we maybe be a little more accurate about the possibilities if you look at all of the complications that happen when you try to build in the right of way? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Anyone online?
Yes, we have one person on Zoom. Kyle Johnson.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Hi, my name is Kyle Johnson in District 1. I'm against the letter, as my previous comments may have alluded to, for 3 reasons. The row is cheaper, the row is faster, and more people want the row. Row is cheaper. Ultimately, we want these projects to be financially feasible. I don't want to waste money on a boondoggle project just to coddle homeowners in District 4. I think this is just like the logo design we were talking about earlier, where we have a bunch of armchair experts in the room who think they know better than the engineers who do this for a living every single day. Reason the second, the row will be completed faster. I want to be able to ride the Green Line to work. I want to live in District 4 near the row. I want to be able to take transit to my job in El Segundo. I don't want to have to own a car to get everywhere in this godforsaken city. In addition, the Hawthorne option gives Caltrans a veto 2/3 of the way through the project. This could delay things even further or even end up canceling it. I don't know why we would jeopardize the project in such a way unless we didn't want it to happen. this row is not like, this is also a project for the future residents, not just the current residents. Ultimately, and then finally, more people want the row. While 600 people may seem like a small number, a proper poll using truly random sample, unlike Councilmember Obaji's logo poll tonight, would accurately capture what the public want via the central limit theorem. This happens all the time in surveys. And then finally, I have some counter arguments. To the question of ridership is ultimately an induced demand problem. If you build it, they will come, same for cars as it is for trains. I would love to see more housing built in Redondo Beach around our bus stations. I would love to see more residents become transit users and Redondo Beach become a transit-oriented city. I want you to think of a transit system that you would use, not a system that you think is good, not a system that your residents like. I want you to pick a system that you would ride, because that's what's needed. It's not transit for someone else, it's transit for everyone. As for the economic opportunities in Hawthorne, I don't see that panning out, as ultimately NIMBYs, like some of the people on the city council, are just going to say no, and all those supposed economic benefits are never going to come through. I think it was cruel to suggest to displace homeless people in the pallet shelter if the road passes. I think that was rude and awful. And as for European public transit systems, European public transit would build the row option in a heartbeat. They put their public transit where people use it, where it is walkable to people's homes. They certainly wouldn't put it on the side of the freeway. And in fact, they put Hawthorne Boulevard on a road diet and start cutting lanes and putting in bike lanes and getting rid of parking. And for the people that are displaced, I'm sorry. That sucks. It's a negative externality of the project, and it's why I support building more housing in Redondo, so that less displacement happens and people are able to continue living in this great city. As for a bus through downtown LA to attend
Okay,
the
your
meeting,
time's up, sir. Thank you.
I'm against that as well. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes
Anyone else?
Zoom, and we have one person for e-comments, and that supports.
Supports the letter. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Any other discussion? I'll put it to a vote then. Since we don't have Todd on, we can just, all four?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously with the absence of two of the council members. Okay, thank you. Okay, now to N3, discussion and possible action regarding the Charter Review Advisory Committee's report. What, everybody's leaving?
Showtime.
Which we need.
We have no city manager.
We need also Barrett, Councilman Barrett.
The city attorney has handled the charter review committee, right?
Are you handling this, Mike? Okay.
Well, let's, I mean, we can get,
The staff report was from the city clerk. There are several members. There are
We got you,
2, 3, 4 members and 1 alternate member here. And whatever the mayor and council's pleasure is. Do you want to go through each each of the bullet points under the attachment and go?
And in fact, the one
Listed
we
on
should-
the attachment, they have city clerk recommended report first. And I think there were subcommittees on the different issues. I don't remember who the subcommittee, so Bob, committee member Pinsel, and what?
I was the city attorney and city treasurer.
Okay, who on the city clerk?
Not Kilroy.
So do you want to have the committee member who is on the subcommittee come up and talk about?
So before Matt gets
recommendations
up, Councilmember Barrett wanted to speak. Go ahead.
If I may, thank you, Mayor. All right, I did want to say at the top that I'd like to commend the Charter Review Advisory Committee for their long and hard work on this. And it really is an all-star team of Redondo Beach residents, some current and former electeds, and others on that panel. And I I just want to thank each and every one of them for putting in the time and effort. Matt Kilroy, Bob Pinsler, Joe DeWidziak, Ron Morocco, Jerry Wooden, Mark Narain, and of course the chair, Rolf Strutzenberg, and the alternates, including Andrew Beely and others. And I certainly want to thank our city clerk, Eleanor, who is here almost every night, if not every night, along with our city attorney, Mike Webb, and I think our city treasurer, Eugene Solomon, made quite a few visits and provided some great input. And I also just want to commend, and I'll be quick, this committee for working together. It's a diverse group of people, personality and philosophy-wise, and I think they did a good job engaging in critical thinking and disagreeing without being disagreeable, which is important. And I commend those also who may have had divergent views, who nonetheless maintained the courage and integrity just to stay true to what they believed were the best recommendations for the city. And that's not easy to do. So, now it's up to council. It's up to the council. And to be clear, and I think we'll hear it tonight, this is a big deal. It's a big deal. These are potential proposed amendments to our charter, which for all intents and purposes, really is our city constitution. I mean, this is it. It's what holds everything together. It's what guides everything we can and cannot do. And, for me personally, it really is a very high burden and standard to amend that constitution. And it's really got to be more than, and I'm not saying this is what we'll hear, hey, this is my preference, or I think it's a good idea. There really has to be, in my opinion, a compelling reason, an essential need, and any changes to effectuate that truly need to be narrowly tailored to that goal. And to be clear, this is not a free swing where we just put something out on the ballot and tell the voters, hey, you go figure it out. We put our credibility on the line as a council each and every time we send something to the voters. And we'll be spending precious time with our residents, communicating, educating, and listening to their concerns about anything that we endorse and decide to put on the ballot with respect to changing our charter. And we know how limited our time is on this council. So for me personally, for tonight, I'd like to hear more, learn more. I'm so glad to have the Charter Review Advisory Committee here in large part. And I want to deliberate amongst the council, ask questions, and do some research and outreach with our residents, and come back before making any final decisions on this. So that's kind of my view coming in, but I certainly look forward to hearing from the council, the public, and certainly those folks who are here with us tonight from the committee. Thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, just a quick statement. I totally agree with what Councilmember Barron said, and I'll say this. We haven't had a charter amendment that we put on the ballot as a council since I've been on council that has failed. But what's integral to that is that all 5 council members supported it. So if we're going to put anything on the ballot, I'd really like it to be with a 5-0 or 4-1 support, not a 3-2, because I just don't think it's going to carry, and certainly not if it's supported by the North Redondo, us council members, over the South Redondo council members, because the South votes at double the rate as the North. So,
So far.
so far. I mean, try to pull me off. We activate
Tossing the gauntlet.
But,
Sounds like a challenge.
with that said, I just hope we really try, we work towards something we can all get behind on any of these subjects. That's it. And thank you, school board members, for being here, by the way. I see 3 of you here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on this first one, the clerk position, I recommend, like they did later in, I forget which other position, but to bifurcate the changes to the charter with respect to the duties versus the qualifications, because I would hate for somebody to hate half of that and vote against it when the one other half would be a very positive thing. So that's my first recommendation on this is we bifurcate it. If we want to push this forward, we bifurcate it as two separate votes, so we don't loot and throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
With that, is there anybody from the commission or the committee that can represent this item? Matt?
I guess I'd be.
While you're working your way up, Eleanor, have you reviewed this and are you in favor of it or?
Yeah.
Yes?
She says that with such enthusiasm.
No, I know.
Don't be so wordy.
It's so, yeah, I mean, at first they wanted to strike out everything related to the tasks. And I really feel that the city clerk should have some oversight on expenditures. And my concern is just more of when you have a new director or a new city manager that to make sure it spells out pretty well of what access I have and what I need to do. So that's my only concern. So if it's not strong enough, and I'm not sure, this is what we came up with, I'm just not sure if it's strong enough.
Okay, what about the
education?
The requirements?
Yeah, I actually agree to this because, as a city clerk that has a degree, when I'm with the department heads, they all have degrees. So I feel that, that's just me, but I feel that if you're coming in with department heads and you're going to work with them, you should at least have a bachelor's. Now, that's just me, again, because when I started working for the city as a county manager, when I was in my 40s, I went and got a degree and then got hired here. And it really does help.
Elected.
No, that was an accounting manager.
Hired. Okay, sorry.
And then 5 years later, ran for city clerk.
Okay.
I just feel that it just gives more weight when you're in the room with a bunch of department heads. And that's why I sort of agree with that part.
Thanks. Okay, Matt.
So first, let me just say, with regards to the subcommittee, I was asked to summarize what the committee as a group really discussed, spent our time, and how we arrived at those recommendations. The subcommittee wasn't really there to discuss the issues. It was really more about creating the report. So trying to make sure that we captured all opinions that were presented as part of the committee. Having said that, I do love the mayor's suggestion. I do believe, and this may be a little more personal on my point, that separating the two issues with regards to the clerk's job duties versus qualifications is probably a good thing to do. There was a lot of discussion with regards to the necessity to clarify the city clerk's job positions as reflected in the report by Moss Adams, and in that same discussion, the treasurer's job duties. And so of all the recommendations I think you're going to hear tonight, I think those two issues are probably the most important ones for the city council to consider and as a priority moving forward on. In addition, I also, Councilmember Rabaji's comment with regards to a 5-0 vote, a 4-1 vote. If you look at historically, the voters have not necessarily been real receptive to some of the things that's going to be presented tonight. I think if it's going to be a positive thing, if it's going to get passed by the voters, it really needs to have the full support of the council. Because otherwise, I just don't think, if you look at some of the votes, I just don't think it's going to happen. So we've got a few pages here. I don't know if you guys want me to read them. I figured you could read. No. Do you have any specific questions?
That's what I want to do. So any council members have a question for Matt? I can't see if you're putting your hand up. So you
Put
just
it down.
Oh, you put it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, the legit's not working. Yeah, any questions?
When you ask questions for him, what do you mean?
Is there something you don't agree with that you'd like clarified, or something you think they missed, and you want to ask them about it, or?
So going back to the bifurcation, issue here. I watched you talk about the qualifications. Let me ask something really basic, really simple. Isn't it for the voters to decide what the qualifications should be?
Great point. And that was part of the discussion with regards to the committee. There was a kind of a conflict between raising the bar with regards to qualifications and reducing the size of the pool of candidates. And at what point do you sit there and decide, let the voters decide what's important on the qualifications? So I think that's a very legitimate question to bring up, and it's a balancing act for you to make as to where you think that lies as far as priorities go, as far as putting something on the ballot, and where you would actually set that.
Yeah.
We discussed it amongst ourselves, obviously, for quite some time. It went back and forth. There was people who spoke about not having a requirement for a degree. There was sentiment that was, given the fact that we require that as from most of our city employees in management positions, that would be an appropriate thing to have as a qualification. We looked at Eleanor. The other part of that was we thought it was really important for the city clerk to support any proposed changes. And so we made sure that we had her support on that. But certainly it's open for debate.
So I watched that. Why is it so important that the current elected official supports the changes? Because what if the current elected official is violating the city charter?
My answer to that would be is if you look at historically the vote that's been taken with regards to changes to the city clerk position or any of the positions, city attorney, treasurer, most of them have failed. Most of them have failed by large margins, especially the ones that have been opposed by the elected official who's in that position. Voters they elected the person in the first place. So they have the ear of the voter, and if they're opposed to it.
So let's go back to that, because you just said something very important. They elected that elected official, but if that elected official didn't have any competitors, that's not elected, that's just essentially appointed. It just filled out paperwork. I mean, if you look at the tradition of this city, they elect someone and it never gets challenged in these professional positions. Unlike Carson, where Carson, the city clerk, actually gets challenged pretty much every single challenge, multiple challengers.
Well, I would make the argument they don't get challenged simply in part because they are doing a satisfactorily enough job, and that's at a minimum, that there's no opposition to them continuing to do that job. And I also would argue that when they first got elected, there was opposition. The city clerk hasn't had every election unopposed. There has been opposition. There certainly was when you first got elected. I think there was a number of.
Well, I ran in 1999, and there were 6 of us that went into the runoff and lost. And then I came back in 2007.
And how many opposing candidates have you had since 2007?
2 other ones. I mean,
the first race?
The second race, because
Second race?
Yeah.
And for a citywide race?
Correct.
So we have a bar of you're going into a citywide race, which is you have to raise a ton of money. And then we're adding even more layers of qualifications on top. Like that's, to me, is we're adding more and more bars. I watched that discussion, and what was definitely missing from that conversation was the fact that, Redondo, when it was formed and laid out, was expected to have a lot more people, residents. And we had a city judge, we had some other positions, but at the end of the day, it's for the voters to decide what the qualifications should be. And yeah, so I don't see that the current person in that position, whoever they are, regardless position, should have that much of a sway. It should be, to me, is the qualification should be you're elected, you're living in the city, 30 days. And you have the minimum legal requirements. So I didn't see that part of the conversation, the legal requirements of the conversation.
Well, that,
So-
I'd say was a given. But I will tell you, we didn't just ask the city clerk for her opinion without any discussion. As you said, you watched the committee debate this subject. There was quite a bit of discussion from a number of committee members, and there were some committee members who felt very strongly that a college degree would be a minimum standard for the city clerk's position. And I'm not saying that we all agree, and I'm not saying that I agree to that specific aspect of the proposed changes.
I'm going to cut this off. Matt,
Nils,
No.
Councilman Ernern.
Councilmember Ernern,
But hold on,
you made your point.
the last thing is something that our city clerk just said regarding, well, this is actually the most important thing. Madam Clerk, you talked about access, the right to be able to do things, and errant city managers. Well, we have a good city manager now. We had, other ones in the past who took the rights away of the treasurer's position, just automatically by fiat. They just moved responsibilities away from the city treasurer, right? So, which we're living under now. So, what protections you feel you have protections here in place now so that this can't just happen?
You mean in the sense of what's on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I look at it in a sense of, because when I became city clerk, the finance department got put under the city manager. If that was correct, I don't know. But from my point of view, being an accountant coming into the city clerk, if I, which sort of curated, there was some kind of issue back then. And so they gave me access at that point of the financial systems in certain areas so that I'm able to review and look at systems and things like that, analysis. So because I'm an accountant technically, and so I have that access. And that's what I wanted to make sure, based on the tasks, that was included, that was still available.
Still available.
Correct.
So are you comfortable with the way it's written now? That
I'm
protects
comfortable,
you?
right.
Okay. Let me jump. Are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Yep.
Okay. Let me ask a question relating to qualifications. I have no heartburn. I can see college degrees important. Why focus on just accounting when I view the role to be also elections, meetings, agendas, Brown Act, and election?
Well, there is something on there. They included, where'd it go?
We started actually with what the language was in the charter, and there is a requirement for a background in accounting, and that's what we worked off of.
That's the only thing that remains is accounting.
No, at the end it says, or have 5 years of experience as a city clerk in the state of California.
Yeah, but what if you weren't a city clerk and you had experience with Brown Act and elections?
Well.
And you had
as long as-
a technical,
yeah, well,
a
that's
degree.
something you'll have to.
Okay.
Just, decide if you
Okay.
want to make it.
Any other questions for Mr. Kilroy, who's on the committee? Going once?
Well,
You look like you're ready to ask.
I did, just to pick up where you were, Mayor, on the duties versus the qualifications for office. What about that? We're hearing a bachelor's degree is helpful to have in this position. Something more necessary? I mean, here it says bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university, check, and 5 years of experience in a responsible position involving public or private sector accounting. What about to the mayor's point? There's a lot more happening here.
There is, and believe me, there was a lot of discussion as to what counts as accounting experience, who's going to decide that. Well, that's actually the city clerk's position, but she would actually kick that to the deputy city clerk, I believe, in the case of their position. Of the two issues, like I said, I think the duties is the one that really needs the full attention of the council.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm really speaking for the whole committee when I say that, but there was a lot of discussion back and forth about what constitutes experience, what experience is relevant, how deep in the weeds do we go in describing what qualifications are needed, and how much do we shrink the pool by every additional, what is equivalent to a college degree, the 5-year experience.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, just to be
Discuss certain other qualifications.
Yes, and I'll be very
I think we
succinct.
got the picture.
We get the picture. And just to count, if I may, I'll be quick.
Go ahead.
Just to council member Nierenheim's, I think, very valid point. Let the voter, decide who's most qualified. Let them go out and say, I don't have a college degree, but I can tell you what I've been doing for the last 25 years.
Sure.
So it's a great point. I'm glad the committee dug into it. What should be the qualifications? And, the flip, yeah, okay, you want to move on? Yeah, all right.
So what I'm going to do later is I'm going to take a straw man on each of these bifurcated. But first, before I do that, I want to hear from the public. So does anybody have any other questions for?
Mayor, just real quickly. So I was reminded that right now we do have qualifications, 15 units of accounting is required now. And as was mentioned by the other committee member, that was kind of a starting point with us. And I don't know if you want to make any other comments.
If I could, and I think I'm speaking. A lot of the discussion that we had was to try to take it out of who's in office now, who might be in office in the future, and how the job has changed over those years. And that's how we focused on these issues. For example, there were 15 units of accounting required. When the last time there were multiple people running, nobody vetted that they actually had 15 units of accounting. So it was just assumed when people signed the document that they were not lying to us, but we don't really know.
And that's in the past.
That's in the past, and it could be in the future.
I just meant, and they passed those classes.
No, they didn't. We don't know. We don't know if they did. We don't know if they didn't. We never checked to see whether that was the case. What we tried to do was to figure out, taking that 15 units of accounting, for which there is a tremendous story behind it, why it is in the charter, what could we do to create a structure that might work for the way the job is focused now, for the next person who comes in? And yes, you could open it up to anybody. You could certainly do that. But right now, if you don't do anything, you need 15 units of accounting and all these other requirements to be So what we wanted to do was to change that.
Understood.
Okay.
That's how we got to this.
Thank you for expressing that sentiment.
Appreciate
I get it.
Okay, any member of the public wish to speak to this? Ron, is this one you wanted to speak to? Ron Morocco? No, okay. If you fill in a card, tell me which one you want to talk to, please. Go ahead, Austin.
Austin Carmichael, District 5. Council, staff, members of the public. I take exception with the education requirement because we live in a society where experience matters. And so if I have 15 years managing a small business, I've done accounting, right? So what I'm hearing about how this is all put together is someone is basing it on their experience and it's not necessarily saying this is what the city is looking for out of a clerk. So love you, I do. But our city clerk by trade is an accountant. So her
I think they're more than that,
point would be accounting, right? So the things that I would love to do more of in my role is accounting. And so if you have these standards mandatory, you're also cutting into the ability of the future city manager to say, this is my vision, this is how I'm running things. The next mayor, this is my vision, this is how I imagine things. It's like, oh no, you can only do it this way, you can only do it that way, you can only do it this way, you can only do it that way. And that may not be effective at some future date. That may not even be effective now. What I've only heard is preference. What I've heard is my experience dictates. What I think is best is X, Y, and Z, where, and I don't know if you all remember this, but when we were talking about who the next mayor should be, one of my asks was that we think about the administration of the city versus, the things that the council are responsible for. Mayor Light, you bring up a lot of times, I don't get a vote, I don't get a, right? So there is another component to what you do. And that the same thing I feel is with a city manager, because everyone reports to city manager, but then there are certain roles that are elected, like city attorney, city clerk. So when we think about the diversity of our community, are we really talking about diversity? If we say you can only hold this position if you have the reputation of a university, we're not asking for you. We're saying, okay, you went to an accredited university, and then we say, because you went to that university, based on that university's reputation, you can hold this role. And that's not how elections are. Elections are based on the individual that is running, the individual who stands in front of everyone and said, this is my vision, this is how I'm going to execute it, et cetera, et cetera. And no matter the role, you don't know how to do it until you're in it. So I get, we don't really have time for training wheels, but there is such an infrastructure that I don't know that
Okay, thanks.
going to hire
Austin. Can
someone
you
with 2
wrap it up?
I think you get the point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Anybody online?
None online? Wait.
Nobody? No. Okay.
I've got one quick question to follow up with this. 2 questions. I'm not sure, Mr. Prince, you might be able to answer this. One is, how many other elected city clerks do we have in the state of California? And number 2 is, how many other elected city clerks do we have, or city clerks, 2-part question, that actually do this government accounting function?
Oh, boy, I looked at every charter. And by the way, there will likely be more now that the SB 79 thing happened, but that's another story. Because there are a bunch of them which are mini charters. They don't actually say very much other than, we're a charter city and we'll do everything like we want to. That's basically what they say. So many of them don't even mention the city clerk in the charter. A number of them, particularly smaller cities, the city clerk is actually has another position, often the assistant to the city manager. So city clerks are, and
So what I'm getting from this, compacting it down, is there's very few elected city clerks.
There are about 60 or 70, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in that.
And how many of those did you find have this government accounting?
None.
Okay. Thank you.
We are a unicorn in a lot of ways, and as we discuss this, you will find this is even more. We have.
That's good. I'm good. Thank you. Yeah.
We're unicorns.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so straw vote on the.
Before we do, may I ask a question of the city attorney regarding the substantive language concerning the proposed changes to the duties and powers of the city clerk?
Go ahead.
Okay. So have you had an opportunity, Mr. City Attorney, to review the proposed changes to the powers and obligations of the city clerk, and in particular, the first subsection F?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any comments, questions, or concerns about what's being captured here, either
In the first subsection F, no.
in any other section?
On the, not the duties, but the
Qualification.
qualifications.
What about it?
The last sentence isn't a sentence, and I advised the committee about that and gave some suggestions of how that could be changed. So
Okay.
the council will have to clean that up if you're going forward.
Or what direct the city attorney to clean it up?
I was hoping it was the first, but yes, I'd be
Okay.
happy to do so.
Anything else, Scott?
Well, it sounds like you have no issues with what's being spelled out in that first subsection F with respect to substantively what's being transferred or revised for the city clerk, or?
Oh, and this corrects a problem that was put into the charter and there's no good answer to, which is having an elected position doing things under the direction of the city manager. And going back in time, when Ms. Mazzano was first elected, there had been plenty of conflict between different city managers and different clerks, and I got tasked by the council to try and resolve that. And I'll always remember former council member John Parsons said it will take the wisdom of Sullivan to work it out, and I certainly don't have that, but.
Eugene Solomon?
That must have been what he meant.
$100 billion man.
We're 30 minutes on this already. We're only through one of four. So
the point is,
let's accelerate this,
what happened,
please.
the point is, what happened was there isn't a good answer. I'd done exhaustive research. I found where it was written in, but no, in original handwriting of William McFadden, the then city attorney, but there were no discussion of how they thought it would be implemented. And the two positions, I talked to them about the strengths and weaknesses. If I had to come up with a legal opinion as to whether it's a violation, how it should work, and they both worked out a compromise. That removes this charter amendment, if passed by you and passed by the voters, will remove that impossible to legally reconcile.
Okay.
Thank you.
Super quick.
Okay, super quick, last one.
ChatGPT says that 80% of city clerks in California are elected, while the remaining 20% are appointed either by the city council or city manager. Quick question for the city attorney. Since we would be revising, or the voters would be revising potentially, the duties of the city manager, city clerk, as indicated here, would this have to go on a November election?
No, it's only the status, and so if you're making appointed versus full-time, appointed versus elected, part-time versus full-time, arguably unpaid versus paid, or potentially paid, that would have to be in November. But they removed one of the changes from last time this was proposed to you is leaving the chief deputy city clerk in the civil service, because that, before they proposed eliminating it and making that position at will, that needed to be on the November ballot.
So we can write changes to the charter without going to the.
No. It's when you can go to the.
Without going in a
November election.
Yes, most changes can, and you did a whole slew this past March. But you can't do it if for a number of factors.
Okay, well, I have another question on another topic then.
Okay.
That's not agendized. Okay. So straw man vote. I'd like to see a show of hands for those who are for the changes just in the duties as written. Anybody? Who's for it?
Some, but agnostic, I'm sure.
Yeah.
2, 4, and.
I'm generally in favor, but I want to take a closer look at it. I mean, it makes sense.
Is that the consensus? Y'all want to continue this?
I certainly want to.
I don't want to change the duties. Actually, I do want to change duties, but I'm not sure if I agree with these this year.
And either am I. I mean, we're talking about something
We
fundamental.
just got it, so we're just.
Just got
So we're
this
going to
thing.
continue the item.
Yeah.
I think so.
This is going to be a big item.
And Mayor, if I can, the original idea, the reason why you wanted it in May, so that you'd have, going into budget season, enough time to still get it on a November ballot. No, it's just a November ballot if you need to, but then I remember it was all the March ballot.
So what's going to be different when we come back?
Maybe we could do one day as a city clerk, one day as the treasurer, one day as the, and just piece it up, and we will have digested this. We just got this report on Friday.
Well, and we can take it to our residents, we can discuss this, and it will be a thing.
Yeah, we need to digest this a
I
little
think
bit.
that's the prudent approach.
I like your straw poll, how we're going, and then we just kind of just keep going with quick questions and, rapid fire questions.
Okay, so straw poll, we got 2, and the rest of you are up in the air. How about on the qualifications?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Paige? Councilmember
I
Kalujevic?
could take more time on that one.
I need a little more time.
1 yes, 3 got 1 no, and 2 got to digest it. Okay, let's go on. Let's go to the Redondo Beach Unified School District item.
Let's do that last. Let's do the.
There's a bunch of people. Yes,
I'm putting this one first,
superintendent
no.
and two,
Okay.
three board
Okay,
members.
so first, any members of the public wish to speak to this since you've been waiting?
I have none.
They already have.
And did you want to talk to the subcommittee or?
Not yet.
Okay. Not yet.
You on the subcommittee?
I'm on the subcommittee.
Yeah, not yet. I want to talk to the members of the public.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
You got him up.
Good evening. It's different being on this side than the other side. I'm Rachel Silverman Nemeth. I am a member of the Redondo Beach Unified School Board. I was the president for the past year up until this last week. And I want to make sure that you understand, because I did go through and read everything that was on the agenda for today. And I want to make sure that you understand that as a board, we have been very clear that we want to stay in the charter. And we took a vote. It was a 4-1 vote. Mr. Strutzenberg was the one. And then the Charter Review Committee.
Chair
voted-
Strutzenberg?
Sorry?
The chair?
Yes.
Okay.
The chair. Then the Charter Review Committee voted, and they voted 6-1 to leave us in the charter. Mr. Strutzenberg was the one. I think, I also sent you a letter, I believe back in November, summarizing the board's position and the majority of the board and what we were asking. And quite simply, we want to stay in the charter. We've not wavered on that. What bothers me the most, I think, was the dissent opinion. I'm not sure why we got a dissent. I would have liked to have seen my letter in the agenda instead of a dissent, because as a committee and as a board, when we vote for something, we say in our board protocols that we are going to stand behind it. And now we've had a member publicly come out and advise you that he disagrees with our decision. So I just want to make sure that you all understand very clearly, we have voted on this, we have asked to stay in the charter, and I would just ask that you consider our preference. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a question for you.
Okay,
May I?
go ahead.
You're in the city charter and we don't charge you to do elections. I plan on charging school districts to do elections because they're expensive. It's good money, $200-something thousand.
So is free parking in the Riviera.
That's not business friendly. Would that change the perspective?
No, we've discussed all of this, and we have voted and asked to remain in the charter. That was the decision of the board.
I think Chair Strutzenberg's, I want to speak for him, but I believe one of the issues he had was the issue of pay and benefits not being, it's forbidden in our charter to give you those pay and benefits. If we were to take you out of the charter, and there's other issues too that I see, for instance, you guys are not districted. There's been a lot of lawsuits on districts. Torrance just went to district. A lot of other school districts are going to districts because of the lawsuits that are moving forward. We would be held liable in Redondo Beach, the city of Redondo Beach, in addition to the school board, if we were to get a lawsuit because you guys aren't districted.
Is there a question?
Yeah, so how are you guys thinking about wanting to go into districts?
That was not something that came to vote before the board.
Yeah, that's not agendized, and.
But it's a part of the conversation about being in the city charter or not, because you could go to districts if you could be under the school, the ed board code.
Let me ask the city attorney.
So
You can opine on that.
Well, the committee discussed that at length, decided not to have them go to districts. The law is in flux on that issue. there's some greater protection for being in a charter that the school board has than if they're not in a charter. That also could be remedied different ways. If it were the pay issue, you could remove that section about them not being able to receive compensation, or
We
if
could
it
remove that
was-
section?
What?
We could remove that section?
Yeah. Now, you'd probably,
amendment.
to be safe, have to put that on a November ballot. You could, if the voters approved it, ranked choice voting, which doesn't apply to the school board right now, provides some protection against those lawsuits. The county committee in favor of it, when you approved ranked choice voting for city elections, they thought that applied to the school board, and that the school board had done it to make themselves immune. So it's not a question of leaving them in or leaving them out as the only means of addressing those issues.
And our benefits compensation,
So the long history of.
I just want the short answer.
Short answer.
Well, see, I can't give a short history, but so, and this has come up before, and it was mentioned in two of the chairs' dissents. When I first got elected city attorney, Sandy Forth came to me like the first week and said, the school board is receiving pay and under the election code. And I looked at it, I talked to their attorney, I argued with their attorney, and then my recollection is they changed that, and there is no current pay. And recently in October, the chair, Mr. Streissenberg, sent a letter to Councilman Nierenheim and myself, and he was concerned that they were getting $250 for expenses, and they weren't incurring $250 expenses, which can lead to a gray area. So I called, when I was first alerted, I called the Joseph Larson, the attorney who represents Rattan and Tucker, talked to him, and he brought it to Dr. Wesley's attention, and they immediately discontinued those payments except for actual expenses. Noticeably, the chair didn't bring it up to his colleagues on the school board. He brought it to the city attorney, and there were comments thereafter. And so I have a letter from Mr. Larson to me, dated February 27th, because there were comments made at a committee meeting that seemed to suggest those payments were ongoing.
Need to
And
receive and file
so,
this.
Motion to receive and file.
Do we?
there's
Second?
it's a
All
letter
four?
from
Aye.
Dr. Wesley to Mr. Larson, who asked that it be passed along to me to assure me that the payments had been ceased when I had reached out in October, and concerned that there were misrepresentations or factual inaccuracies. So as of right now, the only complaints that I've received, the two, I've talked to their attorney and we've gotten compliance, which is what we want. To answer, I have no other, and I don't review or investigate in terms of which benefits is health insurance compensate. I have no complaint. I don't separately investigate. I don't patrol around.
You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
You don't have an opinion?
I don't, because I don't have any,
Okay.
facts.
That's all I was asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Silverman, Lee Nemeth, I want to be very clear with this. I believe emphatically, just so you know, down in the bone of my heart, every bone in my body, any person doing work for somebody else should be paid. And what you guys are doing and doing it unpaid, I think is absolutely ridiculous. That's why one of the reasons I'm looking at this going, this shouldn't be volunteer, it shouldn't be free, because if someone who's a single parent with kids should be able to take an elected position and do that position and get paid for it. Same as all of us up here. So that's where I'm driving, and I want you to know that. I want all the people, parents out there to know that, because they're fighting for their kids. So I think it's extremely important. So I see happening right now with no pay, no benefits, I think is ridiculous.
Extremely important.
I agree with you. That is not something I can represent to you on behalf of the board at this point.
Right.
I will tell you, though, that at the time we voted on this issue, Mr. Strutzenberg had not raised the issue of the $250, and we were not aware of that issue at the time. If this were to become agendized again, maybe we would ask that you strike without compensation. But I can't make that representation on behalf of the board because it's not been properly agendized. And this just happened last week as well regarding benefits. Mr. Strutzenberg brought this to our attention in a meeting as a surprise, that he wants to strike language in our bylaws about us receiving benefits. It's really not how we want to do business. We like to be prepared. We don't like surprises either. So these are things that we would like to explore, but we haven't
How
really
much
had the
time
chance.
do you need to explore it?
I'd say
1 month?
a month. No. We have. Do it sooner. Sooner. This is our new president, Ms. Flynn.
Congratulations.
Come on up and
Come on up, President.
Tell me I was
We
having
we did a
coffee with the
handoff
president.
last Tuesday.
Congratulations.
When's our next meeting?
We are setting an agenda for next week's meeting. This week, it hasn't been set. We could easily add that to the agenda and get you an answer after next week
Okay.
about striking those
I
two
think any
words.
guidance you can give us would be appreciated.
And it would be as simple as striking the two words without compensation is what we'd be looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Council, hold on,
No, not for,
hold on.
Not for, not for, no.
Oh, not for them, okay.
Not for-
Councilmember Obaji.
All right, generally, folks, I realize I had coffee with board member President Flynn this morning. So please don't get all wound up about the fact that Mr. Strutzenberg wrote a dissenting opinion. What I've said up here, what we've said is to the Charter Review Committee, get us your recommendations however you can. The only way we didn't want the recommendations was coming up to the podium and orally stating them to us. Give us bullet points, give us whatever, and however many of them, if they want to each write an opinion to us, great. They want to write a majority opinion, minority opinion, he wants to fashion himself a justice, great, all great. Just write it down for us. So that's that. I will say that I was prompted to advance a charter review discussion item on the school board when I heard that the charter prohibited you all from receiving any compensation. That's, as a former employment lawyer, I can't, it's unfathomable to me that you'd serve, not be able to get a benefit, not be able to get any sort of stipend for your work. So that's what I was hoping would get fixed when it went to the charter review committee. If you could light up 3A, please. Not making a motion on this tonight, but here are more or less the changes that I'd like to see, and I discussed some of these with Ms. Flynn. At section 16, the school starts at transitional kindergarten, so I'd like to add that word in there. Striking without compensation. One issue, sorry, Mr. Pinsler, if you could scoot for a second. One issue that persistently comes up here, and I realize that you're not here for it, board members and Ms. Superintendent, is the school, the feeling that the school district's not paying its fair share for burdens carried by the city. And so just throwing it out there now for the first time, it hasn't been the subject of discussion, I'm not gonna put it on the ballot, just throwing it out, and maybe you guys can discuss it too, is adding language that the school district's gonna reimburse us for the portion of costs associated with conducting its elections, and secondly, with crossing guards, not across the whole city, but when they cross the kids to the school, that's going to be a cost borne by the school. Now, there's tons of other things that we don't, that we're not asking you to reimburse us for, but those seem like, baseline, basic things that the school should pay for to carry for itself. That's all. right, nothing else.
I just wanted to add to
Councilmember.
that.
Hold on.
In our education subcommittee, we are discussing costs that the city carries, that the school district carries, and trying to true up, figuring out where we are. So, property is owned on different sides. Franklin Park, for example, owned by the school district, right? So Alta Vista, same. So, right. So just trying to figure out where we are, because a lot of these things, we don't have MOUs. We haven't discussed this in a very long time. So that's kind of on the table.
I know.
What we need to do.
Exactly what aligned to that.
Not voting to put it on the ballot or anything
Yeah,
like that.
so just,
Start a discussion on it.
that's right. We are discussing it. Yeah, yep.
Okay, didn't know that.
Yeah, see, that's why we're here.
Thanks for doing it.
And if you sequence it, it may be important for this to come back sooner because there's at least an argument that it changes the status and may be more prudent to put it on a November election.
Two quick things if I could. One is, there's a story in every line of this charter. And the story about compensation was animus between certain people in the city and certain people on the school board when the school board unified. The issue we presented to the school board was, what would you like us to change? And they came back and said, nothing. Change nothing. So this discussion about compensation, which is something that we talked about, we said, okay, they don't want to change anything, don't want to change anything. We should present that to the city council to say, this is what they are saying. Most school, of all the charters, there are maybe 6 or 7 that have, other than a statement that the school board exists, a school district exists in that city, that has any kind of compensation or other information about that. One is Los Angeles, and it goes on forever and has to do with purchasing. And so it's very rare to have I understand, it's very rare to have a city charter that has a lot of information about the school board. It was done for a reason. It should, personally, I think it should be undone for the same reason and have them decide what they want to do. If they don't want to do it and they're going to oppose it, you're not going to get anywhere.
Okay.
However, there's that issue of compensation, which is extremely important. The issue that Zane, you're just raising, that could be done by ordinance and by other ways rather than in the charter. Putting things in the charter put you in a position where for 20, 30, however long it's going to be there. Yep. And you may not want to have it that way.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments on this?
I do have a question for the city attorney.
Okay. We're at 53 minutes, we got 3 more of these to go.
It's like the Constitutional Convention. I mean, they're not like.
4 of these to go.
Just for the, Mr. City Attorney, if the last portion of the charter language in section 16.1 that we've been talking about, that begins without compensation, if we, the city and the voters were to approve striking that all the way through, then would compensation as it applies to the school district be the default, which is provided under the education code? In other words, does the education code govern compensation? And if so, would that be the default? If you know offhand, if not, we could
I
return.
want to be careful because that's providing legal advice to the school board.
Good point.
And so it's certainly something, it doesn't mean they'll necessarily get compensation,
Right.
but it would be then up to them to decide what to do. And there are limits in the education code as to what you can make, what you can be paid, that they were getting prior to when I got elected city attorney, which made me a lot of friends on the school board.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think we had 2 other speakers on this, so you want to come on up and, no, we don't? Is this not one you wanted to speak on, Mr. Morocco?
You heard from the school board, and you've got our recommendation.
Okay, I just have a card from you. I don't know which one you wanted
If you
to.
want to take up the city attorney thing next, I have a very brief statement.
Okay,
Just a quick statement on this.
go ahead, Zane.
So yeah, reviewing this language, it would be without compensation and everything after that would need to be stricken. So please consider that, school board.
Okay, any other conversation on this one? Okay, let's go to the next one. Do you guys want to take a straw poll on it?
What do you want to straw
Sounds
poll
like we're
on?
still cooking it, so.
Yeah, still cooking.
Let's go,
Yeah.
let's go to the next one. So the next one, city treasurer.
The two of us are on the committee.
Please keep it as short as possible.
No, I think the memo that was sent to you clearly indicates the decision that we came to and the rationale for it. There are issues regarding the city treasurer that don't deal with the other elected departments because of the changes that were made without a charter change, and thus places the city treasurer as it exists now in the possible position of not performing charter tasks when the council decided to take those charter tasks and give them to the finance department.
Okay.
And what we're trying to do is to meet the present day issues as the consultant study told us that we should be doing. And so we're trying to fix what is there now. And
So you're truing this up with what
it's actually
he's doing today?
Yes,
Okay,
that's what we're trying to do.
okay?
Joe, yeah,
No,
any comments?
we're really just trying to true up the charter. I'm trying to mince my words here for the city attorney.
Thank you.
We now know how to report a charter violation.
How do you report a
Because of
charter
the city
violation?
attorney. We can't just say it's a city charter violation. But anyway, we're trying to true up what was done 2014.
2005.
2005.
I'm sorry?
2005.
It
2005.
doesn't matter, it got
Well, it
done.
doesn't- Yeah, well, yeah, but we're trying to true that up. My words, clean it up, so that we don't have basically gadflies coming after you saying you have charter violations.
Okay,
So that's what this report reflects, is our attempt at cleaning it up. And hopefully, you know, you can put it on the ballot and the voters will look at it and say, well, this is what it says it is. But we're not, you know, they're not suspicious of the action.
with respect to the qualifications, which you recommended, and I think wisely, that that's a separate ballot measure, why was like something like CPA left out?
We didn't want to make the bar too high.
So
But we wanted
CPA is
people
higher
to
than?
have, it's the same issue with the clerk, that we had the discussion with the clerk. From my personal opinion, I don't want people handling the public's money who don't have an idea of what they're doing. All right, so you know, the old days are gone where everybody knew their neighbors, what they did for a living, where they went to church, how they participated in the community, and what their.
Yeah, I understand the intention.
So-
My question is, you know, to me, reading this, or CPA seems to be notably left out. I'm just wondering if there was a rationale or?
Mr. Mayor, may I weigh in, please? I worked with the committee to create that language. The Charter Financial Advisory and the Certified Financial Planner were used rather than CPA as the principal duties of the treasurer's office now and would be in investments rather than in accounting functions and other revenue
So you
functions like
think a
that.
CPA wouldn't be qualified?
I would not say that. I would say that's why at the time Charter Financial Advisor or Certified Financial Planner were used rather than CPA, because the roles, functions were more in investments than in accounting. Certainly a CPA would have knowledge of, should have knowledge of investments, but the other two seem more likely
So
to
if a
be familiar.
CPA applied, you wouldn't, you'd say you're disqualified?
No, I'm agnostic on that. You can include CPA, that'd be
Okay,
fine.
thanks. And thank you. City Attorney Webb, do you agree that this cleans up trues up with the current practice and would remove exposure from that perspective of the city?
Well, it's, yes, because of the opinion of the current treasurer. So if you'll allow me to give some background.
How long is your background?
Do you want to hear my comments on which logo I like the best?
Yeah, you never said anything. I feel offended.
It'll be a couple of minutes. So there's a case on point where a city attorney prosecuted a council member, and there was concerns when they eliminated, that city attorney had a city attorney investigator in the charter, and had a city attorney investigator in the budget and had certain responsibilities, and that city attorney opined that he could not perform his charter duties with the changes in the budget. And the court said, we never like to second guess a city council's budgetary decisions, but ruled for the city attorney, because if a council takes away the ability of a elected officer to do their mandated charter duties, then it's illegal. And I mention that because I think the report had, and Mr. Solomon is the one that brought it to the Charter Review Committee, my comments to the council at the time. And I spoke to both the council, I spoke to the city manager, and more importantly, I spoke to Ernie Odell, the city treasurer, and said, okay, you have to decide whether or not you can perform all these charter duties, because he wasn't actually going out and, collecting you have to decide. And if you do decide that, then I'll opine whether or not I agree, I can advise the council, and, we can go from there. He did not find that the changes prevented him from doing his charter duties. Mr. Deals, when he made the position part-time, did not feel that even going to part-time violated, eliminated his ability to choose the charter's duties. Mr. Solomon has a different point of view. And then there are two choices that can be made. You can true up, great wording, you can true up the charter to what Mr. Solomon is currently doing, what Moss Adams has said the role of the charter, the treasurer should be, and if you pass it and it's passed by the voters, not a problem. The other option is, if it's not passed by you or if it's not changed by the voters, then you may need to make some significant changes to the budget of the treasurer to enable him to do. And so those were the choices. And the committee chose, okay, we want to true it up. Mr. Solomon recommended they true that up. And so given that context, yeah, I'm absolutely fine with this.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely fine with it.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I got a couple. So when you just talk about truing up, that means they're not equal, right? They're not harmonized. So what if he didn't agree? It would be a different opinion. So we're truing up what's actually happening now. So I just want to know from the Charter Commission, what's actually happening now. Is that the best case scenario? Is that, should we be doing what we're doing now, not in true up versus what is in the charter? I mean, that's the question.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because they chose that as opposed to you doing the budget, so.
Part of what was behind this was Moss Adams. And what
the 2019 report that came out just after the election.
And we use that as a lot of the basis of this. And also speaking with the finance director and what the true process is of the relationship between finance officer and city treasurer, and what those responsibilities in this day and age have become. As with a lot of things, there's a history behind the city treasurer's office that has not kept up with the way that the city operates, that the way cities in general operate. So what we tried to do was to work with the city treasurer as to what it is, based upon it being a part-time position, based upon what exists within the structure of the city with the finance director process, which is what most cities have. How can we make that work?
But to that point, okay, so we changed the charter with the contracts, with regard to the contracts. right? $35,000 and change those levels.
Right.
So we change the charter first, and then we change our business practices. In this case, we change our business practices, and now we're doing the charter, right? So,
Well,
No, I think, yeah, go ahead.
the council did that.
no,
ca-
the city
the
manager did that, and the council agreed to that. Right? So-
Who works for you? Who works for you? The city manager works for
Just
you.
stop.
No, you're right.
Just
Yeah,
stop.
you're right.
We're not going to argue how we got to where we're at today.
No, I need
Let's
to know.
talk about what's right to go forward.
No. I need to know, what, is this the right pathway forward, doing this? I mean, now we have this chance to fix, right?
If you, if,
Is this
if you-
correct?
If you're stuck in some form of ideology and I'll just say mud tracks, you're not going to fix anything.
No,
Let me finish. We spent some time.
Okay, I'm calling this.
So-
We're not
okay,
going to argue on
I'm
the
not.
dais.
I'm just making sure this is the correct moving forward. So there's nothing else we need to change on
So
the
you guys
process,
think
right?
this is the correct path to go forward?
We do.
Okay.
So a question of qualifications. You have on here a separate ballot language, a bachelor's degree from an accredited college in accounting, finance, business, or public administration, and a designation as a chartered financial advisor or certified financial planner, or 4 more years working with government accounting, financial markets, investment policies with certification as California Certified Municipal Treasurer, Certified Government Investment Professional, Certified Public Finance Officer, or Registered Investment Advisor. Number ninth richest person in the world, Warren Buffett, would not fit that qualification. Going back to my
Warren
earlier
Buffett
statement.
doesn't have fit no qualifications. Only the people who apply to be the treasurer of Redondo Beach have to fit that treasurer.
Right, but
Warren Buffett
problem.
isn't in this
Okay.
conversation.
But that's my problem.
They
going
made
to
a
the state earlier.
recommendation. You can choose not to go with it. Let's not, you stand behind your recommendation.
Yes.
Would you mind if we threw CPA in there?
No, I have no idea. The reason,
You're the political body. You can do what
Okay.
you want.
I'm just asking.
We're advisors.
There's one question I have a follow-up on this. Would the last 2 candidates both qualify under this new system?
meaning Mr. Solomon?
Mr. Solomon and the other candidate as well, Mr.
Mr.
Gilroy.
Solomon would.
I have no idea.
Well, I don't know about the other one because I
It
didn't see.
wasn't vetted.
Yeah, he wasn't vetted.
That's a
Yeah,
different
right.
story.
That's a whole different issue, vetting all these qualifications.
Mr. Solomon, would you qualify under these?
I believe so. I would have 4 more years of municipal finance experience and have worked as a registered investment advisor.
Okay.
I also in a position, and others would be in a position to achieve one of the designations.
Okay, thanks.
And I do have one correction. I shouldn't have said absolutely fine. There was one, and the Charter Committee and Mr. Sullivan made a knowing it's less of a legal concern, but because even when the position was part-time, the treasurer still had the collecting city taxes and license fees. And the city was much more effective in collecting business licenses than it's been since then. And we talked about Armando Herrera, and I know that because he used to bring cases to me as city prosecutor. And when they were filing misdemeanors for failing to pay business license, you didn't have to do too many to get the word
everybody
out.
else
So
to
he'd
learn.
go out and they're required to have it. So that was effective, but they just decided.
Mr. Herrera was also padding his bets because he wanted to run for treasurer.
Okay, we don't need to get into.
But that's the only
not a
change I
different-
wanted to correct.
So there's the change you're referring to is?
Item F.
Item F, it currently reads collect city taxes and license fees, and now it's going to be an audit function only.
And.
Well, your point is, though, that if they had to collect it, they'd need budget to do that, correct?
Well, my point is,
Contract.
no, I think they need another position in there, but it was
Right.
much more effective, and so.
Understood. Any other questions?
Yeah, if I may, Mayor.
This is a quick one? Just go ahead. What the heck,
So
70
are you,
minutes.
Mr. City Attorney, are you recommending some type of change to subsection F?
No, it's not my place. I'm just saying, I brought it up. The Charter Review Committee decided not to. Mr. Solomon
Just your
decided not to.
non-legal opinion.
Yeah, what?
You're.
Come on, we need legal opinions here.
No, we don't.
From my enforcement side, when I
From
was
the enforcement
You said it
prosecution,
was better the other way.
we were better the other way. We
Collect.
got, because I don't know how effective we're being in collecting business license, and that comes up at different times.
Be a different problem.
And so you're,
Okay.
based on your enforcement experience, you're recommending keep in, collect?
Yeah, or it
city
could be
tax.
audit collection of city taxes and collect license fee or something
Okay.
like that. Because they're effective in the license fees. And I could see the treasurer going back to, collect license fees and audit city taxes. So that would be, I think.
So that
more
would be a
effective.
change from what you guys.
Yes,
said,
I'm
right? So
just-
that was my question. I mean, I didn't explain myself correctly last time. I said, this was my point here. I was understanding, you guys were looking backwards, right? And fixing to today. I'm looking forwards, right? So why, did you guys discuss the auditing? I saw that part.
Mr. Penzler, to his credit, always looks forward. He's always looking 20 years in advance. I'm always looking at today.
Nils, do you have a question? or-
It's not in here. So if we're asking them to do this,
Do you have a question?
yeah, are we asking them to do this?
It sounds like they're not.
Are we asking them to do that?
That's what we've got to decide.
Talk about that change?
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're just talking about. I like
Mr.
the,
Solomon, sounds like you wanted to speak on this.
Just a couple of notes, generally speaking, with regard to this. Were these changes to be placed on the ballot and adopted by the voters? I would recommend that the policymaking body create an ordinance that formally delegates the authorities that are currently held within the charter in the treasurer's office to the finance director, the MOS, or as would be directed by the city attorney.
City manager.
City
Yeah.
manager.
City manager.
City manager, city attorney's language, perhaps.
Oh, thanks.
In that they would, if we made these changes to the city treasurer's role in a charter without formally delegating the duties elsewhere, who would be responsible for those things?
Okay.
And the Moss Adams report has examples of an ordinance to create a formalization of that process.
Okay.
With regard to the qualifications, if I may, I understand.
What the hell?
I understand, Mr. Mayor, you want to get this through. I have to suggest, though, respectfully, that the gravity of this situation is intense.
I agree.
Related by the Moss Adams report saying that the risk level of an error is moderate to high, and the impact of occurrence is high. And that was 5 years ago.
I understand.
So this is very, forgive me for being passionate about it. This is a really important issue within the city.
You don't have to
Okay.
ask for forgiveness for
So
passion.
with regard to qualifications, I made the notes myself, is like, do I think that, there's no doubt in my mind, and I think in the discussions that we had, that the person who is in this role, myself or a successor, should have experience and knowledge in investments, which would be the remaining portion of the charter, mainly for the city treasurer, should these changes be adopted. The question is, who decides that? Should that be decided by the voters or decided by the charter? But there's no question in my mind that a person should have a familiarity who's in this role. And I want to really emphasize that point.
And if I could have one more thing, please. What we've learned through this process to a great extent is that the more that can be put into ordinance form as opposed to in the charter is really important, because you get a chance every 20 or 30 years to review this charter. But stuff changes. It's not unlike what happened with the procurement. I mean, it sat because the language that was used the last time they tried to go and do this was incorrect, as opposed to trying to make it so that it grew gradually. It grew according to CPI, whatever it might be. So try as much as possible when you go through this from the political side, which is your job, to think about this from the perspective of what needs to be in this document when you have to go to the voters and change it.
So similar to what you did with commissions, they used to all be delineated in the charter, and then you moved it to ordinance and just had the covering language. So understood. Thank you. Wendy, I hate to call you up and put you on the spot, but how do you feel on all of this?
Before we do, Mayor, could I have just a few quick words here? with the, man, yeah?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to thank both Committee Member Pinsler and Wojciak for digging into this. Not an easy task, and it's important. It's a real big deal. So,
Read all the charters.
well, yeah, exactly. So you guys took this very seriously, and
We enjoyed it.
you enjoyed
Miss you
it.
guys.
Okay.
We had a flashback together.
Okay, any question? Is there a question in there?
There is, and so thank you for that. I just wanted to pick up on, I thought, a good point by Councilmember Nierenheim and the city attorney. Maybe we do need to change just one item from audit collection of city taxes and license fees to audit and collect city taxes and license fees, and from,
That's for us to decide.
yeah.
That's
So
a
something-
significant change.
Yeah, so I was suggesting just collecting license fees.
Just the
not
license
tax
fees. Well, let's
fees.
be even more specific. You were suggesting collecting business
Well,
license
I was
fees.
giving the
There are
example.
more than just business license fees.
Each life is a life.
Yeah, so you've got to, this is,
It'd be important for the council to look at which ones we're doing well and which ones we may be underperforming. And the
Okay.
only reason I bring up that, because council members, multiple council members have talked about, Councilman Nierenheim has talked about, why aren't we collecting more of our business
All right.
licenses? So that's been an issue, but I wouldn't
Dog
take,
licenses.
I wouldn't take all of it, because that will create
Okay.
an issue, but I would look at license fees, or at least a subset of license fees.
All right,
Okay.
and we could hear further at a different time from the city manager, perhaps on what's practical in that approach.
yeah, I mean,
Or-
that's just, I just want you to be careful. That type of a
Careful.
change is not an easy change to the mayor's question earlier.
Yeah.
This language that's in this draft has been worked through Wendy and myself and Eugene very carefully.
Yeah.
With a lot of forethought. So we're very content with how it's drafted now. Tweak to that section would
When you say
require
we, you mean,
Wendy and I
we
and
or-
Eugene.
Well,
Yes.
the one thing
Okay.
I would say is you could audit taxes and collect license fees as directed by city council ordinance. And therefore, the council could decide which ones we think would be
Okay.
better to be.
Okay.
And that way, you.
Anything
it can
else,
be
Scott?
gradual.
I did have one other item, and I'll be quick. It's making a note of this, as directed by the city council ordinance. Yeah, just to pick up on another good point from Councilmember Nierenheim and yourself, Mayor, the proposed qualifications. I think it's a good idea to think about that, and to the philosophical question, who decides ultimately what are the best qualifications? Do we do that in the charter? Is it the voters? And this is a great discussion item. We have in here bachelor's degree from an accredited college in accounting, finance, business, or public administration. I mean, to the mayor's point, well, what about someone who has a degree in business economics or economics, right? Or some other degree that may not exist today, may exist within the next 20, 30 years. So it's a great point. I'd want to think about that further. And I agree, why not a CPA? Why not something else? So I want to give that a little more thought, but you've certainly stimulated the conversation, and I appreciate that. And thank you, Mayor, for your indulgence.
thanks.
Wait till we get to the attorney.
Councilmember Obaji.
I just had a question. If he was to collect business license fees, would he need like a staff, or is he just going to Google?
That's the
He
problem.
would.
Yes, he would.
It would require
changes
changes in structure.
It could be a part-time staff, it could,
Right,
like,
okay.
and that's why you could allow the ability to have the council direct the treasurer to do it by ordinance, which gives you that flexibility.
At one time, there was a third person left in the department. It was an auditor.
And they were still, it was before the city treasurer, the city treasurer was part-time, then became full-time, and now is part-time. They had that ability even when they were part-time.
Okay, thank you.
The one thing I'll say real quick, Councilmember Barron, is I want to be careful with the notion of always going to the elected people in the professional positions. No offense here or anything. It's just that we keep relying on the people who are currently in this position, and then we're saying, well, now all of a sudden we need this qualification and that qualification. And there could be a candidate out there, or actually the current people in this current position, and essentially build themselves a moat where no one else can get in. And because there's no term limits here for these positions. So I want to be careful about these qualifications moving forward. I think it's the way I've come around to the whole thing is it's for the voters to decide. So that's just my comment on that.
Building a moat.
Building a moat, yeah. It's not.
Okay. Can we leave this one? Thank you.
Yeah, I thought,
We do the same thing, the same group, city attorney.
Yeah, that's what I was going to hit next, city attorney. This one's a done deal. We're going to put this on the ballot. We're going to make it an elected position, just so Mike runs again. That's a joke. That's a joke.
I did want to comment something. It's past my bedtime because I'm working.
Past mine too.
But the report you got is missing a couple pieces on it. It's actually a two-part report. This report is a response to the Councilman Barron's comment about the Long Beach model. If you recall, in November of 2022, we actually provided a written report that had our position with regards to elected versus city. So it should be appended to whatever you're reviewing and ultimately decided the two steps if you want elected versus city and then how you anticipate the Long Beach model.
thank you for that.
Thank you.
With this particular item, that was probably more contentious than any, and we did a lot more research and we talked to more people about this particular thing, also including the Long Beach model. The issue is that we had a very small set to work from. There are 10, there used to be 12, now there are 10 elected city attorneys in the state. And the rationale behind it for 3 or 4 of them, the largest ones, are that they are administrators. So basically, we're dealing with a set of about 5 or 6 cities to study. We are the smallest but one. San Rafael is smaller than we are in terms of having an elected city attorney. It has been discussed before. The position, as mentioned, and I think I gave you a lot of what we talked about, because as we went through this, other issues started to come up. And one of those issues was there are 2 of those elected city attorney situations where problems happened in terms of relationship between the city council, or in one case, the city auditor, and the city attorney, as to being able to get legal advice other than from the city attorney, who is the one that you wanted to not get the opinion from. So this is an issue that, frankly, you know better than anybody. And if you wish to look into it and how you would place that on the ballot, you should. How you get legal advice, from whom do you get legal advice? And if you're content with the way it is, that's fine. We wanted to raise the issue that at least 2 of the 10 cities that are remaining as city attorneys, San Bernardino got rid of theirs because of this specific issue. Albany got rid of theirs because they're way too small a city to be able to carry an elected city attorney, because they couldn't afford the person so they went out and got an appointed city attorney. So the 10 that are left are a small subset to speak from. So we gave you this information for you to, from the political perspective, think about, because you are the ones who know this better than anybody. From on my perspective and from Joe's perspective, we're talking about 25 years ago. Yeah. That things have changed. You have this present knowledge. This is your issue, and you know this better than anybody.
Can I, thank you, may I just quickly? Thank you, Bob, for digging into this. I appreciate your diligence. You got into all the data.
I know way too much about
You know way too much. But that's what we asked for and you delivered. So I greatly appreciate you taking the time and effort to come to us with what you did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's this is very much your issue.
And it's our issue. It's our issue now. And it's a big deal. It's a big deal. And I recently received a note from a longtime 20-year resident plus of Redondo Beach on this issue, which really resonated with me. And this is what the person said. Here are a few reasons why I advocate for an elected city attorney. direct representation. Residents desire an independent legal representative who is accountable to them, the voters. This can add significant transparency and responsiveness to the public's legal needs and concerns. Elected city attorneys often enjoy more independence in making legal decisions as they are not beholden to city officials who appointed them. Number 2, checks and balances. An elected city attorney can serve as a check and balance on the actions of other city officials, like ourselves, and city departments, thereby promoting accountability. Democratic choice. Elected city attorneys are chosen by the voters, offering a democratic means of selecting a crucial legal representative. And the League of California Cities, say what you will about them, they did a very comprehensive, wide-ranging analysis of this issue. They pointed out that the appointment by the city council may create a more traditional employer-employee relationship, and at times, loyalties and reporting obligations may become blurred. Elected city attorneys are likely to have a greater sense of duty to the public, and that's important, who they serve and who elected them. The relative independence of the elected city attorney from the city council, who, after all, cannot fire them, can also lead attorneys to be more direct and emphatic in communicating their legal advice. Although the elected city attorney is accountable to the public through elections, the city, not the public, is ultimately the city's attorney's client. And I must say, I recently had an interaction with our city attorney on an issue of legal interpretation where we had different viewpoints. And it was a close call. But at the end of the day, I think the city attorney was correct. He gave the right answer. And, it got me wondering, would I have received that same direct and emphatic and quick legal input had he been appointed? I don't know. I'll finish. I know you probably have a lot to say. And then with respect to the city attorney, city council getting a second opinion on legal issues, I understand the concept. I think an argument could be made that the city attorney is the person who should be giving legal advice, and the voters should be the ones who choose that person who should be providing that legal advice. They choose that attorney, and probably shouldn't have like a shadow city attorney office happening. And thank you for pointing out in the charter in your report, there's already a check and balance in the charter on the city attorney that provides the council with some control over the attorneys who the city attorney employs as counsel for the city in litigation or for other legal advice. After all, it is the city council at the request of the city attorney who may employ other attorneys to assist in litigation and other matters of interest to the city. So we do have that check and balance built in, and we have some control. And I'll just say in the end, the Long Beach model, again, kudos, you did your homework, and that's an understatement. No doubt, and we heard from the city attorney, that there's a lot of work in this office, and we see it all the time. We'll probably see it later tonight. It's a heavy lift, quality of life, homelessness, homeless court, a whole bunch of issues, and he's ultimately responsible for the city prosecutor's office. It's a big deal, but it can be done. I think it has been done, and you could say it's been done pretty darn good. So whoever comes in after the city attorney, they got to be up to the challenge. And they may not be a jack of all trades, but they could bring in either internal staff, which could be less expensive, or bring in outside counsel to assist, appoint a competent, delegate to a competent city prosecutor, and get the job done. So those are my initial thoughts on this. You spurred and stimulated the discussion in the first instance, and I certainly want to hear from the rest of the council and the public. Thank you, Mayor.
This is a personal statement. 475 cities in California disagree with it. And of those that can elect a city attorney who have a charter, only 10% have an elected city attorney. So it is regularly not the case what that person was saying.
Yeah.
And the issue isn't about that. The issue is about being able to get the legal advice that you wish, that you need, that you require. And how that is best done, that's a political decision. but most cities in California do not have an elected city attorney. Most charter cities in California do not have an elected city attorney. It is the rare one. And the situation with Long Beach, it's the unicorn. They're the only one that has that situation. So we tried to make it so that we were presenting as much of both sides as we could.
And you've done a commendable job on that for sure. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else have anything they want to ask or say on this?
So, Mr. Pinsler, real quick, this idea of checks and balances, I looked when the charter read it, there's no checks and balance in the charter. I mean, does the city attorney have the ability to veto something or say
The
no?
whole issue, we got into this whole issue of checks and balances. The ability of a check and balance on the federal level is that one has essentially a veto control over the other, you could stop something, or it gets to that point. There really isn't that. The way it was presented as a check and balance, to put quote unquote, is the ability of that person in that office to be present to the public and be able to state what is their opinion. For example, one of the things that we dealt with the city clerk was that it was quite possible for the city clerk to literally stop the city from working by just saying no on something. Like, you stop all the payments. If this person had a situation where they didn't like a particular vendor, they could stop that vendor. And we wanted to stop that. And the issue with the city attorney was somewhat the same in terms of the ability to go out and find different opinions if you hire a firm, what you often get from that firm is a stated city attorney, but often you get people with specialties that fit into that office. The present city attorney, again, what we try to do is not deal with the present person. What would happen for the next person? What would be the proper thing for the city with the next person? And how do we set it up so that the
So
city council gets the
to
best?
that point, one thing I don't see here is the qualifications aspect. Updating qualifications.
We didn't see any reason to change the qualifications. The qualifications was to be basically.
Legal minimum plus 5 years of service, I want to say, 5 years?
I think it was 5 years. We talked at one time about going to 10. One time, someone wanted to go to 1.
You guys had discussions on that, though.
We did. We ended up staying with 5.
The last charter committee recommends staying with 5, but the reason was that's what you needed to be a municipal judge at the time when they had those. Now the minimum requirement to be a judge is 10 years. And so I mentioned that to the committee, and the committee decided not to make any changes.
It was worth it. We didn't think the change, and looking at other charters, most charters that had, of the 10 were 5 years. So we felt that was a proper amount.
Okay.
So that's why we didn't change it. The fact of it not being there is that we decided not to change it. So I didn't think it was worth talking about the fact that we decided that. I say aye because I wrote the memo.
Yeah, and running citywide an election, political donations, raising that much money. I mean, we have a few issues here in the city, one big issue looming. And how did you guys talk about the aspect that it is a citywide election for this position?
Our concern was that not only was it that it was a citywide election, but the cost involved and the need to raise money, which is just part of the political process. And is that a detriment to getting any competitors coming once a person is elected? Now, it's impossible to say that people aren't running because they like what the person did, or they realize that beating an incumbent is not simple. So we could not come up with a judgment upon that. There was discussion, and we did not come to any conclusion on it regarding term limits. That's a whole different story.
Right, that was a separate thing I was going to ask you guys totally differently. Okay. All right, thank you.
I don't know if it answered the question, but.
Go ahead. Zane.
Anything?
Not for
Councilmember
you,
Obudji.
Mr. Pinsler. I would like from, the city manager's not here, maybe Ms. Colazo, you could take note of this. Can we get a BRR, budget response report, on the costs associated with the Long Beach model here, a split in the city council, city attorney versus city prosecutor?
I could do that, and I did offer to the committee, knowing that I won't be here to do that, what I would do if I were city attorney and splitting up. They had already decided that they didn't want to go, so I can do that, and before she agrees and thinking she has to do it, I can give here's what I do, and then we can put together a BRR for how that would be.
Could we do that? Yeah, just it'll help inform whatever decision if we even try to go
Okay.
to that model. And then just other questions for you, Mr. City Attorney, is how much of your time are you delegating to city prosecutorial functions? Because obviously we see the civil attorney side of you.
Right now, it depends on time. It's probably 50-50 because homelessness fits within the city prosecution side. So I'm not opposed to it. I'm not in favor of it. I'm not opposed to it the way I am with the other
Appointed.
proposed changes. I'm uncertain because the role has grown, and if we have to keep suing the state, which is really important that the council's doing that, and at the same time take on all sorts of criminal projects, because aside from the DA, that county jail is overcrowded. You have to come up with more alternative restorative justice that actually works, not just prosecuting people. I could see that each role growing exponentially. So it varies from time to time, but you basically get, half criminal, half civil, and the bulk of my time isn't stuff that you see. It's my office is dealing with the 400 and something employees that the city manager, directs for their work. If you look at most things that come to you, other than purely policy calls, we didn't work on the logo, for example. I only mention that because all the other stuff we may well do, or just, general questions in terms of how they perform their jobs, so.
And I guess to the city manager, how much stuff, considering how much the city attorney has to carry on his plate and his team's plate, how much policy change or ordinances are held up because the city attorney is not able to keep up with the workload?
Well, I think that ebbs and flows depending on where we're at in our annual cycle. I mean, we've got a few things right now that are on what I would call maybe a medium burner because there's a lot in front of them from a workplace standpoint. So there are times when ordinances that we'd like to get done, we can't even start because there's so much going on. And there are times when things are a little quieter and we can actually get to that type of activity. But you look at the strategic plan, you can see a pretty good list there.
I'll give you an example just because it's current. It's two directions to staff, I think one of which is on the strategic plan from the council. It's modifying the code of conduct and coming up with something that I've advocated for a while, clear ex parte rules and disclosure rules. And so I sent an email invite to both of the assistant to the city manager for Thursday. And I'm hopeful that we can get that done because since we already have a meaty thing on next Tuesday, I'm losing hope of having quality time with you in closed session. So we might as well knock something out if we can get that done.
And when you became city attorney, how many years of experience did you have?
Timer. We're out of time.
99 minutes, we're out of time. Done, sorry.
I'm trying to do the math. So I got elected in 2005. So I was sworn into the bar in 1987.
That's quite a bit. Had you had civil experience at that time?
Yeah, see, and that's the other advantage. I think you may get more people running for each position with a split model because you have to be, and one of the alternates referred to it as a unicorn. So I had worked as a deputy DA and then in the city attorney's office, and my predecessor was a military JAG officer and then judge advocate. And when he'd go on deployments, I was appointed acting city attorney during that time. So I had both. And when I worked in another city, I represented the airport. I advised on the Civil Service Commission. So I had both, and that was important.
That's not that common. And my top concern about electing a new city attorney is unless he or she is a seasoned civil litigator, that they might be lost when it comes to our civil litigation plate right now, and dealing with all these attorneys and all the subject matters.
And yet, I can tell you, your residents care more. You don't see it, but your residents care more about the prosecution side of our office.
Sure.
And you can see, what's going on in other cities where they don't have that.
Absolutely, and I definitely want to maintain that.
To your point, I'm going through so I was challenged in 60% of my elections, and one person pulled papers, and the day of it was due, I got a text that he had called and said he wasn't going to file, but every one of them was either a civil litigator or a deputy DA. And so it wasn't anyone who had the experience on both sides of the office.
So do you have any concern about that? That, whoever's going to fill your spot isn't going to be up to both sides of the responsibility?
Well, I don't know who all's going to run. It would be an argument in favor of the Long Beach model,
right.
where you get
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you get all the independents, and yet you'd have two different positions where someone who if you're a civil litigator or a municipal attorney, you'd be great for the civil side, and if you're a deputy DA or a city prosecutor, you'd be great for the criminal side.
Right.
That's an argument in favor, but I have to do the budget to figure out if it pencils out.
Right. Okay.
And
Thank you. That's all more or less all my questions.
So, real quick, the only thing you guys are recommending here is striking the words "at the request of the city attorney." That's what passed.
Well, that was passed last time. That was the same.
Same thing.
Same recommendation.
That was the issue regarding where you get your legal advice.
Okay.
And that, again, that's a decision for you. For us, looking at it from the outside, sort of, we know that.
Your former council members.
Could be a conflict, because we have seen this, and to get to the Long Beach model, one of the issues there is now you have two attorneys.
Yeah.
From whom do you get your legal advice, and could you shop your legal advice between those two positions? And that happened at one point in Long Beach, when there were, for the most part, they got along. Otherwise, they didn't.
But that's like getting a second opinion from a doctor. You can go to one doctor,
and you're ugly too.
get an opinion, and then go to another one and get a different. Yeah.
Well, let's get three then.
Yeah.
Let's appoint two and elect one, and go to all three and have them vote.
On that subject, well, get three opinions, and then the council has to make a policy call on which one they want to follow. But can the city council direct you, Mr. City Attorney, to hire another attorney for a second opinion?
No, and the reason is there's a check and balance. You can't hire someone to give a contrary opinion, and it's a check and balance. At the same time, I can't hire somebody at all. I can recommend someone to you, and there would be plenty of problems with having that second opinion, and I can go through a lot of them, and I don't know that it helps you, but the official position, legal position will come from the city attorney. It can't come from anyone else. And you can get, this is good-natured poking, but the language that Committee Member Pimsleur is, well, it gives the council the opinion that they wish. And that's the problem. It gives the council the opinion that they wish, not necessarily.
Who says the
best
council is
legal-
wrong?
The best, the council
That's the problem.
can't, no, it's not a problem. The council can and has chosen to disregard the city attorney's position. But there are potential consequences if a court determines that what the council did was not correct. And so that becomes the issue. And there can't be two official positions. And I am accountable to the residents of Redondo. And, you know, if it's something where I'm not certain, I'm happy. We talked about intellectual property. The first thing I said, okay, we're going to get an intellectual property attorney to advise you. But if it's something that I feel strongly about, and I think this is the correct legal opinion, then that is the official position. And it has potentially very serious consequences when city staff or city council choose another path that determines that it's not legal.
One of the reasons that San Bernardino voted out their city attorney was that that city attorney became a policymaker. And that is another issue that is involved with an elected position. And it so happened that in that city, it was a lot of money involved as well. And that's a whole different story.
That's because you're leaving out their bankruptcy, the fact that
right.
he was challenging the mayor for mayor.
Yeah.
It was a unique set of circumstances.
It was unique. But these things happen. And so, again, we raise these issues so that you could think about it.
Look, we're just going to have to make a decision which way we want to go. I could sit here and list for 20 minutes why an elected city attorney isn't as good as an appointed one. There's arguments on both sides, and I think there's some confirmation bias. If you want an elected city attorney, you read those points. If you don't, then you read the other one. We're just going to have to decide, right? There's no perfect answer here.
Well, we're going to have to decide whether to put on the ballot, but ultimately the voters are going to decide, right?
Well, that's a decision we got to make, what we want to put on the ballot, if we want to put something on the ballot. And then we can let the voters make the choice.
Well, I'll say.
Rolf, okay.
Just a quick clarification that the recommendation from the committee remains to transition from an elected to an appointed city attorney. That is the primary. As an alternate, we did provide the one change to the current language that strikes that portion. And those are the two recommendations.
That's what I took from the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Everybody rush up at once. Anybody online?
Nope. And no e-comments.
Okay, one more to go.
All right. Which one? Go.
Let's go to term limits. Somebody want to start with
Who's the reporter? Scribe?
Who's reporting live from Redondo Beach?
It's Matt. Oh, he's here.
And just like that, he appears.
Boom.
I was listening, I had to stretch my legs.
Sure.
Good evening. Anyway, so you've got our summation of some of the things we discussed at term limits. I guess originally this came to us with a specific ask to look at the Manhattan Beach model. And there was really we took a kind of straw vote whether anybody had any interest in pursuing the Long Beach model, and there wasn't any interest from the committee. I think in part when we discussed it is because a large issue is Manhattan Beach, they sit out 2 years and then can run, whereas Redondo Beach with districts, you'd be sitting out 4 years. It just didn't really seem to work well. And there was the discussion that Manhattan Beach does have the same kind of revolving door issue. So then the question is, do you sit there and do a sit out for 4 years and then still limit the total number of years per term? Maybe you go from 8 to 12. The bottom line is, after kicking the can around and all that, looking at all that, we just decided we didn't think that was the way to go.
So you brought Manhattan Beach, but the reason why.
Actually, you guys brought up Manhattan Beach, but.
Yeah, the reason why they came back was because they wanted the voter, they being the electeds, the current crop, was because the electorate booted out the prior crop who screwed everything up. And they changed everything. They're getting everything back on the right ship, which is actually 2017. The same thing happened. So the context there is they're fixing the rights of the wrong of the prior council.
You're talking about Manhattan Beach?
Manhattan Beach, yeah.
I don't get involved in Manhattan Beach City Council. I've got no idea what's going on there.
But the result was, you're basically getting a dynasty. You see the same names pop up again and again and again.
And certain
people that I talked to in 2002 are still in office.
And certain people keep trying and keep losing. Listen, I wouldn't do this term for 3 times. You know what I've been through on this council seat up here, but it's a totally different animal as well because they don't have districts. Right? They run citywide and they're only 39,000, 40,000 people or something. And you actually don't have representation east of PCH very much. There's one council member. The rest of them live west of PCH. So it's a totally different animal. We have districts.
Well, so the conversation at the committee then morphed into the broader view of term limits and each of us giving our philosophical views on term limits. It was a very split group with regards to what the committee felt. So there were strong opinions on both sides. In the end, it was felt that if there was anything going to be put on the ballot, of all the things, because I know I had pushed to get this on the ballot when I was still in office, and it got soundly defeated. I wasn't even close. It was a 2-to-1 vote. If there isn't unanimous support, it's unlikely to pass. Anything messing with term limits is unlikely to pass. What was put on the ballot most recently was extending it from 2 terms to 3 terms. And we talked about that. And so we made the recommendation, if there's anything to be done, that would be it. We kicked around the idea of a total term limit that included the mayoral position. So making it 12 years or 12 years including the mayoral position, you could decide. You could serve 1 term as city council member and 8 years as mayor. You could go right in as mayor and serve 12, or you could serve your 12 in a city council position. It was kind of felt that was getting a little complicated for the voters. And so the simplest thing was just deal with mayor and city council, and specifically not school board, since they asked us not to change anything in the charter. At the time, they asked us not to change anything in the charter. And so the proposal we put in, or what we voted on, strictly addressed just the mayor and city council positions and go from 2 terms to 3 terms. And we put arguments for, arguments against, some of the things we kicked around. I don't know if you have any questions?
I did, unless you're still going.
Yeah, real quick.
So iLegislate's working for me now, so if we can get back to the discipline of raising hands, I'd appreciate it.
Let me guess. I'm first up? I'm first up?
Oh, Councilmember Narenheim.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Light. What about term limits for the professional positions, the quote professional positions? I mean,
there was really no discussion really about making term limits. You're talking about city attorney, city treasurer, city clerk. No, there was no, I can't say it was brought up. Maybe other committee members.
Well, prior to, if I may, prior to committee member Kilroy's time, committee member Morocco, who is left, proposed some sort of longer, I forget the year, whether it was 12 or 16.
And that failed.
And as an alternative to going to an appointed city attorney, so that you could only serve X number of years, but that didn't get any traction with the rest of the committee.
Yeah, and it certainly hasn't been brought up since I've served on the committee.
Okay.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Another great report. Exactly, I think, what we had asked for. You came back, you certainly did a lot here, and you put it in a format that I thought was not only easy to follow, but concise. So.
Committee member Morocco helped me.
Okay.
He was my editor. He's gone. Sorry.
He's gone to bed. Yeah, and in particular, you laid out what are the arguments in favor for term limits, what are the arguments against term limits, and I think it's all captured here. Arguments in favor of term limits, bringing fresh new ideas to the governing body, keeping elected officials responsive, eliminating any advantage of incumbents, etc. Arguments against term limits. It may prevent voters from choosing who they most desire to represent them. Good point. Term limits may shift power to non-elected staff members, since staff members don't have term limits and often have many more years of experience. Term limits removed experienced council members that have just begun to be effective. Being up here on the council, this sort of resonates with me. Results in more frequent changes to city priorities. Complex projects often take more than 8 years to complete. I can see that. And I think it may have been Member Pinsler who related his experience with Artesia Boulevard and the state and everything you did. And you barely got that thing, right under the wire. It takes time. It takes a lot of time. And ranked choice voting may itself remove some of the advantages that incumbents may have. And I could see how that would happen. So to the mayor's point, we've got to work through this, balance it out. And I think, these points ring true. So thank you and thank the rest of the committee for bringing this to us.
I'd just like to reemphasize, if I were sitting in your seat and I was picking a priority as to what parts of the charter I would change, I think the city clerk and city treasurer positions are the ones that require the most attention, so.
And I do note this wasn't like a slam dunk vote.
No.
Split.
And some of our votes, there are committee members who may have been for term limits or were for an appointed city attorney but they're lean towards putting it to the people and letting them decide. So the votes in some regards also reflected the idea of some committee members thinking to Councilmember Narrarime's idea of let the voters decide.
Yeah, I think that it's our job to weed out what we want to send to them, because we could just send the whole charter piece by piece and.
No, and I totally agree. And like I said, although I'm personally against term limits, the voting record of the electorate love term limits. So they love it just the way it is. So
Great research on that. I mean, there are a lot of things in there I had no idea about. So appreciate you bringing that to the fore.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. One item that did catch my attention is it was proposed, and maybe this was a compromise or something that was important to the committee one way or the other, but it's proposed that any removal of term limits or modification to term limits will not affect those people in office or who have previously been in office.
So that's something our wonderful city attorney, we did discuss that. We felt that if it had any chance of passing, it needed to be written in a way that did not seem to benefit sitting elected officials. And we felt that was really important. If something does go forward on the ballot, but our city attorney warned us that it could be challenged depending upon how it was written. That to single out individuals, which is what it would effectively do, could be challenged.
Could be challenged. And so, I mean, you could probably count on two hands, the people. And I don't know if it's a bill of attainder or what, where you carve out certain people who don't have the benefit of something in the law. I don't know, the city attorney who's here, sounds like you've weighed in on it. What's your concern about?
I'm very concerned because the right to hold office is a fundamental right. And to your point, you might be able to get within the ballot limits and list each of you who this doesn't apply to. And so that's a bit of a problem in terms of saying, yeah, everybody has 3 term limits, but not Bob, not Joe, not any of you, not Matt. So,
well, and that's the question. I mean, you could go all the way back to previous councils that only got 2.
Anyone who's alive, yes. And that's a bit of a problem. So I have concerns. I would want to research that in full, but I don't want to do it unless the council says, yeah, that'd be a great idea.
Right. And this is definitely one I want to talk to my residents and friends and neighbors in the community about because, one
quick thing on that. The original Redondo Beach term limits did include those people in office at the time. And it's part of the story about term limits, about how it got put in the first place. But that was part of it.
What about prior ones?
Prior ones were not included.
Yeah.
It was only those people in office at the time.
It's one thing to say, and I think what it said, I think what it said was, yeah, we're counting all prior terms as having been served. This does something different. This says, okay, the rule is 3 for everybody, but not
these folks.
However many former council members and mayor are still with us and living in Redondo.
Okay.
All right.
Just real quick, the last option discussed with that regard was to put it on the ballot and put an effective date at some point in the future that would end up having any sitting council member or, well, obviously a former council member would be sitting out for at least 4 years or however you wanted to do it. But that is the other option.
Yeah, that would have the same political appeal without being unconstitutional.
Okay, any other questions? Any member of the public wish to address this item? Okay, so we've exhausted it. I would like to at least.
Motion to continue.
Well, I'd like to understand before we continue it, what's the process for?
Receive and file and continue. We're going to bring it back at a later date.
I did have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Kalojerovic.
I did want to echo what all my colleagues said about the committee. Thank you guys all for the work that you put in. I did watch some of those meetings and they were very thorough and the discussion was very in-depth. So thank you for your time and effort on all of that.
You're our only other watcher.
That's right. You probably saw me there. Are there any other outstanding items that we do not have in front of us that you're meant to work on?
If you look at the agenda, there are 2 items remaining. One of them is a strangely complicated one about publishing. And here's an example. We have a general plan that's going to be put out. We have to put the general plan in a newspaper, which means that we have to go to the Easy Reader and have them distribute this document to the city.
Thick paper.
It's just, it's crazy.
We've never done.
And so the term publish has changed. And I don't want to, speak about what we're going to be discussing, but it is a really more complicated issue than you think.
So that one, which the clerk brought up, and then the original one, which is not moral turpitude, the definition of residence.
Residency is the other issue
that was one of the first things referred to them, given
But the one that's
the
really
issues at the
complicated and
time.
strange is publishing, because publishing has changed. Again, we're thinking about 20, 30 years from now. What does publishing mean? And how can we make it so that we don't have to revisit the charter every time? So there are ways of doing that without making it a charter issue. But it's way more complicated than you think.
So given that there's the outstanding 2 items to discuss,
Basically.
so you have next month or this month's meeting, okay, and we could expect that to be back to us then after that meeting? I don't only, well, I'm saying I think we should probably put some kind of deadline on this because we do have to discuss these and have them decided on. If we're going to put them on the ballot, we need to have this discussion. So
I think we're going to have a tough time getting just what we got here.
I'm just saying, I don't think we should have them be debating this endlessly and going in circles, right?
Yeah.
Those are basically the 2 things that are left.
Okay. Do you feel confident that you could get that done in the next meeting?
We're always confident.
I love that. I love it. Okay. That's great.
I was going to say, from a timing perspective, I mean, city clerk, city treasurer, can they be on the March one? I mean, do we need to be back here to do something before November?
City clerk, city treasurer can be on the March one as currently written.
Okay.
So the school board may have to be in the November one.
Okay.
So the date for the November one is August something, right?
First Tuesday in August.
Yeah, first week in August.
So if you want to bring back,
City
if
attorney
you
in
want to bring,
July.
what?
City attorney discussion in July only insofar as getting the BRR.
Yeah, well, in June, you'll do it as part of the budget.
We'll get there, but we're not going to discuss it in June, right? We gotta discuss
It depends on what the council chooses to do, whether it has to be in November or
Well, the split
March.
up. The Long Beach model is what I'd be considering.
Oh,
They didn't recommend any of that.
but
No, but
so
we
if
could.
you wanted to do that, that could probably most likely be in March, so.
Okay.
That's due in December.
But so the only one, if that's what you're discussing, that if you're going to remove those 2 words about compensation, it'd be safer to put it on the November.
Which would be a special election.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Special election.
so,
So.
and that could be,
School board.
go ahead.
School board we should have in July.
Well, what do we have time for? I mean, if we have time, we can do more. Let's do more.
Yeah.
We got
All
a
right, so I'll
lot.
make a motion
We
to
got a-
receive and file the report, wait for the Charter Commission to come back with the 2 remaining items, and come back with school board issues, and any other issues for a July meeting. Actually, that wouldn't be enough time to have the verbiage ready for August anyways.
And the other thing is, well, and you have typically, council members have taken vacations in July. because you
not-
don't wanna-
yeah,
Well,
let's not
I'm just saying, you don't want to have it set up and then some of you are missing. And historically, that's one of the few times, because if you have kids, it's still in
If
summer
they
school.
were,
it's still in
Councilmember
summer-
Lowenstein already missed 100 minutes of discussion on this.
Yeah. And
It's a lot
so
of extra
it-
homework for him.
But you don't want to have it you don't want to set up for a meeting and you find out that's when people are gonna.
So, Mr. City Manager, June, the second meeting in June, is that packed? Do we have 5 Tuesdays in June?
Right.
You could do the school board, you could do a single
One
item.
item.
You
Yeah,
could do a
just one
single item on the second meeting in June, but I would
What
not
do you-
advise anything
In the
else.
school board, it's really 2 words that you're changing, which would have to be in,
Why are we cramming it into June? Let's
Yeah.
just wait until July.
well, I was going to say.
Get
so
feedback
you-
everything in
from them on
July.
all the subjects.
All right, so,
Because
all right,
before
all
you can do
right,
school
my
board in
motion
July.
is to have, come back with we're going to cancel the first July
August.
meeting, we'll do the second July week, to come back with the school board issues, whatever the school board stuff may be. And one other small item, if we have another small item, a report from the 2 items that you guys are still discussing. And then we will take the remainder items that we've just discussed tonight under, at a later date. So that
I'd
would be my
like to
motion.
add one agenda item to that, and that is so it's properly agendized, we have to vote to terminate the committee.
And I think.
Well, that we can do that then.
But we have to agendize it, so we might as well
Right.
talk about it at
No,
the same time.
we'll talk about it in July if we
Right,
need.
he's saying to add it to your motion, so
We
it's
don't know.
agendized.
Maybe they're going to come back and say, hey,
Well, then we
listen.
can vote no on it
But
then.
then you can vote, yeah. Just get it done in one thing if they're
Yeah,
done.
let's not bring it back as a separate thing. If they're done, they're done. If they're not, we can extend, we don't have to vote to.
And you guys remember action and possibility of terminating the Brown Act
Yeah,
committee.
discussion of, just so it's agendized so we can do it and not have to drag it into another.
Letting you go back to your normal life.
They've had fun. All right, that was my motion. Where are you going?
Okay, do we have a second?
Just like a friendly amendment that after the school board, the items to be discussed will come to us one by one. So
That's for the, we can work with,
one charter amendment
we can work with this.
per meeting.
Yeah, we can work with this.
One subject per meeting, not all, 2 or 3 at a time.
We can work with the city manager and the mayor on this
Yeah.
item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
that's when
So with
those
that,
two
I'll
just
second.
figure
So
out.
we got a motion and a second. I have a question. What's the council's expectation with respect to the next meeting on each of these? We gonna sit here and write it in the meeting?
No, we're going to direct staff to do the changes.
So we're just gonna come back and say yes or no, or make 2 changes?
Yeah.
Because this was tedious tonight.
Yeah.
If people have changes that they want to make, they should come with a red line of
Yeah.
what changes they want to make, unless they're adopting exactly what the commission has prepared.
That's a very valid point, and you'll also have another chance, because if you say, we want to put the school board, we direct the city clerk to come back, and you have to schedule the election and the actual language and the reso. So that's the time between those two where the language gets finalized, yeah.
Yeah, plenty of time. There's
So-
little steps coming up.
So everybody's gonna come here not asking questions, but this is what I want, and then we're gonna vet it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
Because this was a ton of questions
Yes, sir.
and no decisions.
There's likely to be more questions.
Fun.
but hopefully we
Government
can
is sausage making. It's going to be delicious sausage.
Well, there's other ways to do it.
This is,
Yeah. All right, we got a second. What was the amendment? Did you need
Just
this?
slow roll them out.
Oh,
to us,
that's up to-
or-
yeah, sure, that's
or
up to the-
individually roll them out.
They'll figure that out, but yes.
Okay, I just hear 2 different things, so we don't have a fight.
Yes, it's-
Is that okay? 'Cause
Yeah,
he
it's fine.
seconded it based, okay,
Figure
great.
it out.
Okay, motion and second, all 4?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Great service.
thank you,
All right,
gentlemen.
last item.
No,
What? What do you mean?
there's more items. There's at least
yeah.
2 more, 3 more.
Oh.
City manager items.
Given the lateness of the evening, we'll kick it over to boards and commissions. You said the nice words regarding the festival. We were pleased up until the unfortunate wind event with the operation. It was a great beach life. Our folks were thrilled to see it through to the end, even with the finality that it did have. So with that, we can move on to item P1.
Okay, this is so this is a 2-parter. The first is discussing the potential consolidation of city boards and commissions, and the second is an ordinance change that would allow for cancellation of commission meetings. So if you could bring up the slides. Okay, let's go to the next.
Next slide, Natasha.
I just covered that. Okay.
Next slide, Natasha. Never mind.
Yeah.
Zane gets it.
So the current structure is shown here. We've got 3 boards. We've got 12 commissions. And that's a lot for a city of our size, which you'll see in a few slides. I'm not going to list them out. You guys know what they are. Let's go to the next slide. So the issues with the current structure, one, the boards, they're not, one of them at least is not current with changes in the law, the ordinances and agreements. They've not been staffed in at least 3 years, maybe longer, and there have been no meetings in years. So the boards have been totally neglected for quite some time. Second, there's excessive burden on city staff for supporting the meetings related to all these commissions, which represents lost opportunity costs and impacts the quality of life. And in fact, I think, well, I won't opine on that, but I think we risk losing people because we drive these meetings a lot and we drive them late. And I know from coming to City Hall the next day, people are dragging in, so they're not necessarily focused. They still have follow-up items from the night before. So we are burdening the city staff with a lot of meetings. There's overlapping areas of responsibilities and interest amongst the commissioners and in the functions of the commissions. It's challenge. Since I've come on board, I've found that it's challenging to keep everything staffed. I call up people who have applied, and they're like, well, if it's planning or if it's harbor, I'm interested. The other ones, they don't do anything, so I don't care. I don't want to do it. And we have people leaving because of that. We had exiting commissioners that said they left because they didn't feel like their work on the commission they were serving on was meaningful. And we found from talking with some of the liaisons that they struggle to find topics for all meetings for some of the commissions and to make it meaningful for those commissioners. We've had an increase in the absences and inability to meet quorum on several of them. And as I just said, there's stated dissatisfaction among some of the commissioners. So looking at that, I came out, go ahead. I started coming up with my recommendation, but before I did that, I also looked at a projection of vacancies. Thank you, Luke, for putting this together. But you can see the number that are coming up. It turns out excluding the boards, which haven't been staffed in years, there's about 40% of the positions that are across all commissions that are coming open. That's excluding the students and the youth commission. So you can see 27 of 64 vacancies and 12 of 12 youth vacancies. So that's about 40% of the positions that we're going to have to fill in October. Next slide. Just as a quick comparison, I brought up some other cities. You can see we've got 3 boards, 12 commissions. Hermosa has 2 boards and 3 commissions. Manhattan Beach has 2 boards and 4 commissions. So we are we're 3 times the closest city. When you look at Torrance, which has a budget much bigger than ours, they have 12 commissions.
How did this happen?
Pardon?
How did this happen? This is not mission creep.
There wasn't this many when I first started following city politics, but.
How many stop signs do we have?
Yeah.
Oh, people love their stop signs though.
It's the same thing.
They don't love those
It's
commissions.
like
I
there's
think
an issue,
I
we
think the
should create a
floodgates opened
commission.
when we took it out of the charter and put it into ordinances, and then it became easy to make these changes. And I think there's been creep, and nobody's really taken a look at, is the current structure the right one to do? They just kept adding
I
on
will
and
say, I
adding
think
on.
we've only added the Public Art Commission in my 18 years here. I think everything else predated my
That was
time.
because of a fund that was set up.
Right. That's the only new one in 18 years, I think. We added sustainability to Public Works too.
But just a
Well, I will
task.
tell you, when I first started tracking this, there was an environmental commission that looked at the EIRs, and then that got consolidated into planning. I mean, Public Works.
Right.
And planning and the Harbor Commission. So we have folded them down in the past, but this is a lot.
Well, I think the only city we found that had more than us was Berkeley, if I remember correctly.
Yes. I found Torrance is equal to us, but their budget's like 5 times ours. Next slide. So the recommendation, sat down, Luke helped me with this. We sat down with some of the commissioners, sat down with some of the liaisons, and came up with this, and actually got some written comments from commissioners that caused us to change our recommendation. I recommend that we eliminate all 3 boards and reassign their duties where required. The appeal and uniform codes would be assigned to us. The handicapped access appeals would be assigned to Public Works and Sustainability Commission. And the suspension appeals can be eliminated because it's no longer required by our union agreements. I recommend that we suspend 4 commissions and integrate into a single commission. And those 4 would be Historical, Library, Rec and Parks, and Preservation Commissions. And I also recommend that we rename the Public Arts Commission to the Cultural Arts Commission and add performing arts to its purview. That would be a takeaway from the Recreation and Parks and Library Commissions.
For Performing Arts, you mean Performing Arts Center?
No, any kind of, like Shakespeare by the Sea, or people reading stuff to
Kids at the library?
kids at the library. Just other stuff than just big murals on, on buildings.
But also Performing
Oh,
Arts.
go back to that real quick.
Sure.
Who did this diagram?
Me.
So many staff's gonna see it. This is excellent. I mean, this is.
Thank you very much.
This is great. I wanted to give Luke some really big props.
Can't take any there, sir.
But Mr. Mayor, this is awesome because when I saw it on paper, I was like, oh, what? And I see this and I'm like, this is fantastic. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. When you're in the Air Force for 13 years, you become what they call a PowerPoint ranger.
Yeah, Visio. Microsoft Visio.
Next slide, please. Okay, the rationale, again, this is kind of repetition. The boards haven't been staffed, the boards haven't been staffed in years and they've not met in years. As I said, the Suspension Appeal Board is no longer referenced by current union agreements. The Handicapped Access Appeals Board facilities subject to ADA access appeals generally fall under what would be the Public Works and Sustainability Commission purview. So it's infrastructure that doesn't meet ADA requirements, and they already do work with respect to the infrastructure in the city. And then the appeals of Uniform Code, the building code actually states that if you don't have an appeals board, that the governing body of the city shall serve as that. So that's why we put that under City Council. Luke, you look like you want to.
Yeah, just to clarify one other point there, this is, the city no longer uses the Uniform Building Code, we use the California Building Code. And so the code section that the mayor just referenced comes from the California Building Code. So, we're not beholden to the Uniform Code dictates anymore.
You can tell which part Luke researched and which ones I did. So thanks, Luke.
Of course, sir.
Next. On the commissions, the Library, Historical Preservation, Recreation and Parks Commissions all revolve around public amenities. The consolidation ensures there will certainly be enough content amongst those four to be meaningful in each meeting. It involves synergy across several commissions. It reduces overlap. One of the comments we got was historical and preservation, for example, had a lot of overlap, but only one really had any kind of teeth to it. And then overall, this would result in a 33% reduction in the demand for commissioners, 21 reduced of 62 positions. Okay, next slide. We did run into constraints, which if you notice, this was on the agenda for last time and we pulled it at the last minute. And that's because we found out that what we were doing would not be approved by the state board that oversees the California Office of Historic Preservation. So they would not recognize the Planning Commission fulfilling the preservation role. I don't know if they used these words because Luke researched it, but I think they were concerned about the fox and the hen house. So they wanted an independent board. So the things that they require, though, is if we move it somewhere else other than a preservation commission, that we establish that by ordinance. The entity must provide for public participation, which any of our commissions does. And once a year, the commission members must read and sign an annual OHP training that it's PowerPoint slides that they put together. And they also recommend that it should include to the extent possible, so there's a lot of mealy mouth words in there, residents conversing in city history, architecture, cultural heritage, you can read all those. And if possible, qualified professionals in those same areas. So they kind of cover their own, cover themselves by making one less restrictive than the other. And it just says impossible, if possible. And when you read other cities' ordinances, they even go further in reducing it. They say 3 of 6 shall have these things. So I don't propose that we specify, that we let it flexible. It is interesting to note, and Luke ferreted this out, that OHP actually falls under California State Parks. So obviously they couldn't say anything about us combining our parks and recs and the Preservation Commission, because that's who their bosses are. Okay, next slide. Discussions with affected commission liaisons. Rec and Parks liaison is open to consolidation. The agenda has been light as a standalone. Library Commission, I wasn't even looking to consolidate Library Commission, and Dana recommended consolidation with Historical. The Historical Commission liaison supports and sees synergy with consolidation with Preservation. And the Preservation Commission liaison supports consolidation provided that those functions are protected. And they also saw synergy with the Historical Commission. So we see the liaisons kind of adjusting to this as well, and I think it relieves some of their concerns and burden. Next slide. Let's see, the other commissions that I didn't touch, I felt like the other ones that are remaining had little overlap. They have sufficient workload, and they have crucial functions and decisions that make commissioners feel like they were actually contributing something to the city instead of just attending meetings. Public arts is a public amenity, but narrowly focused and uniquely subjective. And we had a resident commissioner suggested expansion to all cultural arts, which is what I'm recommending in this. I adjusted my recommendation based on that commissioner's input. And the Youth Commission, I personally believe input from our youth is missing right now. And so I think we need to re-energize that. And I know Councilmember Kalajerovic has been working hard to do that. And I believe not just that we're missing the input, but it's a good educational tool for the kids to get exposed to how city government works. Whether it would scare them away from it or draw them into it, that remains to be seen. So I appreciate the input from the commissioners, from the liaisons, and the support from Luke, but that's kind of the background on how I came to this decision. Next slide. So the resultant savings, and this was all thanks to Luke, the savings for broadcast is about $13,500 per year. The opportunity cost, and this is a rough estimate, this would be hard to get exact, is about $40K per year. And I said opportunity cost because they're salaried employees. So it's not like we'll see a cost savings, but when they're doing stuff for the commissions, it takes them away from work we're asking them to do on their day jobs. So,
Well, I disagree because we have someone recording this right now, sitting right back there.
You have what?
Someone recording this back there. We don't have to have
That's the
someone
broadcast savings.
broadcasting, yeah.
So that,
There is,
that's the direct
there's
cost
other
savings.
factors that we have.
I'm not sure what you're saying. If they don't have to do, if they have to do 1 versus 4, there's a savings there. They don't have to be back there.
Yeah,
They have to be back there when we're doing it.
There's more than just the broadcast cost. You're saying opportunity cost, there's more cost to that we're not.
So you're saying there's more cost than this?
Yeah, that we're gonna be saving.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
we
is a
didn't wanna
pretty
go too
conservative
deep into
estimate.
this.
Yeah.
I think we could build a much bigger list of cost savings, but this was the easy, low-hanging fruit to claim. And I didn't want to get to where someone could nitpick it in and out.
Yeah.
Right? So these are easy to justify. And Luke, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. I did not calculate this. Luke did the.
Yeah, this is just
Heavy lifting on
based
that?
on our projected per meeting for the broadcast cost and then looking at 3 employees across clerk, liaison, and preparation for a meeting time averaging across all of them, including prep time, but about 5.5 hours. And so with a fully loaded salary at $80 per hour if it was a full-time employee. So it was pretty basic math, but just wanted to get a number to quantify it in some sense so we could have an order of magnitude of what we're looking at.
Okay, next slide. My recommended implementation schedule, the elimination of boards, we can do immediately. When I say immediately, I mean once we do the ordinance changes associated with it, but we could start that, as soon as possible. The consolidation of boards, of commissions, I would hold off to the October, when we select the October list of candidates for the different commissions. That's when we make the change to this one. And I don't want anybody to think like, okay, we're consolidating all this onto public safety. And so we'll keep not public safety,
Public Works.
Rec and
Parks and
Parks,
Recs.
yeah.
that we're doing that, and we'll just keep all the parks and recs. It will be let's look at who are the real contributors, and that's going to be I'll look at all the candidates and make a recommendation to the council. And then you guys can opine on that. But there is a significant, on those 4 commissions, there's about a 36% vacancy rate that will come up with this next round. So I think there will be enough slots for everyone. Okay, next slide. Meeting cancellation. So shifting gears, that's the recommendation on consolidation. One of the things that came up when I think one of you brought it up, and I don't remember whom, said we don't have a way of currently canceling a meeting other than lack of quorum. And I know that impacted.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Ron Morocco.
It was Mr. Morocco.
Okay, thank you. I know, I having just been a harbor commissioner, there was the nudge, nudge, wink, wink, you can't be here in January, right? And that just doesn't seem like the right way to cancel a meeting. So I think we should document, officially how we cancel a meeting. Actually,
Checks and balances.
City Attorney Webb, I was just going to let the liaison come up with that, but City Attorney Webb had a very good point that depends on the regime that's in power at the time. And you may get an administration that doesn't like public input, and you don't want to let the city manager or somebody in one of the liaison positions just arbitrarily say, no, we're not having meetings. And I appreciate you bringing that up, Mike. So I think we should, I'm recommending that the ordinance be that the commissioners vote not to have their next meeting at the meeting they're at currently. And that would only allow them to do one meeting at a time. So they couldn't say like, let's miss this next 6 meetings. So I think that's a good check and balance from what we had in the past and what we don't have the ability to do today. So I did come up, next slide. I did come up with a draft of verbiage, but I have not run this by the city attorney, so I don't pretend like this is fully cooked. But what this does is basically, it's my way of saying the commission would vote for it at the current commission meeting to skip the next one or to cancel the next one. And that they, I don't know if this is right, but that they do this under referrals to staff so that it doesn't have to be agendized each time, although I guess it would be easy to agendize as well. And then to publicly vote to cancel just the following meeting of that commission for lack of business. So that's my recommendation. That's a draft. It will still have to go officially through, but I wanted to get the concept in front of you guys so you could understand what I was recommending with a little more specificity. Okay, let me go back to, let's go back to did you want to go, Paige?
Well, Zane, did you have a question about cancellation? Because I had comments about others.
Yeah, just general comments, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess this question will be for Luke. The Handicapped Access Appeals Board in the report says that there have to be 2 handicapped persons on the board and 2 people with construction experience. Does that need to then translate into the new Public Works and Sustainability?
So that's another one where there's a little bit of flexibility in the language where it's to the best of your ability, ensure that type situation. Okay. And so it's not codified that the board wouldn't be recognized if those weren't met, as long as, we were open to receiving applications that met that criteria.
Okay.
But just say, we haven't had that in years.
Yep.
True.
So we haven't met that requirement for.
Understood. Just wanted to ask the question. The other thing, I think when we go back to the awesome graph that you created.
That was the mayor.
Mayor Light, amazing. You're going to do so many good things when it comes to PowerPoint. Your recommendation is to merge the 4. And I just had a comment. In the report, it was talking about the Public Arts Commission to expand its purview to include performing arts, music, film, fine art, literature, and possibly poetry. So to me, that kind of lends a possible shift for library to go into that
Into the
public arts.
cultural.
Into the cultural arts.
I agree. I was on the fence on which one to put it in, so I'm not averse to.
So that might be something that I might suggest. I could be convinced otherwise, but throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Could we ask Dana how he feels about that? Is that all right?
Absolutely.
I apologize. Dana Vinke, Library Director, Honorable Mayor and Council. What was your question?
Instead of the proposed merger of the 4 yellow into Parks and Rec, which includes library,
right?
Moving the library into the new Public Arts Commission, or Cultural Arts Commission.
Well, I like to think that the library plays a multifaceted role.
Yeah.
And certainly one of my endeavors since coming on board is to expand our programming. And that involves a lot of various performing arts, and collaborating with different agencies within the city certainly raises awareness for the library. So, we're still working on that process. We recently went to the Friends of the Library to ask for some funding for more adult programs. We have our summer reading program, which obviously is going to have a lot of entertainment involved with that. And I guess one of my questions would be, would we see all of those programs then shift to performing arts, and then the library would not have those programming opportunities anymore? Would that be under the purview of the commission, or would we be reporting to 2 commissions? It's a little fuzzy to me.
And maybe I would add, I think it would just be a matter of what commission would advise on library matters. One thing that if we've evaluated this, that I think is important is we don't want to lose the sense of library in the conversation. So if it were to become the Cultural Arts Commission, we might want to add the word library and Cultural Arts Commission, so it's clear if we think this merger's appropriate. The concept that's been proposed in the other groups is a Public Amenities Commission, because all of those facilities operate as effectively a public amenity in the community. And that's where library and the historical commission really blended well in the concept. But candidly, either merger works for us because it creates efficiency from a staff liaisonship standpoint.
And I don't think any of these consolidations precludes someone like yourself interjecting what items would be coming up and how the report would be written.
Right. But I get what city manager is saying, and it makes perfect sense to me. Either one creates efficiencies. Initially, I saw the partnership with historical as a natural, but certainly with performing arts, I think there's a lot of potential to maximize our efforts there and to really create some synergy. So
Do you
we're
have
open.
a preference?
Well, I think initially cultural, when we brought it up, was certainly something, I had an affinity for, since again, we're trying to expand that programming. But, what the Performing Arts Center is doing now is, completely separate from what the library is doing. So we'd have to explore that, and we're certainly open to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I don't think there's anything that says we have to just put everything into one, right? We could do things that are related to history in the library, in the amenities.
There could be overlap.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. At the end of the day, if we do consolidate, I'm going to have to determine who's going to be the primary liaison with the 2 groups. And what I've already told the department heads in areas where that particular commission is taking up something that is related to their department operation, they'll likely be working with that liaison on that particular item. And that's how this should flow going forward.
And that's not unlike the Harbor Commission when we get something related to planning. It's the planning
You'll hear from
department that briefs it.
community development director, yeah. So.
Those are the only comments and questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
First, I want to say thank you to the mayor, because thank you for digging in deep on all this and really thinking critically and dedicating your full time to this role. You're kicking butt, and I appreciate
Luke helped a lot.
There are people who've been here all night waiting for this item, like Desiree Gallacy, I see. So can we hear from the public? Anything you all want to say about this proposed plan? Please.
Oh, yeah. Georgette Gantner, District 2. I was with the first 10 years with the Public Art Commission, and our initial idea was to form a Cultural Arts Commission when we did the task force in 2008. It was too wide of a purview at that point. I think it still probably is, but, you know, the people that work, that facilitate for public art are also working with the Performing Arts Center. I know there's a concern about the amount of money that we have in the budget, or that they have, I still say we. It's over $1 million. You guys do realize that's earmarked to go to public art. It is earmarked.
Yeah, we're not going to change, where the fees for
Okay,
public art goes.
But the thing is there were complaints that we're not working fast enough. I'm going to say we anyway. And if you start throwing more things in there, it's going to slow down the process of being able to implement public art. You know, who's going to control which? Combining it with the library sounds so ambitious and not, I mean, you can say it's related, sure, literature. Okay, that's an art, but it's not public art. This would really have to be considered and broken down, and I would hope that the commissioners of the existing Public Art Commission would have input on this. And when you say there was a commissioner that, a public art commissioner that recommended this, I don't know who that, I don't know, because all the commissioners that I know of are trying to keep it with public art. Yeah, and the library has, gosh, the library's got its own agenda. When Susan was there, and yeah, it's a whole different situation. And like you say, like Shakespeare, Shakespeare in the Park. It's a lot. It's a lot to combine it. I think that the Public Art Commission, we did it narrowly because we thought that the most we could do in order to have this commission is to spend the money to show that there is art in the city, and it's being shown so everybody can see it. To combine it dilutes that particular motive, I feel. I hate the idea. I just don't think it's going to work. And it's late. And I'm tired. Anyway.
Okay, anyone else?
Just some quick thoughts. Obviously, one of the reasons that the number of commissions expanded was it gave the mayor opportunity to appoint more people. And there is obviously a political element to that. Another thing that has happened because of that, at least my opinion, is that it diluted the effectiveness of those commissions and their importance. The old joke that I heard many, many times from colleagues elsewhere was, if you want something to die, give it to a commission. And that's a lot of what happened. So if you are going to, and I think it's a great idea, Jim, I think this is the right thing to do, but you have to empower those new commissions to have greater input. And that is in part by the people who are there. And if you go through this process of consolidation, the selection of those people who remain is a really important piece of it.
Yep.
Because you want to be able to pick those people who have the nerve and the ability to give you the kind of response. And I think you can see that in some ways, the Budget and Finance Committee, which when I was on the council and soon after that was relatively weak. And it became stronger because of the people who chaired it and the people who came on it and took it more seriously. And I think you need to do that if you are going to consolidate, and to give them things actually to work on rather than places to hide stuff that you really don't want to decide. So I think you're doing the right thing, you're going in the right way, and it's more complicated, as with everything else, it's more complicated than it seems. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Desiree Galassi. First, I just want to say that it's been my honor to serve as Preservation Commissioner these last 3 years. It was not the original commission on which I wanted to serve, but I have to say I have learned so much, and it has been truly a blessing to be able to be part of what we do here historically, to preserve our historical homes and designate them. So I appreciate what we're doing in the consolidation of those commissions. My I had written to Luke and spoken on the phone via Zoom with him. And, my recommendation would have been to see the historical, the preservation, and the library commission together, because I felt that their work is very similar, and to have left Parks and Rec as Parks and Rec, and so that we can continue to work on our programming here in the city. We are, a city of 69,000 people. So that's my opinion for that. I also, I respect and appreciate that you are looking into creating a cultural arts commission. I believe that we have a lot that we can do for Redondo Beach within this commission. I am not afraid. I believe that we have energy, people willing to serve on that commission. And so it's late. I'm rambling. I just wanted to let you know that I thank you for considering that.
So you advocate for putting all the arts together? That's what I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Library, historical.
Library, historical, and preservation.
No, but you just talked about cultural arts.
Yeah, cultural arts is a different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're advocating pushing together performing arts with.
Yes, because I think, I respect what Georgette is saying, but I do believe that we, can breathe some new life in there. And with some new ideas coming forward, we can see new things for the city.
Yeah.
And bring in new ideas. I had sent Luke a number of websites of other cities, role model websites like Culver City, for example, what they're doing there. San Diego, I forget what else I sent you at this late hour. But there's a lot that we can be doing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So just to get a little bit of color on that statement, history and preservation. The one thing I felt was missing or an overlap is there is more history in this city that we're not looking at. For example, Wilderness Park alone, you have a Tongvan native outlook site that I would say 99.9% of our people don't know, and yet it's part of a public park. The old Nike missile system that was stationed there, that actually is why it's a park today. I'm betting 99.9% of the people don't understand that. So to me, there's more than, there are a lot of places in Redondo that aren't recognized as historical that are, and that fall under the Parks and Recs. I would argue even Seaside Lagoon now could be a historical facility, right? Because it's over 50 years old now, and it's very unique. So anyway, that was some of the ideas that went into consolidating those together. Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. Christina Kelly. I'm with the Public Arts Commission. I'm really, really thankful to be on that commission. I do feel, I agree with Georgette. I partially agree with you. With the Library Commission, the Preservation Commission, and the Historical Commission can be collaborated. I think we're already drowning in projects that aren't coming to fruition already with public art.
Are not coming to fruition.
Yeah. So I think we should back up away from that idea a little bit. That being said, I just want to say citizens who feel represented in their communities governing boards and commissions tend to have more positive evaluations of their local government. Volunteers are what make our local government boards and commissions possible. Volunteers bring a variety of backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences to form a cohesive and diverse group that works for many issues of our city. Board and commissions represent our neighborhoods, and they act as liaisons between elected officials and the community. Board and commissions provide essential support for city programs, activity, and public art. Please don't disband, consolidate, or belittle the value of each for each one of our city's board and commissions. They all have essential value for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. I assure you that the goal is not to disenfranchise people in the city. It's to make it more efficient, more effective, and more meaningful in what they do. And we do have feedback from exiting commissioners and people who leave in the middle of their term saying, I'm not doing anything that's meaningful. And we also, when I'm calling up people and saying, hey, I know you applied for this one, but would you consider this one based on your background that you put in your thing? They go, it doesn't really do anything. So I've been trying to fill all those positions, and there's a whole tidal wave of them coming open this October. You already spoke, ma'am. You can't speak twice on the same thing. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's the rules.
If they're coming up in October, it's because they've termed out. That's why for public art.
No, we have a lot open today, ma'am. So
For public art.
I've been trying, yeah, well, that's a different issue. Public arts, they're supposed to be staggered, and I don't know how we got unstaggered.
I can explain.
That's fine. Well, we can solve that. That's an easy one to solve. But there's openings across a lot of other commissions, and they've been hard to fill. So, yes, sir.
Commissioner Carmichael. A lot's been said, and I'll be brief, particularly the lateness of the hour, but I see everyone fighting over the library, and we would love to have library integrated with us in public safety. If you can't,
where's the overlap there?
You can't figure out community outreach, reading to the students and all that. Look,
Safe at the library, it's close
I'm
to the
just
police
saying,
department.
There is.
Reading public safety ordinances to the.
There is a way. So, well, they figured those other things out. If there's public safety, we would love to have a good.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak to this? Anybody online?
No, I have no e-comments or Zoom. For the record.
Okay, if we could go back to my presentation, I think I had a final slide on there that we
Yeah,
did.
can we have the recommendations?
Yeah, can you go to the briefing charts?
Actually, I do have an e-comment, and it's opposed. Just FYI.
Luke? Can you show the presentation,
Oh,
please?
sorry, okay.
And I think the last page had so the recommendation is council approve or modify the recommendations that I put forth to then direct staff and the city attorney to prepare ordinance changes for council approval and to direct staff to coordinate with the affected commissions and liaisons.
So we see the recommendations.
Oh, can you go back to the org structure with that one?
And while you're doing that, Mayor, you mentioned October is sort of the date to do the
commissions.
The
boards would be as soon as we do the ordinance.
Same process that I've become used to, where people put in applications, we interview folks like Austin Carmichael, we hear them out, you return with your recommendations based on that.
Yep.
And then, okay.
And if I can, I think it's important to work backwards from that date. Because typically, and I don't know if they've passed the schedule yet, typically the interviews for the commissioners are heard by the city council at the second meeting in July.
Yeah.
And I don't know when you're planning on approving the
recommendations are usually.
recommendations.
Are in August, the second week of August.
What with?
Your recommendations.
So in other words, you have to have this done ahead of time. And what time do you?
Well, what I'm looking for is recommendations today, the buy-in on the recommendations, and then when we interview, we can interview to the new structure, and then the ordinance changes can happen in parallel.
Okay.
I've done that in many organizations.
Is that right?
Well, yeah, but there's not a lot of specificity on what duties are they all going to carry over the duties from the commissions? What you may want to do, or at least consider, where it said staff will coordinate with the commissions, you may want to have the commissioners, each commission, each affected commission, give you language that they think should be in their new, when you're changing the mission
I don't want to do
statement.
that because they're consolidated. So you'll have 4 different organizations opining on one, and that's a nightmare.
No, but shouldn't each commission say, look, this is what's important about what we do, this is what we should do
Because
going forward.
otherwise,
We
it's
can
just,
ferret
And
that
then
out.
staff is gonna receive, okay, these are the 3 duties they want to carry forward, and they're gonna be integrated into this other broader commission.
I just don't think it's rocket science. I think that's easy to ferret out. Between the liaisons and some discussions with the commissioners, I don't think we have to make this a giant.
Well, but it's a discussion item for a commission that's gonna have to meet anyways, and doesn't have sufficient work.
So, okay, so do that, and then we can still do it on the schedule. I don't understand.
well, no, I'm just saying, it has to be soon. You have to let them know, hey, we want this discussed at your next possible meeting and return your recommendations, because in the process of putting through the ordinance, we're going to work through. So we haven't done legal review of any of it. I did pass along to you and the city manager concerns that I was hearing from other departments, such as preservation, but I'll need to do a review. But if you're consolidating, it will just be taking verbatim the duties in one commission and combining it into the other. I don't know if that's optimum. So that's the only reason I'm saying.
Well, we'd have to approve the ordinances, and I would assume staff would take out overlaps and put the correct wording in.
I think
Well, but so you don't.
And I don't
do you
mind
re-
I don't mind if we do it in the next meeting, getting feedback from the commissions on the recommendations.
I was just
That's
saying
fine.
it will be easier. You don't want us writing in, I would assume you don't want me writing in
The duties.
the duties, because
We'll take a
you
cut,
may
I
have a
think.
very
Right.
different view.
I would think the liaison that Michael points to it would take
Yeah, I think
the
what we'll
cut.
probably do, if the council's comfortable with the consolidation, I'll work with staff to prepare probably a draft duties under this consolidated format, and we'll run that by the involved commissions and just gain their input before we come back to you with a recommendation on the ordinance.
that's
Josh?
That'd be perfect.
Okay.
Motion to adopt the eliminations, suspensions, integrations recommended here on this recommended streamlining, as well as to revise the ordinance on cancellation of meetings, and to, what was the third thing? I'm sorry, I don't have the agenda in front of me.
Direct us to follow up with the appropriate documentation effectively.
Yes,
Well, and coordinate with the
The
commission.
commissions, and seek
so-
input from the involved commissions.
so moved.
Second?
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion and a second. Anybody else want to speak to it?
I do. My hand
Hold
is-
on, I'll get back to it. Okay, Councilmember Kalijarovic, you're still up.
I'm done.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji was, okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
I see a commission that we're missing, actually, and that's a legal commission, because I would love to see 7 lawyers up
Oh my
here
God. We almost had
discussing an
that.
opinion.
Nils, we have you though.
I didn't sleep in Embassy Suites last night,
Equal
sorry.
to 7?
No. That would be entertaining. All right, no, okay, so how, do we have a problem with getting, for instance, we don't have,
We don't have all.
I
Alternates.
know we don't have alternates.
I mean, is that part of the reason we struggle with quorum?
Yeah.
I think it's a combination of things. I think in some instances, the commissions are occasionally running with vacancies to begin with, so they might be down a member or two, and then there's vacations. And I think to the mayor's point, which was well said, is some of the commissions feel like it's make work, right? Not meaningful work. Not all the commissions. I mean, I've heard from Public Art, some commissions feel very, very positive about what they're doing. But for those who are feeling maybe a little bit disillusioned, there tends to be a bigger lack of quorum issue.
So I like this idea of splitting some of the duties and take some of the duties and put them into other committees or commissions. I want to make sure though that, a couple of years ago during COVID, we did every 2 months for some of these, right?
We did.
Was that effective at all? I mean, that doesn't seem like if we were to do that, we would solve any real problems. It's kind of just kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, I think the consolidation with the volume we're talking about here I think the frequency will be more appropriate. The monthly frequency will work with the remaining commissions. And the ability to counsel for lack of business that's been described, I think gives us the relief, the parachute that we need for the commissions that might really only have meaningful work 9 months out of the year or 10 months out of the year as opposed to every month. But I think there's enough to do here now where we would need the regularly scheduled monthly meeting.
So I'd like to address that. I did get feedback from one person that when we went to every other month, that they did not plan properly because it wasn't a regular thing. So,
Got it.
So they
forgot.
missed meetings because they didn't have it on their calendar because it wasn't a regular meeting. That was just one input. But
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chairs up here. We have seven members on each committee. Is there commission? Sorry, I keep getting committee for some reason. Commission adding 1 or 2 extra spots. That's not gonna solve anything for more representation for more people up here, right? I mean that.
I don't think so. If you're talking about making sure that we've got sort of a soft landing for the consolidation to make sure interested commissioners have a home, you could conceivably in a transition period have more commissioners on for a short period of time and work down to 7. But I think with the number of vacancies coming up, I think we're going to find a home for everybody. I think the mayor's right. This is the right time to do the consolidation with the roughly 40% vacancies that we're going to experience in October.
A home for everybody.
Hopefully.
And if there's,
That's interested.
yeah, that's interesting. And if there is a overcapacity of
need
interest,
for overflow.
could we go to alternates, make people alternates?
We could consider that if there's interest among folks to be in that role.
Right.
Yeah, we can always change for alternates. Okay, that's all the questions I have. I will, second that motion. Let's move forward with this. I definitely want to have as many people as we can. I mean, it's our first line of intake from the residents of input. So I think it's important we have it, but if we just don't have enough work to do, I don't want to have staff show up and all these extra costs. Let's run more efficiently if we can, but not too efficiently because then there comes a point where just, or the dictatorship. So government runs slow. That's the way it is.
I can tell you it's easy to fill Harbor and Planning Commission.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, let me call any other comments?
Thank you, Luke, for your work on this too. And I saw that this was part of your copyrighted presentation style.
The mayor let me choose the template. He was the strokes of genius on top of that.
He was the scrivener.
Yeah.
There wasn't time to put the new logo in.
He did the administrative report, so he did the hard part.
True partnership.
So I'm going to call the vote, all 4?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, unanimous with Councilmember Lowenstein absent. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Good job there.
Appreciate the support. Any city manager items?
No, none, Mayor.
Okay. Mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I don't think I have any tonight. I won't have any. Good. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovic.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Nope.
Councilmember Barrett.
No.
Okay, I've got some. Oh, boy. These are all budget items. The first is look at the cost and phasing of reestablishing a harbor department.
So BRR.
Yeah, BRR. And that's a harbor director and a supervisor for the harbor patrol as at least a starting point. The second is the one on budget and phasing to execute the Wilderness Park Master Plan. The third one, and maybe you can steer me in the correct direction, maybe it's not a BRR, but recently discovered we don't have funds set aside for Moonstone Park, and I think that was a surprise to many of us.
It speaks to the issue of capital projects and how we sequester and appropriate the funds, right? Those are appropriated on an annualized basis. We have 126 projects. It's
This may
labeled by
be a
fund.
unicorn because it was one associated with.
Yeah, it's one associated with a fund, unfortunately, that right now isn't doing as well as
Right.
we'd like. So it's typically not a problem, but there is an administrative and accounting way we could, for special circumstances, place a restricted hold on capital
Yeah.
assignments.
And my point is, last year, you guys listened to the Harbor Commission and, or at least Mayor Brand listened to the Harbor Commission, and you guys passed taking $500K out of that project and putting it onto Seaside Lagoon, and Mayor Brand vetoed that. So there was this, they were treating this like its own separate fund, and I know harbor commissioners and were shocked to learn that money isn't sequestered.
Yeah, the appropriation's there, the 2 point, whatever it is, $4 million appropriation. It's just, the question is there enough Tidelands fund balance currently to expend those funds if we were to need them tomorrow, which we don't thankfully need, but.
I'd also like a BRR on funding El Segundo Blue Butterfly Habitat from Veterans Park to the end of the city. Maybe that's built into the landscaping budget for the median.
North or south?
From our.
Veterans Park North?
Veterans Park to where it meets up with Hermosa's Greenbelt.
Okay.
Now, obviously, the Redondo Park and AES site are in there, so those are different issues. But, we had discussed going up the median and maybe planting on some of the other cities' landscaping west of PCH to create connectivity for the endangered El Segundo Blue Butterfly. And then the last one was BRR and how plan to eliminate structural overtime in our public safety and what the impacts of that might be.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's the last one.
Okay.
Okay.
And which items are we going back into closed session on?
Are we going back?
I was gonna say,
We don't have.
Motion to recess.
1 through 3, right?
Motion to recess without closed session.
Yeah, if we can adjourn to.
Motion to
Is that
adjourn for
motion
the
to-
next meeting.
Are we closing for
You have
anyone
a memory
tonight?
of?
No, no.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll entertain a
Motion to adjourn the next meeting.
Second.
So we have a motion to adjourn without a follow-on meeting and a second. All four?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Thank you, everybody. Long meeting.
Wow.
What did I tell you?
If only you would try to move it
12:30.
along.
I told you.
If only you would try.